Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has it occurred to you that if anyone lives long enough with someone else, eventually both personalities begin to merge? A man begins to look like his dog. A cat takes on the traits of his mistress. A man and wife find out unexpectedly how much the thinking of each has affected the other. Of course, in the beginning, the effect is unconscious or subconscious. The partner affected may not realize what is happening, if indeed anything is happening at all. Contradictory? Yes, but then this is what this story is all about.
Hello, Earth. I know you can't reply, but I hope you read me. Hello, Earth.
Playgor, what are you doing?
What I must do, Gundrick. I'm trying to warn them.
Who?
Earth. Before they are invaded, they must know the truth. For the safety of the whole universe.
Our mystery drama, Look Who's Coming, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Joe Silver. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Harry and Flo Betts have been married for 23 years. Harry and Flo have argued for 23 years. Oh, mostly the normal bickering that may go on between any married couple, but the most regular argument is about their taste in TV shows. Flo is addicted to the soap opera. Harry is a certified sucker for science fiction. Both of them would scorn the idea that either could influence the other in their preferences. And yet...
Is that you, Harry?
Yeah.
Oh, what kept you up so long?
Well, I had to see the end of the show, didn't I? Hey, you should have stayed.
Oh, I couldn't. That science fiction stuff makes me nervous.
Yeah, how come?
You know. It would be so scary if it was true.
But it isn't. It's just entertainment. Oh, the end of it was a real thrill. When that super spacecraft came down out of the sky with all the special effects, and then those people came out.
What people?
The planet people. You know, the ones from a different dimension. It was really mind-blowing. I mean,
They didn't mean any harm?
No. They always come in peace.
Well, they scare me. I mean, the whole space thing scares me silly. All those funny people with their machines, and we're helpless to do anything about it. I mean, you know, they could take over the world tomorrow and pour it down the drain.
There you go. Shove over, will you? Let me sit down here next to you. Look, it's only a pretend world, Flo.
Not the way you take it, Harry. It's very real to you, and you make it awfully real to me.
You don't believe that I really go for all this sci-fi stuff.
What are you talking about? You eat it up.
Yes, entertainment, sure.
Harry, you're trying to tell me that you don't believe there are all kinds of little men and things floating out in space who are ready to take over the world and destroy it, huh?
Flo, I just enjoy the shows, that's all.
Well, you wouldn't if you didn't think that's how it really is.
Ah, that's silly. You like the stories in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Well, you're not about to tell me that's the way life really is. I mean, the way it's lived on the average daytime serial.
I think they are very true to life.
Oh, come on.
By and large.
By and large? How about this dame on your favorite? Married 3 times, widowed once, divorced twice, 3 children, 1 illegitimate.
That isn't true. She thought she was married to Drake, but her former husband was supposed to have died in Brazil, only he didn't. And that was how Margaret came to marry Drake, thinking her husband was dead when all the time he wasn't.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is you watch the serials, I watch science fiction.
Well...
It doesn't mean either one of us has to swallow it all whole. Come on, Flo. They're shows, not life.
There's a lot of difference.
Okay, I just want to think so.
Well, Harry, you've got to see it.
Yeah, maybe I do. You hammer away at me hard enough telling me all these crazy plots till maybe I think I'm wrong. Maybe that's the way life really is.
It is. I mean, the soaps are true to life.
Okay, Flo. Okay, you win. I'm too tired to argue. I gotta turn in.
Okay, honey, you do that. You need your sleep. Oh, what time do you have to be up in the morning?
Same old drag. 6:30.
What train are you catching?
I'm riding with Mark tomorrow in his car.
Oh, Dr. Tolley?
Yeah.
Well, you're getting to be quite good friends since he moved up here.
He's a good guy for a shrink. Yeah, these days you can never tell when a psychiatrist might come in handy.
What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. It's just a bum joke. Good night, Phil. Can we catch some shut-eye?
All right, Harry. Shall I turn out the light?
Oh, please.
Night. Harry? How did the show turn out? Did those, robot things come back and plant that green, slimy vine that smothered everybody?
Oh, Flo. What's the difference? It's only a story. What do you care? Will you let me sleep?
All right, I'm sorry, darling. I know you need it.
Will you stop fussing over me like I was a mental case or something? We both need it.
Yeah, of course we do.
Well, for Pete's sake, we say goodnight.
All right, I won't say another word. You just rest. And relax. And stop worrying.
It's just like she knows exactly what to say, so I can't relax. That sticky, patronizing, understanding tone of voice that makes me grind my teeth and think of murder. You think I'm kidding? But it's a situation that recalls all sorts of parts of the mixed-up plots Florence is forever telling me from her daily shows. I mean, I'm 45 years old and entering what everyone wants to tell me is the dangerous age, you know, and all the soaps, the men start chasing young women, the marriages break up. Or if there's some way they can't, well, then the guy starts thinking of how else he can get rid of his wife. And that's when they get on to the murder trials in the story. But you don't do that. I mean, I guess there isn't a husband in the world who at one time or another hasn't been ready to murder his wife. In his mind. What the heck? You don't do it for real, do you?
So, maybe I do talk to him too much about my shows. Well, they're all I have. And I'm stuck out here in the suburbs. We could never have any children. Talked about adopting. Now we've left it too late. What do I have to talk about except other people's lives? The ones I can live vicariously on the TV. It is just a step from being real. It's not like the shows Harry watches. Now, they scare me. He can shrug it off. I'm always afraid that someday one of these crazy stories will turn out to be true. More coffee, Harry?
Oh, no. No, thanks, Flo. I gotta get moving.
Will you be home in the regular train?
No, I guess not. We're doing the Heminger trust books today. I expect to be tied up till pretty late. Why?
Well, you're not driving to the station, so I thought you might want me to pick you up on the way home.
Oh. No, I'll probably be real late. I'll grab a cab. What's your day like?
Oh, I don't know. I'll call Grace Tully, I guess, see if she wants to watch the shows with me. It's a big day.
What is?
The daytime serials. Friday.
Murder and mayhem, huh?
Some. Others are more intellectual.
Yeah.
Like Audrey Gray is having the brain operation, and poor little Mary still hasn't been told that Sam is dead.
Oh, boy.
But Five in the Family is the most important.
Yeah? How's that?
Well, today is the day Drake finds out Margaret and he aren't really married and that his son is born out of wedlock.
Oh, boy, that ought to rock him.
Listen, with his New England background, he'll never understand, and he has such a violent temper.
Spare me the details. Dr. Tully just drove up.
Harry?
Yeah?
Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?
Oh, yeah, sure. What did you do for dinner?
I don't know, maybe I'll have it over at Tully's with Grace. Maybe I'll just have it alone.
Alone?
Who else would I have it with?
Yeah. Who else? Oh, look, let's make it definite. I won't be home till around midnight, so you're on your own. Mark, let me ask you a question.
Why not? I can't promise an answer.
A psychiatrist?
We only listen to problems, Harry. We don't solve them. We leave that up to the patient.
Well, I'm not a patient.
In that case, you're lucky. You've just saved yourself $50. Go on, ask away.
Mark, is there any such thing as male menopause?
Well, what are your symptoms?
Well, look, don't get me wrong. Flo and me... Well, no, I mean, all in all, it's a good marriage, and the sex thing is, I was thought it's okay, but recently I don't like myself for it, but I get to noticing girls and kind of, dreaming how it'd be if,
Why don't you join the club, the ancient order of the wahoo bird?
What?
Yeah, the bird that flies backwards because it doesn't care where it's going. It just wants to see where it's been. And it regrets all the lost opportunities.
Oh, no, it's not that worries me.
Well, even if the ladies were willing, the ones who catch your eye, that is, you're afraid you'd turn up wanting. Forget it, Lannybug. Just stick to the dreams. It's normal.
Well, it's not so much my dreams that worry me. It's Flo. I'm gone all day. Lots of nights. Now, how do I know she isn't mixed up with somebody?
Well, how do you know she is?
Well, I don't.
There's your answer. Don't borrow trouble.
I can't help it. Our marriage is coming apart at the seams. Mark, I need help.
Coming. Hi, Flo. Oh, Grace, you're early. Come on in.
Only for a sec, honey. I've got to cancel our date for today.
Oh, you mean we can't watch the soaps together?
Not today, Flo.
But, Grace, today's the big day. Don't you want to know if Drake's violent temper will push him as far as murder?
Oh, they'll probably hold that out till Monday. Anyways, you can always fill me in.
Yeah, but that isn't the same as living through it.
Well, I've got something else to live through. Tommy went on strike, and the principal is fit to be tied. He's making noises about expelling him.
A 10-year-old? What's he got to go on strike about?
Something about a substitute teacher who doesn't know how to handle the class. Tommy and 5 other kids walked out and locked themselves in the second-floor storeroom.
What did they do that for?
They issued an ultimatum that unless they get their regular teacher back, they won't go back to the classroom. And you think soap opera heroines have got trouble. Well, I'm on my way to the school now as an arbitration committee of 1.
Oh, kids. Well, listen, it shouldn't take you long, should it?
Who knows? But the sooner I get there, the sooner I find out.
Well, if you can, get back.
I'll try, but don't count on it, honey. Oh, hey, your program's on now. You better make tracks.
Oh, okay, I will. Bye, Grace. Where does the time go? Already nearly 5 after. tell me the TV's going to break down. Let me see. I have the right channel. Yeah. 2. Oh, please, don't go out on me now, TV set. Oh, darn it. I could just stop it.
Hello, Earth. I know you can't reply, but I hope you read me. Hello, Earth.
Playgor, what are you doing?
What I must do, Gondrick. I am trying to warn them.
Who?
Earth. Before they are invaded, they must know the truth. Our dictatorship would give them no warning. It's up to us to reach them and give them the choice they face for the safety of the whole universe.
Puzzled and annoyed, Flo Betts pays little attention to the words that are spoken. The images on the screen are all that concern her. A man and a woman in strange and unfamiliar clothing against a background of complex instruments. For the moment, it all means nothing more than that some science fiction show has preempted her favorite soap opera. Perhaps that's all it is. But supposing the explanation is not so simple, I shall return shortly with Act 2.
Fellow Americans.
We left Flo Betts tuned in to her favorite soap opera, staring at 2 unfamiliar figures. Not human, but humanoid. One a female by the sound of her voice, the other a male. They are clothed in indeterminate garments of gray, and they seem to be in some sort of laboratory or electronic workshop. Flo might be listening in fascination to what they have to say, except that she is annoyed at being deprived of the show she wanted to see. Her first reaction has been to call the offending network station.
Yes, operator, I am still waiting. Thank you. Hello? Yes, that's right. I sure do wish to make a complaint. Oh, they told you what it is. Well, what is the explanation? Well, that's impossible. I'm looking at what you're broadcasting right now, and it certainly isn't Five in the Family. It's some sort of science fiction show. Yes, there are 2 people, a man and a woman, I guess. I don't know, you can't tell from the way they're dressed. And then they're in some sort of laboratory. Excuse me. I guess I have to apologize. The regular program is on now. I'm sorry. It must have been some sort of accident. Maybe. It had to be. It must have been cross channels or something.
Do me a favor.
Except, I wish I really felt that was the answer.
Hello?
Grace, it's Flo.
Oh, hi, Flo. You just caught me coming in.
Yeah, everything all right at school?
All is tranquil. Big peace pipe has been smoked.
Tommy's not going to be expelled.
No, the axe has been lifted. He's on sort of probation for the moment. Everything's hunky-dory now. Till the next crisis.
Well, I'm so glad. Why didn't you come back here?
Oh, it was kind of late, hon. I figured I'd blown most of the shows.
Yeah, well, I just wish you had, because, I want to talk to you about one of them.
Talk to me now. I'm free and easy.
Not over the phone, Grace.
So, call your spot. My place or your place?
Would you mind coming here? I'm sort of monitoring the set, just in case.
I didn't get that.
Well, no way you could till I tell you. Grace, a little bit earlier today, I just had the strangest experience.
Well, save it all till I get there, Flo. You're sure you saw these gray people or whatever they were?
Of course.
And the station didn't know about broadcasting any other program?
No.
But while you were talking to them, there was suddenly this buzzing, scrambled kind of noise, and the regular picture came on.
Yes, like I told you.
It must have been some sort of an accident.
Well, what do you mean?
Someone pushed the wrong button or something, and like as soon as you called attention to it, they got busy and pushed the right one, and bingo, back on comes 5 in the family.
Yeah, you think so? But what was this other show?
Who knows? Ask Harry. He's the big science fiction bug. Maybe he knows.
No, I don't want to ask Harry.
Why not?
Oh, Grace, Harry and me, I don't know, all of a sudden everything's like, it's just like crumbling. We're like two people who don't know each other anymore. I don't know where we're going.
Oh, no. Oh, come on, Flo. Don't let it get to you. That kind of thing happens now and then. Everyone quarrels.
No, it isn't a quarrel. Oh, Grace, I don't know. I guess I just haven't anything to hang on to like you and Mark. I mean, no children. The only reason for Harry and me is us. And we're not right anymore. Everything about us is just going wrong. And now this warning or whatever it is from outer space. Oh, Grace, why would I see or imagine those two strange people?
Well, Flo, you know how Harry is about sci-fi. He's a nut on the subject. Maybe he's just got you so uptight about it
that I was dopey enough to imagine I saw something that never happened.
Well, I didn't mean that exactly.
But if I did that, I really would be heading for the bend, wouldn't I?
Nothing like that's going to happen to you, Flo.
Listen, Grace, promise me you'll watch the show with me for a few days. Maybe the other show will cross it again, and then I won't feel too bad. But if it doesn't...
If it doesn't, that'll prove you were just overtired or all revved up and had some kind of daydream.
No, it will prove one of two things. Either I am taking a trip down Funny Street, or else...
Or else what?
Or else... there actually is someone out there who's trying to get in touch. And for some reason or other, they've selected me.
Mark, what could I have said to her?
Just what you did, Grace. Only it puts me in an awkward position.
Why?
Well, because Harry is going to start some sessions with me. You see, he feels he needs some adjustments.
The same kind of thing as Flo?
No, nothing like that. Just the run-of-the-mill anxieties at his age.
Well, is that what's the matter with Florence?
Well, I don't know that without clinical observation.
But this hallucination of seeing space people, hearing...
Well, who knows? A technical accident, probably. If not an aberration, a sort of a waking dream to placate Harry's special interest, to cover up some sort of inferiority. Look, I'm not going to get caught up in hangnail psychology. Now, let's see if her delusions persist. Now, stick with your friend for a week or so, Grace, and, see how it develops.
Okay.
I'm sure it's a storm in a teacup, and Flo's first encounter with the world beyond will be her last.
What are you doing here?
You're still trying to reach them, Clayco?
Of course.
You know what you're risking.
Suspended animation at best, or probably total disintegration.
Why, Clayco, why?
You know as well as I do, Gundrick. The threat of attack from Betelgeuse cluster. We must engage a minor little planet like Earth to protect our flank.
Why do you
risk your life for a tiny planet like Earth?
Because they are innocent in this, and they should be warned.
How can they stand against our arms? One mother ship could wipe out all resistance.
If they try to resist, but if they welcome us as friends and allies, we still could coexist together in peace. We must warn them not to resist.
But how can you reach them, Clegor? They don't speak like us, even think like us.
The same way we reach all other units, through the linguistic transcomputer.
Where did you get the infinite box?
This one I built for myself over a long period of time. If I can only adjust the circuits and the frequencies without the master equation log, I should be able to reach them before it is too late.
Who is it? Just come in.
It's Grace. I can't. The door's locked.
Oh, just a minute.
Sorry, I'm late.
Never mind that. Come in. Quick. You can see.
See what?
The outer space people. They are on now. Quick.
I don't know what you're talking about, Flo. But that's Margaret from Five in the Family. She's going upstairs to her bedroom. I recognize the house. That's the Graves' house.
No. It can't be. They were there. Clegor and Gundrick.
Who?
The ones who want to help, to warn us.
Funny names. What are they? New characters in the show?
No. They're space people from some... Grace, they were there. And now they're not. Oh, Grace, hold on to me.
Come in, Harry. Come in. Come on. I've been waiting for you.
Why, am I late, Mark?
No, you're right on the dot. Listen, I called you down at the office, but you'd already left. Sit down, would you?
Well, don't I get the full treatment? No couch?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't you who's going to be my patient, Harry.
What do you mean?
I don't want to alarm you, but has your wife ever spoken to you about hallucinating?
About what?
About anything. Has she ever mentioned having delusions?
No. Why?
Oh. Well, I just had a call from my wife. She's with Florence now. Oh, Flo's all right, Harry. She's all right. Now, Grace persuaded her to take a couple of tranquilizers at my suggestion.
What's the matter with Flo?
She says she saw, or thought she saw, some people from another planet on the TV screen.
Flo? Watching a sci-fi show? That's a new one. She's always been scared to death of them.
Well, apparently they interrupted one of the regular daytime serials she watches, and, well, it isn't the first time it's happened.
Wait, look, Mark, I don't get all this. So what? Somebody put the wrong tape on or something?
Florence checked the station the last time, and Grace double-checked again today. Nothing like that happened.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You're not suggesting these two jokers from Saturn or wherever they come from were for real?
No, hardly. But Florence is.
What's the matter with her? Is she nuts?
Well, that is not exactly the scientific term, Harry. But I think there's enough evidence of psychiatric trauma present to suggest that for her own sake, she should be examined by a competent psychiatrist.
Oh, so that's what you meant by saying she should be your patient instead of me.
No, it doesn't have to be me, Harry. But my urgent advice is that it should be somebody. And I believe that Florence herself would welcome it.
There you have it. To paraphrase that classic psychiatric case, Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, to see or not to see, that is the question. Obviously, Florence Betts sincerely thinks she sees two people who can only be imaginary. Or could they actually be real? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Reynolds Wrap.
probably nothing in the range of human behavior or beliefs that could shock or surprise a psychiatrist. Yet, for once in his life, as he examines Florence Betts, Dr. Mark Tully finds himself half believing her nonsensical story of these two creatures from outer space. And since all the evidence of his trained mind has to reject the story and probe for the roots of her delusion, he finds himself involved against his will in trying to talk her out of it, rather than permitting her to argue it out for herself.
You realize that these two people must be fantasies, Florence.
I realize no such thing, Dr. Tully. They are very real to me.
Yes, but most fantasies are.
These are not fantasies.
All right, Florence, all right. Prove it to me.
I can't, and you know I can't.
Well, why do they appear to you alone? Why doesn't anybody else see them?
I don't know.
They appear to you on a medium that millions of people watch, Florence. Now, does it make any sense that you are the only one that they reveal themselves to?
Well, of course it doesn't.
Helen, can we face the fact together that they are some sort of delusion?
No.
Well, why not?
If you want to be so darn reasonable, why?
I beg your pardon?
Why would I conjure up something like this? I mean, watching my favorite show, concentrating on characters that I know are not really real, but that seems that way to me. Why would I dream up two people so foreign and so alien to anything in my own experience?
Well, perhaps they're not so alien after all.
And what does that mean?
Well, perhaps they're an unconscious or a subconscious reaching for someone who is the antithesis of them, but someone from whom you become estranged, someone you want to call back to you.
Well, I don't follow all that.
Well, think it through with me, Florence. Now, how long have you and Harry been married?
Ask me straight out like that, and I have to think. 22 years.
No children?
No.
Why?
I don't want to talk about that.
Why?
It's something that hurts.
Why?
Because it's my fault. There are physical reasons I can't.
Then why not adopt?
We talked about it so many times, but it wasn't all that important to Harry. He was happy the way it was.
And you?
Oh, I would have liked... Since it wasn't possible, I don't know. I suppose it was all right with me, too.
Well, then why the guilt?
What guilt?
Well, you seem to feel you let Harry down.
Well, I guess I let him down in a lot of ways.
Is that why you dreamed up this Gundrick and this Clegor?
I did not dream them up.
They seem to be here.
Why would I dream them up?
Well, it's Harry's hobby, isn't it? Science fiction? Something else you couldn't share?
Well, it's not that I don't want to. I'm just scared of it.
Why?
It seems too real to me. I mean, Harry can take it or leave it alone. Somehow with me, it's just too real.
Well, I wonder why.
I don't know.
Could it be maybe because it's an area where you can create a sort of children, a family of your own? You know, just like the serials, the soap operas?
Well, now, isn't that silly? Why would I dream up something like that?
Well, maybe to get your husband's attention.
If I want to get my husband's attention, I can think of a lot more direct ways to get it.
Now, face the fact, Florence, it isn't that way at all. Haven't you been having some marital problems lately?
That is really none of your business.
Well, it is if it has any bearing on these hallucinations you've been having recently.
I keep telling you, it's not a hallucination.
Florence, two people from outer space interfering with the daily soap opera. Now, does that make any rational sense?
Maybe not, but I know that
if you're not fantasizing, then what other explanation is there?
The truth. What none of you will admit to, what none of you will listen to. That they are there. That they're real. That they exist.
So I thought it would be a good idea for us to drive in together again today and talk the whole thing out.
There's not much to talk about, is there? You think she should be put away, don't you?
Did I ever suggest any such thing? No, of course not.
Well, what then?
Well, I think she needs some pretty extensive therapy.
Huh? Who'll handle that?
I will, of course. Grace will keep an eye on her like today, and with any luck, I think we can bring her around.
Huh? With your personal help?
Well, it's the least thing I can do for a friend.
Maybe I'm glad I never got to be a patient of yours.
Well, that would never have worked out. Besides, you see, you don't have any real problems.
Oh?
All right, it's your wife that needs me.
Oh, sure, Mark. Sure, you don't have to draw any pictures. I can do that myself.
Clegor, I beg you. It's too dangerous for you. Give it up.
I can't. Not now. Now that I found her.
Found who?
My control. A true sensitive. Someone I know will receive my message.
How can you know?
The response is strong, Gunrick. I can even hear it think its name. Florence. An earthling. A female.
Are you in touch with her?
Yes. There was some alien presence with her, but it is gone now. I must reach her quickly before it is too late for her planet.
Or for you. If you should be discovered.
It's worth the risk to avoid galactic war. Florence, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I am Gregor from the planet Argus. I bring you an urgent message. One of our mother spaceships is about to violate your airspace. Do not treat it as an enemy, or you will start galactic Armageddon. Treat it as a friend, and we can make a contact to preserve the universe. Go to your leaders. Keep them from taking action against us as an enemy craft, and we can have peace. I can only hope you read me, for if you don't, the peace of all the universe
I made us a nice cup of coffee to have while we're watching. Oh, you have the show on already. The ending of the first act, huh? What happened?
I don't know. I didn't see 5 in the family.
You don't mean you thought you saw... Oh, now, wait a minute.
Don't turn the set off, Grace.
Flo, it isn't good for you to watch. You thought you saw those creatures again, didn't you?
I didn't think. I did see them, and you must have seen them, too, when you came in.
All I saw was Drake storming out of the room, and then a big close-up of Margaret crying with the music.
You didn't see. Didn't you hear?
Hear what?
The warning.
What warning?
From Clegor about the mothership.
The mothership?
The spacecraft that's coming to land here.
From where?
From somewhere out there.
What's it coming here for?
To negotiate.
What?
There was something about bases, defensive ones. The point is that we can't consider them as an enemy and fire on them, or else they'll wipe us out.
When are they coming?
I don't know, but soon. Very soon.
Where are you going?
I'm going to call somebody, anybody who might believe me.
Who?
I don't know. The FBI, the CIA, the president. They have got to know what I know.
Did she actually call or try to call any of them, Grace?
She got the White House, Mark, and a polite brush-off. The CIA she had no way of reaching. She's calling the FBI now on the other phone.
Well, is she rational?
She seems to be, except on this one subject.
I'm afraid she'd better be hospitalized. Stick with her, darling, until I make what arrangements I can with Harry.
Oh, gee, Mark, you couldn't have caught me at a worse time.
What's the matter?
Well, I was just leaving for Washington on an audit for the biggest client we have. I can't let him down.
How long will you be gone, Harry?
Well, tomorrow and maybe the following day. 3 days at the most.
Well, all right. Look, don't worry. I'll handle things.
Will you hospitalize her?
Well, that might be a little difficult unless it's a real emergency. But Grace will be with her. We'll look out for her.
I don't know. Thank you, Mark. Let's hope by the time I get back from Washington, I'll have my head screwed on again, and that Flo will, too. Hello, Grace. I came straight from the plane.
Oh, it's good to see you, Harry.
Where's Flo? Upstairs?
No, she's in the living room.
How is she?
Well, she's all right. Everything's fine, really, except her complete absorption in this strange delusion.
She's still having that?
Not for 2 days. I've managed to keep her away from the TV.
Has it helped?
I wish I could say yes. I honestly don't think so. Nor does Mark. She's fretting about it.
Okay, I'll handle it from here on in.
It may be more than you can. Just call Mark, if it is. He asked me to tell you that, Harry.
I will. Grace, how can I thank you?
No thanks necessary. What are friends for? Good luck, Harry, and...
Yes?
Take it easy with her. Whatever it is that's bothering her, it isn't small. She's been through a ringer.
I'll remember. I'll do my best. Thanks again, Grace. Hello, Flo.
Oh, Harry.
How are you?
Oh, Harry, we don't matter very much. There's something a lot bigger going on.
Honey, Mark and Grace have told me about...
About my hallucinations. Yes, I know. No one believes in them, not even you. But you see, they are not hallucinations. Oh, Harry, if only I could convince someone that... Maybe now I can. There it is. It's coming at last.
What?
Can't you see it on the screen? The mothership from outer space. Can't you see it?
Sure, I can see it. It's just another program, Flo. Hey, it's a darn good effect. It always looks real.
Harry, don't you understand? It's what I've been begging you to understand. This isn't any fantasy. It's here.
What's here?
Tomorrow. The new world. If you don't believe what you see on the screen, you go look out the window.
All right, Flo. I'm going to call your bluff.
Yes, why don't you do that?
Hey, there is something in the sky. It's heading right down on us.
And the terror is, where do we go from here?
What do you mean?
Do we allow them to land in peace? Or do we treat them as another enemy? If we fire on them, they can destroy us. If we don't, how do we know they can't anyway?
It's true. What you've been seeing is true.
Harry, hold me.
Yes, hold on. Flo, where do we go from here?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Mystery Theater is a theater of the imagination. Could this happen in your lifetime, or in mine, or ever? I don't suppose it matters. We only hope to bend the mind, not shape it. But never forget how far we stretch it. That the tantalizing possibility in every story we bring you is always there. It may not have occurred yet, But the possibility never fails to exist that it could. I'll be back shortly.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to contact.
Take orders directed.
Air conditioning, AM/FM radio, cruise control.
It's the Great Scout Rebate. Make your best deal with your Scout dealer. Then take delivery of any 1979 four-wheel drive Scout between May 14th and June 15th. And International Harvester will send you a 10% rebate on all factory-installed options. It's that simple. The only tough part is deciding which Scout you want.
Interior, towing package, high-back bucket seats.
International Scout. Anything less is just a car.
That's... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of this flock that assembles here to mull over the mysterious and the macabre. Doomsday is near, said Mr. Shakespeare. So, die all, die merrily. Or to put it another way, eat, drink, and be merry. For tomorrow... At any rate, since the very beginnings of the human race, we have had our prophets of doom. Our seers and sages who have thundered or whispered their awful predictions for a frightful finish that will overwhelm all of us.
And what are you called?
Gold.
Gold. A very revealing name. Your hair shines like gold.
What do I call you?
You will call me Mistress, because you are now my slave.
Do I have the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
As your slave, what am I supposed to do? Our mystery drama, The Children of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly. Nobody knows how or why it all happened. And actually, it doesn't matter. All those people who argued about the end of everything, who warned, who threatened, who pleaded, those who hastened it, and those who tried to prevent it, all of them are gone. Long ago, they became dust. And long ago, that very dust has been blown into the skies and washed into the streams and the oceans. And who could ever find it today? For a few short millennia, they ruled this earth with their great tools of metal and fire, but they couldn't rule themselves. And when they finally turned on each other, it was awful to behold. They might have created a heaven. Instead, they produced a hell, and it consumed them. And now, others walk this world. My name is Gold. I am called Gold because my hair is yellow. It shines like that metal you can see shimmering sometimes in the stream. That metal, it's not really good for anything. You can't use it to edge or point a weapon. But it has such a bright and happy color. Like me. I'm not good for anything either. But I'm always bright, and I'm always happy. There are those who say that if I were not the son of the high priest, well, it's true.
I'm no good at hunting. Either animals or women. And I'm no good at reciting the law either.
Speak the first holy principle.
The first holy principle.
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Oh, yes, Father. Now I remember.
Speak the second holy principle.
The second holy principle.
Birth and death.
Birth and death.
She lives but to bear a child, and when he enters the world, she must leave it.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Gold.
Yes, Father.
You are my son, the only son of the high priest. One day you will be the high priest. You must be able to speak the ritual.
Yes, Father.
Now, repeat after me. The third holy principle won't...
I must admit, I never could understand it. I never could see why we couldn't live at peace with the women. We were always raiding and killing and capturing them. And they were always raiding and killing and capturing us. And why? Didn't we need each other to make the children? I once said to my father, why can't we and the tribe of the women live at peace? And he looked at me, and I could see the storm gathering in his eyes, and he shouted,
Blasphemy!
But, Father...
Silence!
I only want to know why.
All that you need to know is contained in the 10 holy principles.
But, Father, those principles don't tell me anything.
Psychiatric!
Father, it would seem to me that peace...
Frozen! Sound the signal drum.
Please, Father.
Build the fire.
No, Father.
Bind him to the stake.
Please, Father.
We must purify you.
No! I was purified. I was surrounded by leaping flames. And there's nothing like fire to teach a man wisdom. I became very wise that day. I learned that silence is the highest wisdom. And I never spoke about women, or war, or peace for a long time. Until the day my father sent for me.
Your time has arrived, Gold.
My time, Father?
The law says that you must also become a father. You are my only son, and you must take a woman.
Take a woman?
Take a woman, and have a son of your own.
You know me by now, Father. I couldn't capture a warrior woman.
You shall not disgrace me. Your time has come to capture a woman.
I'll be killed.
Then you will die in the embrace of the gods.
Why do we have to catch each other and kill each other?
This is the way it has always been. And this is the way it will always be.
And that was the answer I would always get. All morning would be spent in prayer to make sure my heart was pure. And all afternoon would be spent in sword fighting to make sure my hand was steady. And my teacher was the great hero of the tribe, an older man now. He had been the mightiest hunter of both animals and women, the mightiest hunter and the greatest killer. And that's why his name was Death.
Parry. That's it. Now I shall fight like a woman. Make use of your reach, your longer reach, to keep me outside. No. Never let a woman get close. No man is a match for their blinding speed. Keep her outside.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You'd either be dead or a prisoner.
I'm not very good at this.
I would say you're hopeless.
That's true.
Yes, you could be very good. You just don't care. Why is that, Gold?
Well, I don't believe in killing.
How is it possible for a man or a woman not to believe in killing? If we don't kill the women, they kill us. Now, you want to go out there and die?
No.
Pick up your sword, and we'll start all over again.
What can happen to a man who refuses to capture a woman when his time comes?
The law says he has to be put to death.
Where could a man go?
What do you mean?
You traveled more than anyone else. We have this part of the forest, which belongs to the men. And beyond the mountainside, a forest which belongs to the women. What else is there?
Nothing.
That isn't true. There must be more.
There's nothing else. Nothing.
I'll go around the forest of the women. Toward the river we can see from the hilltop.
Gold. Don't do it.
Why not?
Because it's a haunted place.
Then you've been there.
Yes. I've been there.
Well, what's it like?
I don't know.
Yes, but you say you've been there.
I don't know how to describe it. There are stones.
Stones? What's so remarkable about stones?
They're very large. And they're placed one on top of another.
Why would anyone wish to place stones one on top of one another?
And other things, which I cannot describe, especially a thing that talks.
A thing that talks?
Yes. A thing in the shape of a square stone. Except that it is not a stone because it is very light to the touch.
And it talks.
It talks.
What does it say?
It's blasphemous, so I must not repeat.
Blasphemous? How?
It speaks of men and women. And both men and women speak from it.
How is it done?
I picked it up from the ground, and as I held it in my hand, something moved beneath my finger, and the voices seemed to pour forth from it.
But this is madness.
Ask your father.
My father?
He was there with me.
The high priest.
Ask him.
What is this place he speaks of, Father?
It could only be the place of our ancestors.
How do you know?
They were people like us, men and women together. And that's why they were punished.
Punished? How?
Great flames destroyed their world.
Why?
Because they lived together in defiance of the gods.
How do you know this, Father? How?
They told us.
Who told you?
They did. Their voices spoke to us from the box that Death told you about. They said they were being punished for arrogance.
But
they were great people, mighty shapers of metal. They were wiser than we are in so many ways, except in one. They did not believe in the gods. They denied the gods. And you, my son.
Is that what they said?
And you, my son. Do you not also deny the gods?
No longer, Father. No longer.
Then you will go to the land of the women. You will capture one and bring her home.
Yes, Father.
Then there is no longer any doubt?
No, Father.
Do you believe in the 10 holy principles?
Yes, Father.
Then go. Capture your woman, my son. I give you my blessing.
Well, the ultimate enemies, men and women. And in the primitive world of the future, and who is to say this is not our future? The combat is ceaseless and unrelenting. But here and there, we have the doubters, the questioners, the boat rockers, who ask unsettling questions. We'll have quite a bit of that when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Our story has postulated a strange, savage world, far in the future, where combat is the order of the day, and the combatants are men and women. They capture each other, they use each other, and then they kill each other. And if you stop to think about it, actually, in a way, that's not too different from how things are right now. But why bother with truth when we can enjoy fiction?
And so, I was pronounced fit and ready to capture a woman. And the tribe held a great ritual celebration for me. There were prayers and dances. Mighty tales were told of great feats by heroes who had already captured many women. And finally, armed with my father's spear and sword, I was led to the edge of the forest, the forbidden forest, by my teacher and sponsor, Death.
Are you frightened, Gold?
No.
Say the truth.
Well, yes.
Remember what I taught you?
Yes, I remember.
They're very good fighters inside. Never let a woman get close enough to use her dagger.
I remember.
No, you won't remember. In the heat of the fight, you'll do what's in your heart.
I wish I knew what was in my heart.
Before this night is over, you may find out.
Slowly, I walked away from him, and soon I was alone. All alone in the forest. I'd never been alone in my life. And now, I was all by myself. How frightening it is to be alone in the world. What was to become of me? Now I had to kill or be killed. Capture or be captured. I'd never done anything like this in all my life. And then, I heard it. The sound of a spear striking the tree I was leaning against. It landed scarcely an inch away from my throat. The entire spear had buried itself in the trunk. The shaft was still quivering. A powerful arm had hurled that missile. And then, I saw her standing some 30 feet away. She was tall, like me, blonde, like me. She was wearing a shirt of fur, like me. And in her hand, she was holding the long, murderous, two-edged blade the women always carry.
I missed you on purpose. Throw down your spear if you dare.
Why? Why did you miss me?
I want a capture, not a kill. Will you fight?
Bad. Bad, very bad. No one ever said so out loud. No one would dare to admit it. But between us and the women, there was a kind of... Well, it was an understanding. If a man and a woman should encounter each other, and they felt they were evenly matched, they would pretend that they didn't meet, and go their separate ways quietly. You only risked combat when you felt you could win. The fact that she had decided to challenge me was a bad sign. Why couldn't I have encountered a small, puny woman? This one appeared to be so alert, so capable. But what could I do? How could I refuse to fight? Besides, she looked as if she could outrun me.
You're not very good. I could have run you through. You should have learned to fight before you came out. This is too easy.
Still, you're handsome. You should father a beautiful girl for me. But first, I must disarm you.
I was her prisoner. There was no escaping my fate. It would be useless to try to run away. We had met in combat, and the gods had decreed the winner. There was nothing to do now but submit.
What's your name?
Gold.
Gold. I see why. Poor Gold. Bright, shiny. But so soft.
And what do they call you?
You will call me mistress, because you are now my slave.
Have I the right to know your name?
You have no rights at all.
Will you tell me your name?
My name is Flower.
Flower?
Oh, I see you're easily amused.
I don't know how it is among the women, but among us, a name describes a person. I'm like Gold. My friend is a great killer. He's called Death. One who runs swiftly is named Deer.
It's the same with us.
You're hardly a flower. Am I your first captive?
Oh, no. And you won't be my last. I hope, for your sake, that you'll do better than the others.
What do you mean?
Oh, why do men talk so much? What does it matter? Come. We have a ceremony to perform.
I was taken to the village of the tribe of the women. And it was very much like the place of the men. Like the men, the women lived in tents made of fur. Like the men, the tent of the high priestess was larger and finer than all the rest. And like ourselves, they had built a huge stake in the center of the village. If they weren't women, and if I weren't a slave, I would have thought I was at home. I was taken before the high priestess. She was a tall, handsome woman.
You are?
Gold.
You are the son of...
the high priest.
A good catch. I give you my blessing.
Well, that's a good sign.
What are you saying?
You're blessing me. That means...
That means I wish you to be the father of a girl who will bring glory to her people.
Oh. I had thought, perhaps, that you...
You? You are of no importance, no consequence. You are merely an instrument. And when you have performed your mission, you shall be cast aside.
You mean killed?
These things are the will of the gods. As the son of a high priest, you should know that better than anyone else.
I don't really know very much about it.
It is clear to me that you do not know very much about anything, including the most important thing of all.
What is that?
How not to get captured.
Well, here you are.
Yes, here I am.
I was looking for you.
Do you want me to come back to the tent?
Yes, we have a ritual to perform.
All right. It's such a beautiful night, though.
Beautiful? What do you mean by a beautiful night?
Well, look.
At what?
Well, at the stars. The moon.
We see those every night.
Yes. I suppose so.
And yet, every night you stare at them? As if you've never seen them before?
Every day. Every night. I look at the sun, trees, mountains, the streams, the moon, the stars, as if I'm seeing them for the very first time.
You do? Why?
Why?
Yes, why? What purpose does it serve? Wouldn't you have been better off to study sword fighting?
Better off?
Well, if you had, I might have been your prisoner and slave, instead of how it is now.
That's your good luck, isn't it?
It's the will of the gods.
What would you do if one day you suddenly asked yourself, what if there were no God?
You shouldn't say that.
Why not?
Because you're very close to the next world. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
If I have a child, you will die at the moment of its birth. If the child is a boy, it will be killed with you.
How would you feel about that?
Feel? These things are decided by the gods. And if by the time the first snow falls, there's no sign that I'm to have a child, you will be sacrificed to the gods in any event.
Then I might as well be happy while I can.
I don't think the gods want me to have a child.
No?
You're my... I have captured 5 slaves, and I've never... It's cold. There's a sudden chill in the air.
Winter is coming.
We should go back into the tent.
You sent for me, priestess.
The snow is on the ground, Gold.
I know that.
We will miss you.
You will...
I had never said anything like this before. How could I, to a man? But you are different. You make people smile.
I wish I knew why.
The gods, they made you different. They made you happy. Perhaps they should have realized this and protected you. Although I am not criticizing the immortal gods.
And since I believe I'm due to see them soon, I'll tell them that.
You must die 7 days after the first snow, since flower is still barren. Prepare yourself for death.
Prepare myself? What am I supposed to do to prepare myself?
I cannot understand such a question.
I would imagine that the best way to prepare yourself for death is to lead a long, full, happy life. What do you want me to do in a week?
You're a madman. Do what is sensible. Prudent people always do.
And what's that?
Pray.
Why? Do I have a chance to get the gods to change their minds?
Pray that they will give you another life after this one, and that in time you will be born again, but as a woman.
Gold? Gold, wake up.
What is it?
Gold, I want you to close your eyes and pray to the gods.
All right. But why?
Because I'm going to kill you.
You're going to kill me?
I don't know why.
Don't you have a reason?
Pray to the gods to accept you in the other world.
I know I'm supposed to be killed.
Pray to be born again.
But the week isn't over.
Pray.
I believe I still have 2 days.
I could have killed you while you slept, but I wanted you to know why.
Well, I appreciate that.
You must know why, Gold. You must know why.
All right. Why?
It's because of the way I feel toward you.
How do you feel toward me?
I don't know. But I do know what I feel is wrong. Do you hate me?
No. I don't hate you.
Well, you should. I'm a woman, and you're a man. And the gods tell us that you have cast a spell on me.
What do you mean? A spell?
I have a feeling that it is new. Tonight I looked up at the moon and the stars, and it was as if I was seeing them for the first time. Everything seems different and exciting and wonderful. What have you done to me, Gold?
I don't know.
I've gone mad, and the gods are punishing me.
For what?
For not hating you, for not wanting you to die. And so, to prove to the gods that I still obey and believe them, I must kill you myself. Right here. Now.
Flower. don't.
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. And, in this case, angry. Well, these sworn foes, these warrior men, these Amazon women of the far and distant future, how can they finally resolve their differences? Or can they ever? The scheduled time for all resolution is, as you know, the third act, which I shall bring you here in just a few moments. Have you... Does the future repeat the past? There are those sages who will insist the future is merely the past in another variation. Perhaps. It is said that in the dim and distant beginnings of the race, men and women vied for supremacy. As we know, the men won this time. But suppose there comes a time when the world has to begin all over again.
I must kill you.
Very well. Go ahead. Kill me. It'll be better. Quicker. Easier for me than the stake. Go ahead.
No.
Why?
I can't.
I want you to. I would rather.
I can't kill you, and that's all there is to it.
Is this flower talking? Flower? Blood red flower?
Something has happened to me. I'm frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. I've never been frightened in all my life, and now you frighten me. Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you can.
But I do, because you frighten me, too.
Gold?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
Gold. This is the ritual we must perform on the eve of sacrifice. Are you ready?
Well...
We must recite the 10 holy principles. You know them, of course, since you are the son of a high priest.
I know ours. How would I know yours?
Repeat after me the first holy principle. Man is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Woman is the embodiment of all that is evil.
Do not blaspheme at this time and in this place.
But, priestess, that is what I was taught. Woman...
I am speaking of the law, as it was revealed to our ancestors.
But I am only speaking the law that was revealed to our ancestors.
Repeat after me the second holy principle. Man but lives to give woman a child. And when she enters the world, he must leave it.
Woman lives but to bear a child, and when he enters...
Gold!
But this is how my father taught me.
Your father is in error.
Why?
The answer is evident. Your father is a man. Men are incapable of understanding the holy laws.
Why?
Because they have neither the intelligence nor the piety.
Are we talking about the same God?
The holy gods are the holy gods. They rule alone. There are no others.
I am sure that there is a misunderstanding somewhere.
I shall save you from yourself. I shall not permit you to insult the gods further. And so, when you die tomorrow, they will accept you. Return to your tent.
I've had other slaves. All of them had to die. I never thought about it. It never bothered me.
The truth is, you've also cast a spell over me.
What's it like?
I don't know.
Oh, Gold, I wish... It's so fantastic. I don't think I could tell you.
Why not?
Because...
I feel that I could tell you anything.
The fact is, I'm a practical person. And no one who is alive today, either man or woman, ever heard the gods speak.
That's true.
And so Since they spoke so long ago, we don't really know what they said. And we can never really find out unless...
Unless?
Unless they should choose to speak again.
Flower, listen. We can hear the gods speak.
How?
There's a place. Do you know it? It's called the place of our ancestors.
The forbidden place.
I know a man who's been there.
And he wasn't struck dead?
No. And he said he had heard the voices of the ancestors.
How? It's been so many years since the ancestors perished.
He heard their voices.
How?
I don't know. He said the voices had been captured and placed in a thing.
Magic?
I don't know.
Well, what did the ancestors have to say?
He couldn't tell me.
Why?
Because he was afraid to listen. The ancestors, don't you see? The gods spoke to our ancestors. The ancestors, they can tell us what the gods said.
Let's ask them.
How can we? It's the forbidden place.
I'm not afraid. Are you?
But if we go, then you will be...
I know. I will be put to death. But they'll have to capture me first.
Flower, do you mean that you would die for me?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
I would die for you, too. And I don't know why, either. Are you afraid?
Yes, I am. The ancestors lived here.
The stones heaped one atop another, so high.
These must be... what, tents?
The ancestors made tents. Of stone?
Yes, they'd be strong. One would be safe from attack.
Yes, but that didn't save our ancestors. They died anyway.
Why did they die, Gold? Why?
Inside one of these tents is a thing shaped like a square stone. Must be the snare that has captured the voices of the ancestors. We must find it.
And must we go inside the stone tents?
Don't be frightened, Flower.
I'm not frightened. As long as I'm with you.
That's how I feel.
What is this place?
I don't know. I can't even imagine.
Along the walls. Pictures, such as we try to draw on rocks with the juices of berries.
And such pictures.
These people. Our ancestors.
Look. Men and women. Together.
And children. Boys and girls.
What does this mean?
It means they sinned. And that's why they were destroyed.
No.
Why do you say no?
But look at their faces. See how happy they are. These are good people.
If they were good people, why did the gods destroy them?
I don't know. If only... Wait a minute. You see that? See that thing? It looks like a square stone on the ground.
Yes?
That's where the voices are.
How can we make it speak?
My friend said he picked it up, and something gave beneath his fingers, and the voices came out. So, let me see.
No, don't.
Why? Why not?
It might be blasphemy to touch it.
But it's why we came here.
Then, let us pick it up together.
Now.
Yes, I have this end.
It's light. It's so light.
Why doesn't it speak?
Because something is supposed to move.
Wait. Something has started. What's that?
The gods.
My name is David.
My name is Lorna.
Very soon now,
we will have destroyed the world.
It's the gods. The gods speaking.
We had everything to live for. Every reason to be happy and prosperous.
All we had to do was love each other.
Why didn't we love each other?
Why did we hate each other?
Hate. Like an army of invading locusts that destroyed everything in its slow, deadly march across the world.
In the end, hatred became the universal measuring rod. Hatred. It drove us all mad.
And once we started to hate, we couldn't stop.
Those who were of different colors hated each other.
Those who lived in different places hated each other.
The young and the old hated each other.
And even men and women hated each other.
And the circle became smaller and smaller.
And finally, you had to hate everyone who wasn't you. But all God ever told us to do was love each other.
And we didn't do it.
We couldn't do it.
And so, we destroyed ourselves.
The bombers, the missiles, are now in the sky. I love you, David.
I love you, Lorna. And I pray that God will allow our words to live somehow. And that sometime, someone will listen.
We are the children of death.
May you who hear this always be the children of life.
I love you, David. What did she mean? What does it mean? Love.
I love you, Flower. I love you.
Oh. I love you, Gold.
The gods didn't destroy the ancestors.
The ancestors, they destroyed themselves.
Just as our people will destroy themselves. Flower, we must bring this box back to our tribes, yours and mine. We must say to the people, listen. Listen before it's too late.
But Gold, they'll only...
Only what?
Nothing. It doesn't matter. Gold, I love you.
And so they took what they could only imagine as a magic box back to their people. And now we're going to let you write the end to the story. Because what is the fate of the prophet who brings the word? Is he greeted with bread or a stone? Were they hailed because they were saviors? Or were they destroyed because they were saviors? Let your own hopes and your own visions, or your own doubts and your own fears, supply the final chapter. I'll be back shortly.
I'm Joanne Woodward on behalf of the National Society for Autistic Children. Autism is a neurological disorder that affects behavior and communication. With proper research, education, and care, these children can learn and have a life of dignity. They deserve a chance. Please write National Society for Autistic Children, Post Office Box 8646, Albany, New York, 12208.
Unleashed becomes the master. Or, he who rides a tiger dare not dismount. Put it any way you please. Hate is a fire that requires constant fuel. And sooner or later, he who hates must finally be consumed by the flames. Isn't it simpler to love? Of course it is. And we love to have you here 7 times each week. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Marion Seldes, Evie Juster, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall.
The picture of the cowboy, the saloon, the sheriff with his 2 guns, and the wild and lawless men with the rough exterior and the smooth drawl was reasonably authentic. This is a story about that era. Our mystery drama, The Blue Roan Stallion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Long before the middle of the 19th century, the American Indian was doomed. The buffalo that once roamed his vast lands and on whom he depended not only for food, but every other aspect of his life, was being wiped out. Cattle now grazed where once the buffalo roamed, and the land they grazed was no longer Indian land, but the white man's. Cowboys and Indians were natural opponents from their roots. This is the story of one young man who was a part of both, and of a phantom symbol that tied them both to the past.
What is it, little buffalo?
Something strange, Mother. Beautiful.
A blue roan stallion.
Silhouetted against the setting sun. He's not one of our horses.
Oh, yes, he is. Or was.
Not this Cheyenne tribe. If it wasn't getting to be night, I'd try to take out after him and catch him.
You never would. Come here, little buck. No, I mean Dan.
I'm not ashamed of my Indian name.
So you saw the blue stallion?
No, I saw a blue roan. I think it was a stallion.
You saw the blue roan stallion. It came for me.
Came for you?
Let me talk. First of all, the legend. In this Cheyenne tribe, the greatest warrior and counselor of all was...
Straight arrow?
Oh, no, not your father. Except to me. I meant Lone Gray Buffalo.
My father's father.
The father of the man I lived with in this tribe until he died. It was Gray Buffalo's horse, and when he died, the great winter of the beaver, his horse died too. The legend has it that his stallion gave his life so that he might carry his child across the wide water to the happy hunting grounds. Your father saw him out there by the edge of the aspen the night before he took sick, and the chiefs sent for you.
I'm sorry I didn't get here in time to say goodbye.
He would have liked that. I'm glad you are here with me at the last.
I'm glad I'm here to make sure nobody turned his back on you.
Oh, they wouldn't have. I'm accepted now after all these years as one of them. As you are, I hope, in the other world.
Because nobody figures me with blue eyes and red hair for a half-breed. I find it hard to believe sometimes there can be any Cheyenne in me. Was he really my father?
Yes, son. And even though I sent you away all those years ago to live outside the tribe,
he still remembered you as his favorite son because you were born of our union. I wanted better for you.
Better? The Cheyenne are better men than their white brothers.
No. They are a dying race. I wanted the future for you. That's why I sent you to your aunt in Abilene. You said in your letters you studied at school.
I did, Mother. I did. I can read and write.
Oh, go there by the head of the cot and look in the par's flesh. Your father left you one of his treasures there.
His Spencer rifle.
His most prized possession next to his horse. You may have walked into this camp, but you'll ride out of it. And armed.
Not without you. That's what I came back for.
No. I shall ride another horse. Listen. He is calling me.
Who?
The blue roan stallion. And seated on his back. To lift me in the arms and sweep me away as he did over 20 years ago. Young and straight in light bronze. The muscles rippling under his skin. The face fierce and proud. And the back straight as the arrow that gave him his name. Yes, straight arrow. I am coming again to share your teepee and your blanket. My love, freely given, never taken, always given, never dying. Only waiting to begin again across the great water.
Mother.
You have to make me proud of you. And that is more reward than I can ask for you. Go. Quickly open the fire.
Yes.
There he is. Sitting on the blue stallion. Waiting for me. So closely. And you will see me. Joy.
Mother. Oh, no. Dead. The last link anywhere. Now I'm alone. And there is no home. I came down off the edge of the mountains, across the flatlands, heading southeast back towards Texas. I had a good horse between my legs and a rifle I could drop a prairie dog with at 100 yards. It was summer, and before me I could see a far mile. I'd have never have seen him if it hadn't have been for the vultures. A big, heavy man, well-dressed, lying on his back, fighting to keep his eyes open. A Colt 44 cocked and ready in his lap if one of them came too near. You want to put up your gun? I'll give you some water.
Gun is for the buzzards, not you. A drink. I'd take it kindly.
Here. Oh, hold on. Come at it easy. You'll tie up your belly in knots.
Oh, damn fool. I know better. Only when you hanker this hard for a drink, No, that's enough for now.
How long you been here?
Well, since yesterday afternoon. My horse shied at a rattler. It threw me. Oh, my leg's broken. Oh, my ranch isn't too far from here. And horse, we could make it by nightfall.
You're not in any shape to ride. Let's have a look at that leg.
It's just below the knee.
Yeah. Shin bone. Tibia.
Hey, what are you? A doc?
No, just the son of a school teacher. Here. What is it, huh? It's a piece of rawhide fringe off my jacket. Fold it up so you can bite on it. What for? I'm going to set that leg of yours, and it's going to hurt. I'll have to use my rifle stock for a splint. Had to cut your pants leg away anyway, so we might as well use it to tie that splint secure.
Oh, you get that bone in place so I can walk again. I don't care. You stripped me naked as I was born.
We don't have to go that far. You're not doing any walking. You ride, I'll walk.
Oh, you ride Indian style? No saddle?
It was a long winter for cowhams.
Well, you get me back to my ranch, son, and you don't have to worry about winters as long as you want to ride, fence, herd, or cattle drive for the Crown M. My name is Hale Chalmers.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Chalmers. Dan's what they call me. Dan Bowles will do.
Oh, wow. What would do better?
Nothing. That's my name.
Okay, Dan Bowles. Let's get tracking. We got a right for a piece to go before we make it to home.
It would have been far, traveling as we were, me on foot and Mr. Chalmers barely supporting himself on Baldy's back, if long before we ever got in sight of the ranch, we had run into all the hands led by the foreman, Mike Patterson, sweeping the range as far north and south as I could see, looking for Mr. Hale. Behind them was a buckboard with Doc Nate Reynolds driving, and as soon as he checked out Mr. Chalmers' leg, we all took out for the ranch, reaching there before dark. Before he passed out finally, Mr. Chalmers had told Black Mike, as I later found everyone called him, to sign me on.
Put your horse in the corral. I'll take you up to the horse house, Bowles.
Thank you kindly.
You travel kind of light. Injun pony?
Yeah.
You steal them?
Nope.
Hell, I don't care. Them mangy Injuns, they got anything to take, I'd take it after all the grief they brought us Christian men.
You don't like Indians, Mike?
No, I don't. I can smell them out like a rattler can a prairie dog. And on this land, I'm ranch boss. And the name is Mr. Patterson.
So in one day, I'd made a friend and an enemy. The friend I could reckon for sure. The enemy was just seat-of-the-pants hunch. I wasn't that bad in need of a job. I had to work under a ranch boss like him. And I might have considered real hard about signing on if it wasn't for a thing happened the next day.
Come.
Mr. Patterson said you wanted to see me, Mr. Chalmers.
I sure do, son. Come on in. Shut the door. Have some coffee with me.
Thank you, sir. I don't reckon I could stop for coffee. Mr. Patterson wants me out riding fence.
He does he? He signed you on like I told him?
Well, sir, I ain't rightly signed on yet. I reckon he wanted me to prove out, and I ain't made up my own mind the whole way.
Well, forget Black Mike. He's mean, ugly, cuss a lot of ways, but the best ranch boss a man could ask for. Go on, sit down. Pour yourself some coffee.
How's the leg this morning?
Well, it hurts. Means it's mending good, thanks to you. Got your rifle stock right here. Need some cleaning.
No, I'd rather tend to that myself.
Yeah, I figured you would. And I want to ask another favor of you.
Well, sure, Mr. Chalmers. I guess.
Now, come right down to it. I hope you'll consider signing on here. Because I need a man like you.
I'll think on it.
All right, now, second, you know where Miller's Junction is from here?
Unless it's moved in the last month or two, I do.
Well, my daughter's due in there tomorrow morning on the Union Pacific Railroad. Now, I can't pick her up myself, laid up like this. Now, would you take the buckboard in and pick her up for me? Now, you go to the bank and see Mr. Slade. Now, I'll give you a dispatch pouch. Now, he'll give you an envelope with money we need here for operating expenses and see you're roomed and boarded at the hotel.
You're putting an awful lot of faith in me, Mr. Chalmers.
I owe you my life. Why wouldn't I?
Supposing I was to take the money and keep right on going.
You won't. You meet my daughter, and I guarantee you won't. And we'll take it all from here.
I didn't know right then that I was going to meet my whole future, and that whether it ended in life or death was a toss of the coin, and not very far away.
Some curious instinct, perhaps bred from the half of him that came from Indian heritage, faintly struck an alarm bell deep within Dan. Shutting his eyes against the sun as he came out of the ranch house, he could almost glimpse far off the vision of the blue roan stallion, and hear against his heart the drumming of its hooves. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Coming events do cast their shadows before them. The trouble, of course, is that only in hindsight is that warning shadow perceived or realized, usually too late to change the march of fate. As with Dan Bowles, whistling softly to himself while he hitches up the buckboard, enjoying the prospect of the trip to town as any lone cowboy would.
Bowles, what in Sam Hill do you think you're doing?
Hitching up the buckboard to drive into Miller's Junction.
I told you I wanted you out riding fence.
Well, I got to go by the bone.
I'm the boss around here.
Yes, sir. Ranch boss. But I got my orders direct from Mr. Chalmers.
What orders?
Take the buckboard in to pick up Miss Chalmers tomorrow off the railroad and drive her home.
You're not picking up Mercy, I am. Don't you pull out of here till I get back from the main house, or I'll be right on your heels. And I'll be carrying iron.
I don't carry a gun. It's not a way for a man to prove he's a man. I know I can shoot. I had a rifle in my hand since I was 5 when my father first put it there. I can take the head off a prairie hen at 100 paces. So by the time Mike came back, I had my old Spencer lying easy in my hands. But I could see he was in no mood to fight.
Bowles, you finished hitching up the buckboard?
Yep.
I'm ordering you to forget the fences. You climb aboard and hit off for town like Mr. Chalmers told you.
Yes, sir.
But don't you get no big head. When you get Miss Mercy back here safe and sound, or you'll answer to me as well as to her father.
I reckon I'll do my best.
You better. You may be walking tall now, Red, but don't think it won't end with me cutting you down to size. I took a notion the minute I laid eyes on you there wasn't going to be room for both you and me on the same spread. When the train pulled in next day, it wasn't hard to spot Miss Chalmers. Only 2 people got off. One was a man who helped her down. She was a small person, dressed Eastern style in a long, silky dress, with a great wide hat of straw and her dark, chestnutty hair. Dark brown eyes so big and deep a man could drown in them. And I did. I was in love with her from that very first moment. Miss Chalmers?
Yes?
My name is Dan Bowles from the Crown M. Your father sent me here to meet you and see you back to the ranch.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Bowles?
Dan will serve, ma'am. I'm just a hired hand.
Oh, you must be something more if Daddy sent you to pick me up. And even if you weren't, we'll stick to Mr. Bowles. He's all right. Daddy's all right, isn't he?
Just laid up for a short spell.
Why?
Seems like his horse stepped in a gopher hole and throwed him.
He wasn't hurt bad.
Broke his leg is all. But only a shin break. You got some luggage I ought to be picking up.
Yes, I do.
So then I'll get you settled in the wagon and go fetch it.
I reckon I'll just trail your dust for a while. You are headed for quite a roundup.
You sure have a lot of belongings with you, Miss Chalmers, for a visit.
Who said it was just a visit?
Well, ain't you still schooling back east?
Ain't you still schooling? Oh, come on, Mr. Bowles. You can do better than that.
When in Rome, you know what they say.
Indeed I do. Do as the Romans do. But do you know who said it?
I believe it was St. Ambrose in reply to St. Augustine. Which ain't going to interest nobody too much west of the Missouri. Should we take on out, ma'am?
By all means, Professor. You seem to have the class well in hand.
You can josh me all you want, Miss Chalmers, but when it comes to class, well, I guess you could always show me my place. Hey, get out.
So you took the stock off of your rifle and made a splint for my daddy's leg.
Well, you know the prairie, Miss Mercy. There ain't much else at hand.
Ain't. Now, you know better than that.
Doesn't just seem to fit the surroundings.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of in education, I hope.
You're right. But it does irritate a lot of folks who never had a chance at it.
Oh, you've been finding that out at the ranch?
Maybe.
Not my father, certainly.
I wouldn't think so.
Mike Patterson, I bet.
I didn't say so.
You wouldn't have to. How come my daddy didn't send him to pick me up when he couldn't come himself?
And I reckon you'll have to ask him that.
I just reckon I will have to do that. I'll bet Mike was fit to be tied.
You and he have an understanding?
Now, that's better. Proper use of the subjunctive case, not you and him.
I said my mother was a school teacher.
Did she bring you up?
Sort of. I got most of my schooling in St. Louis.
To be a cowhand?
Oh, that came after I graduated. I went south and did a heap of wrangling. And then I went for cattle drives.
With your education, what made you choose that kind of life?
Oh, thought it was a way to come northwest to see my mom. And? A way of life, I guess. Gets bred into the bones and the blood. I love this country. I got my roots in it. And I'm a cattleman at heart. Hard to explain.
Not to me. Why do you think I brought all this baggage with me? Just for a visit?
I wouldn't know.
This ain't no visit, Dan. I'm back home where I belong. To stay.
Of course, she wasn't looking at me when she said that, but out across the flatlands to the mountains where the red was beginning to turn purple as the sun dipped low. But my heart gave a leap like it does when you hook some old trout, and I knew the first moment I got back I was going to sign on at the Crown M, in spite of Black Mike and the trouble I knew had to come between us sooner or later.
Mercy! Oh, Mercy, it's good to see you again.
Mike, nice to see you.
Here, let me help you down.
Thank you.
Hey, you Dan. Here, you can take the rig to the back door to offload it. We won't need you.
Mercy! Oh, come on and let me see you. Give me a hug.
Are you all right?
Oh, honey, never better except for this temporary game leg.
Daddy.
Oh, don't knock me off my pin.
Oh, it's so good to see you. It's so good to be home.
All right, boy. Let's get that buck wagon moving.
Hey, hold it, Mike. Hold it now. You can take the wagon. Dan and me have got some business. You, brought what I asked, Dan?
I did, sir. Right in the saddlebag beside me.
Yeah, bring it in, then.
Whatever you say, Mr. Chalmers.
All right, Mr. Toady. You won't be walking high and mighty long.
Yeah, so now, how do you like the better half of the Chalmers family, Dan?
Miss Mercy's a mighty fine lady.
If you're going to sign him on, Daddy, I think it ought to be his butler.
Well, don't you run down Dan Bowles, honey. I owe him my life, and according to Doc Reynolds, the fact that I'll be able to walk again.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of running him down. He's too good at doing that for himself. Well, I'm going upstairs to freshen up. Could someone bring me my bag?
Just as soon as Mike gets him off the wagon, I'll have the houseboy bring him up to you.
I won't be long.
Oh, yeah, she's a caution. But it's good to see her home. Come on in my office, son. We'll get that money in the safe. Yeah, well, it's all here.
Oh, I hope so. You don't think I'd be siphoning any off on you?
Well, I told you to buy yourself some gear. Now, at least you got some new clothes.
Oh, sure. I also picked up a saddle and such, but I used my own money.
Okay. That's as you please.
I still got some money laid by.
You going to sign on with me?
And I'm not right sure I should.
Why?
Well, one good reason. Your ranch boss and me, we don't hit it off so good.
Yeah, well, for all his drawbacks, he's the best I ever had.
Anything wrong, Mr. Chalmers?
No, just a twinge in my leg. Now, where were we?
About my signing on.
Yeah. Well, it isn't only what you did for me, but I'll tell you square out. Now, I took a liking to you from the first. And right at this time in my life, I don't know how to put it except I need you, Dan. Now, with Mercy home and determined to stay, she's just as taken by you as I am. I can tell. Well, I can't lay it out much plainer. I hope you'll stay, at least a while.
I reckon you don't have to twist my arm, Mr. Chalmers.
Oh, my damn, son, that lifts a heap off of my mind. While you were throwing your money around, you pick up a gun to carry on your hip,
No, sir.
Well, I got no choice, son. I have to warn you against Black Mike. He might call you out. You ought to be ready.
I'm ready, sir. But not with a gun. Never with a gun. A gun is to live by, not to die by. Easy to say, but the West of Dan Bowles' time wasn't ready to be that civilized, or to recognize any law beyond the simple solution of a lead slug. Dan Bowles is a man of principle, however, and his principles are to lead him into such dangerous traps that may sign his death warrant not once, but twice. I shall return shortly with Act 3. As the hot summer passed on, no threat of the violent events to come showed. Hale Chalmers' leg was healed, so he could ride his horses with his old abandon. Mercy settled back into the rhythm of ranch life. Mike Patterson was fully absorbed in the handling of the stock in preparation for the fall drive to market. And Dan, well, he was the fuse primed for the explosion. Because Hale used him as a minister without portfolio, a sort of second in command, circulated to every field of the ranch life and management. But a delayed fuse is just as dangerous as any other.
Where the devil do you think you're going?
Mr. Chalmers' orders. Taking Miss Mercy to town.
I need you to help cut out cattle for the market.
I guess you're just going to have to wait until I get back.
I'm telling you something, Bowles. I ain't going to wait much longer till you and me have a showdown. While you're in town, better get yourself a gun.
I feel right at home on the range. And I sure never do hear a discouraging word.
I'm sorry. I was thinking.
How about an encouraging word?
Oh, don't do that, ma'am.
Ma'am. But are you determined to sell yourself into slavery?
I have since I first met you.
Now that is more like it. Stop the horses.
We're running a piece behind town.
You won't. I will. All right, Dan Bowles. Let's you and me have a showdown. Don't you think it's about time?
Yeah, I reckon. Everyone wants to call me out. You ought to be the first.
Why me first?
Because you know you got me hog-tied and thrown. And what's the sense of keeping up the pretense?
Why would you want to?
I'm not worthy of you, Mercy.
Mercy. First time you called me that?
Yeah, and it should be the last.
Why?
Because if I let it stand and you let it stand, it changes a whole heap of things between us.
It doesn't change a thing, Dan Bowles. It just gets it out in the open. And about time. I am just not going to wait around any longer, and if you can't speak up for yourself, I will. I know you love me. Why don't you do something about it?
Mercy, you don't understand.
I don't want to understand. I just want you to tell me that you do.
It seems like I don't have to.
Well, you better. You kept me waiting long enough.
Oh, darling.
Whee! Oh, we'd better get on into town fast and round up that license. I may be a mite forward, but I still want to stay a decent woman.
The old buckboard was skimming over air. I knew I should turn it around and head back for the ranch and have my own showdown with Mr. Chalmers. But Mercy's eyes were shining. My heart was plumb ready to swell up and burst. We did have business in Miller's Junction. It was difficult to say goodnight, but finally Mercy went up to her room. I should have known better and gone to my own, but I thought a drink might clear my head. So I made the mistake of going to the bar.
Hey, bartender. Give me another blast of that rot gut and leave the bottle. Hey, join me, partner?
I buy my own, mister.
Oh, no offense. Just making a little play, Mr. Patterson. They tell me you're the ranch boss up at the Crown Inn.
What if I am?
Well, since you just rode in, I thought you might be looking to sign on some hands for the fall drive. Ooh, I'm ready, willing and able.
Oh, you got a horse and gear?
Sure.
Where'd you ride last?
Up Oregon way. You know, Lazy Key. Hey, wait a minute. You want the word on me? Well, you look at who just walked in. Well, boy, if it ain't old Red Injun himself. Hey, Dan, old partner. It's Pete Quiddy off the Lazy Q.
Hey, Pete. Great to see you. What you doing up this way?
Well, I run a drive up to Chisholm and was on my way home. Oh, boy, it is good to see you, Injun Dan. Hey, you could put a word in for me with the boss here, maybe, huh?
Injun Dan, huh? That's your usual nickname?
Some places.
How come?
My father was a Cheyenne.
I knew it. I could smell it the first time we met. A half-breed.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Don't be so fast, Whitby. If you're looking for a job, don't mess between us. Want to ride out to Crown Inn tomorrow? I think I can promise you one. Sure looks mighty definite there's going to be an opening.
Hey, Dan, I see something wrong?
No, it's nothing more than I should have said long before this. Bake, you got to help me out.
Just ask.
I want to borrow your horse and get back to the ranch. And I want to ask you to escort a lady out to the Crown M tomorrow by buckboard. I didn't know just what I had in mind, only that I wanted to talk to Mr. Chalmers before Black Mike did, even if it meant riding through the night to get back to the ranch. As I got to the corral...
All right, hold it. Hold it right there, Injun.
What?
You get yourself a fighting gun like I told you.
Oh, it's you, Mike. No, I didn't.
Well, it's too bad. I'll tell you what. I got me 2 guns. No, don't you even move toward that rifle. I'll just fire one of my guns in the air and plug you dead with the other. And I'll toss the other gun alongside you. There won't be no problem. An Indian don't have much rights in this country anyway. You're not getting mercy. All this ranch, or taking anything away from me, you understand? You better get ready to join your ancestors. I'm telling you, one man will never miss you now, knowing what you are. That's Hale Chalmers. I never figured that.
You all right, Dan?
Well, yes, Mr. Chalmers, but...
I was awake. Pain was bothering me. I heard him, Mike, ride up. Then you, Helpful Leather, come out on the porch to see what in tarnation was going on. I couldn't let him kill you. I owe you that at least.
He meant to murder me.
Yeah, I understand his feelings. My own were the same.
What do you mean?
I have a daughter, and I have a ranch, and I had a dream. I haven't long to live. When you found me half dead and set my leg and brought me home, I thought every prayer I ever made had been answered. I knew Mercy wouldn't stay east, that she had her roots back here. The ranch would be hers, but she needed a man to run it with her. And Mike Patterson, for all he wanted to be, was not the answer. It looked to me like you were. And it seemed to look that way to Mercy.
Mercy loves me, sir, as I do her.
She loves what she thinks you are, what I thought you were. Not some sneaking, dirty, below-contempt half-breed.
You speaking for yourself?
Or any right-thinking American.
I dispute your title. One half of me is more American than any wish or dream can make you. But it's an argument don't make no sense. I guess there's only one answer now.
Get out. While the getting's good.
Not for your sake, but for Mercy's sake.
Where's my daughter?
I left a friend of mine to escort her home. Don't worry. He's 100% not American, but white. I couldn't just walk out of Mercy's life without at least an explanation. So, riding my own horse and with Bakes on trail, I headed back for town. I was less than halfway there when I met them. The old buckboard swaying and lumbering as Bakes drove the horses full out.
Whoa there, boy. Now hold up.
Darling, are you all right?
I'm okay.
Oh, I thought you and Black Mike had tangled. Oh, Dan, I was afraid you might be dead.
No, not me.
Mike?
Your father shot him to save my life.
Oh, darling.
I never seen a man so stubborn in my life. Now, why don't you pack a gun?
Why don't you take your horse and ride on to the ranch, Bakes? There'll be more than one place for you there now.
But Miss Chalmers...
Dan can see me home safe.
Or, Mercy knows her own way.
Well, as you say. Dan, if what I said last night had...
Forget it, Bake. It had to come out. I should have made it clear long since.
Well, I just hope I didn't cause no trouble.
Well, I guess you know the truth by now.
You mean the awful truth?
Well, that depends on the point of view.
Well, my point of view is yours.
Yeah, but not your father's.
He has no right to think as he does. I love him, but he's wrong.
Yes, but that doesn't make me any more the right for you.
Well, there's one way to solve it all.
How?
Well, you wouldn't make a dishonest woman of me no matter how hard I've tried. Will you take me back to Miller's Junction and make me an honest one?
But your father...
Well, once it's all over with, it'll be too late for him to have any objections. Not that he has any right.
What do you mean?
That will be my wedding present to you, Dan. Or the best part of my dowry. I'll tell you on the way back to town.
If Mercy hadn't told me the whole story, I don't know if I ever would have gone through with it. But knowing the truth, I saw no reason not to, and we were married. The only thing I wouldn't do was run. I just had to make my peace with her father some way before we left, or at least let Mercy say goodbye to him. It was coming on to dusk by the time we set off back for the Crown M, and we were just going through a cut in the mountains when suddenly Mr. Chalmers showed up, loaded for bear. He drove his horse straight at us, stopping the wagon with a squeal and a groan, blocking the road as he got off.
Get out of that wagon, Injun.
Daddy, what are you going to do?
You stay out of this, Mercy. You get yourself a shooting iron yet, Injun Dan?
No, sir. Stay back, Mercy. Let me handle it.
Okay. I brought one for you. Here. Well, go on, pick it up and defend yourself. I don't shoot any man without a weapon. Even an Injun who'll sneak behind my back.
Daddy, listen to me.
You pick it up.
No, sir. If you want to shoot me, I offer you no excuse. The blue stallion. Remember I told you the sign of death in my family.
Pick up that gun.
Watch out, sir. The stallion.
Are you all right, darling?
Yes, I'm all right. But my rifle. Why did you fire? He didn't shoot.
I fired at the stallion. What happened to Daddy?
Your father...
Did I shoot him?
My heart. give out. Been living on borrowed time.
Oh, Daddy, Daddy.
It's all right, Princess. I couldn't have lived with... Oh, do you, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, there's something I have to tell you. Why?
Daddy, I've known for years. Ever since Mother died. What does it matter? I loved you just the same, and I never knew him. You were all the father I ever wanted. But I am not ashamed of my Indian blood.
You've got to understand. I loved her. It wasn't her fault. She was taken against her will. I was proud to marry her, to give her child, but to give you her name. Dan?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't have tried to put one man's guilt on all your race. Forgive me.
What's that?
The blue roan stallion.
Take care of the ranch. The crown have mercy. Don't worry about me. You'll carry me to rest.
Prejudice and bigotry die hard. A man like Hale Chalmers, for all his good points, could never have admitted that his daughter had other blood in her veins but his. But perhaps beyond the waters, where the great stallion carried him, he may find wisdom among his equals and learn to smoke with them the pipe of peace. I'll be back shortly. We're celebrating a bicentennial. 200 years ago, when our forefathers won their freedom, from the Missouri to the great mountain slopes of the West, the Indian and the buffalo roamed the central plains in freedom of their own. Today, both Indian and the animal he depended on for his life are almost extinct. Neither buffalo nor his hunter were able to adapt to a changing way of life. And yet, life is a constant change and challenge. Let's hope our America will continue, as it always has, to meet both challenge and change. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Rosemary Rice, Earl Hammond, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's Mystery Theater was brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio.
This is Barry.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Why, asks Mr. O'Hara, are we so afraid of loneliness, since it must become, eventually, the ultimate condition of us all? And yet loneliness is the most private and prevalent of all the sorrows in our society. Never in history has the world been so noisy, so crowded, and never have so many been so silent and so alone.
Just a minute. I'm coming. What's the rush? Yes? Oh, what do you... Oh, no, please, don't. Why do you want to shoot me? No!
mystery drama Help Wanted was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts and Carol Teitel.
1075 Bank Street.
They say you're only as old as you feel, but like so many other generalizations, this one, strictly speaking, isn't true either. The fact is, you're as old as society perceives you to be. And so if you live in a youth-oriented world, you can be put out to pasture much sooner than you ever thought possible.
Good morning, Miss Colfax.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Diaz.
What is there I can perform for you this morning, Miss Colfax?
Oh, I can wait till you're finished with this lady.
Oh, no, that is all right. She's thinking.
Well, I don't mind, my dear. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember what it was I came in here to buy. Oh, well, if you're sure you don't mind. No, not at all. Oh, well, Mr. Diaz, do you suppose... That is, I wonder if I might return this turkey.
There is something wrong with the turkey?
Oh, no, it's really quite a splendid bird.
Well, then, why do you wish to bring him back?
If it's too much trouble...
Oh, no. No, if something is wrong, you must tell me.
Well,
Oh, you must not be afraid. Because I call up the wholesale man, I raise hell. I say to him, what are you pulling? Hey, if you think you can sell Juan Martin Diaz bad turkeys, then, my friend, you are yourself the turkey. Come, we'll look him over.
Oh, but really, there's nothing wrong with the turkey. It's the finest, the most beautiful, the most plump, and I'm sure the most tender turkey I could ever hope to buy.
Hey, if he is all these things, then maybe I did not charge you enough for him, huh?
Oh, it's not the turkey's fault.
Miss Colfax, ¿qué pasa? What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Diaz, they're not coming.
Not coming? Who is not coming?
Robert. My son, Robert, and his wife, and the children.
Oh.
This year, he said they would come for sure. So I...
Hey, you know what you want, Miss Colfax. You want a little cup of coffee?
I plan to make a dinner.
No, you come. You try the coffee, huh? Hey, nice and hot.
All his favorite dishes. Especially turkey.
Here. Now, you drink some, huh?
He promised this year, positively.
No, you drink, and soon you'll feel so good.
But just this morning, he called, and he said...
Now, Miss Colfax, you just take it easy, you know.
He said there was a last-minute change in plans.
Well, what can you do?
And he wouldn't be able to get away.
Yes, I know these things happen. You gave me that turkey. I put him back in the freezer, and we say no more about it, huh? Yes? And I owe you $11.47. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Diaz.
The children today, they forget.
I knew you'd understand.
Once they don't need you no more, they don't want you no more. You work hard. You send the boy to school. He gets a good job. Now he has his own family. And what does he do? Huh? He forgets his mama.
No, that isn't true. You mustn't say that.
Once a year, he can't even find a Sunday to come home to see his mama.
You don't understand. Robert's busy. He's very busy.
Nobody is too busy for the Bible. You know what it says in the Bible. Honor your father and your mother.
You don't understand. Robert has a very responsible position. Without him, everything in the company comes to a standstill. Something extremely serious must have come up.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah,
After all, he just can't leave everything and take a 300-mile trip. He's too busy.
Too busy to see his mama?
Don't you say another word about my son. Don't you dare.
Oh, sure. Okay, sure. I don't say anything.
Who do you think you are, you stupid foreigner? I'll never set foot in this place again.
some people...
I don't think she meant that, Mr. Diaz.
Yes, I do.
She's really an old and tormented human being.
Sure, yes.
You look at her face, into her eyes, and you see, you know she can never be happy again.
That is too bad.
I would like to help her.
You would?
Yes, I really would.
Operator, I want to place a person-to-person call to Mr. Robert Colfax in Carter City. The number is 555-8585. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure if I could just talk to him again. Oh, I'd better turn that music down. After all, maybe I could go visit him, even if Evelyn doesn't. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, well, just keep ringing. I'm sure he has to be home. Oh, well, all right. I'll place the call again. Thank you. Oh, just a minute. I'm coming. Yes? What do you... Oh, no. Oh, please, don't. Please, don't shoot me. Why do you want to shoot me?
Just a minute. Coming. Artie. Hello, dear.
Aunt Millie, you're doing it again.
Doing what again?
How many times must I tell you?
Really, Artie, dear, where are your manners? You haven't even said hello.
Well, this is more important.
Nothing is more important than plain and simple everyday courtesy.
Do you know what you did, Aunt Millie? You turned the handle and opened the door. It wasn't even locked.
Oh, dear, I simply forgot.
Well, you just can't afford to forget. And now, after you close it, turn the lock. Make it an automatic thing.
Mm-hmm. I spent most of my life in a place where people never bothered to lock their doors.
Well, those days are gone forever, I'm afraid.
Oh, I suppose so. Let me make you a nice cup of tea.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Millie, but I'm here on business.
What sort of business could you possibly have with me?
Well, police business.
Oh, my goodness. Have I done anything?
I guess it has to do with what we were just talking about. Keeping your door locked. Evidently, another lady in this neighborhood didn't do it, and so she's dead.
Murdered?
Yes.
Are you saying that someone just walked into her apartment and shot her? Oh, Artie.
We have another murder of an elderly woman. It's the 5th in less than 2 months.
Oh, no.
Well, she lived just down the street. Her name was Colfax. Mrs. Anna D. Colfax.
Well, why is that name familiar?
Well, it turns out you're one of the last people to have seen her alive.
Colfax.
She lived all alone, a kind of short, thin lady, about 70.
Just a minute, Artie.
Well, I was checking the neighborhood, and I went into this little grocery store. The owner, a man named Diaz, said that...
Yes, of course. That's where I saw her.
Yeah, you were there when she came in. This was an hour before she was murdered.
Oh, I feel awful.
Mr. Diaz says she was very angry when she left.
Well, I suppose you might say she was, on the surface. Actually, she was hers.
How well did you know this, Mrs. Colfax?
Well, on the one hand, I didn't know her at all. But on the other, you could say I knew her very well.
Well, for just a few minutes, Aunt Millie, forget that I'm your little nephew and talk to me as Detective Lieutenant Arthur McCrae, who is charged with solving a very serious homicide.
All homicides are serious, Lieutenant.
Yes, but this is even more serious because somebody's going around killing elderly ladies, and the police department is being accused of negligence, inefficiency, callousness. You name it. Therefore, somebody in the police department is going to be at fault, and you're looking at him.
Oh, Artie, that isn't fair.
Well, so, Aunt Millie, do not, I beg you, give me answers that consist of, on the one hand, we have this, but on the other hand, we have that.
It's true. I didn't know her until I met her just for a few minutes in Mr. Diaz's store. And then I realized that I knew her very well.
All right, now, what do you know that could help me as a cop?
She was lonely.
Yeah, we know she lived alone.
No, that's not the same thing. I live alone, but I'm not lonely. She was disillusioned with the world. She felt exploited, ill-used. She was bitter, angry, frustrated.
Well, those were all good reasons why she might want to kill somebody. The question is, why would somebody want to kill her?
For those very same reasons.
I think you just lost me.
Do you remember your equations in mathematics and chemistry, physics? The basic principles that hold for all of them?
Remember? I don't think I ever learned them.
Both sides of the equation had to balance.
Dear Aunt Millie, what has this got to do with...
You must look at murder as an equation.
Okay, what is this now?
Stated this way. Killer plus motive equals victim.
Of course. Therefore, victim equals motive plus killer. So, where am I?
Everywhere or nowhere. It all depends.
That's what I like about you, Aunt Millie.
The tea is ready. And don't say you have no time.
All right.
I know you like yours with lemon.
Aunt Millie, I really have another reason for being here.
Oh, of course. All motives are complex. Nothing is ever simple.
You shouldn't be living alone. I mean, certainly not down here.
Oh, now, dear, I have to live alone because I'm alone in the world.
That isn't true. Janie and I would love to have you stay with us.
Oh, dear Artie.
I mean it.
Of course you do. But you see how you said it? You said, stay with us, as if I would be a guest.
Oh, look, however I may have said it, Janie and I are sincere about it.
Certainly. But there's no room for me in your lives.
Aunt Millie.
No, not on a daily basis, no. People need their privacy. And that's why I have to live alone. Also, I have to live in this neighborhood because it happens to be the only place I can afford.
We worry about you.
Really, dear, I'm very, very careful. Oh, true, I may forget to lock my door from time to time, but on the whole, I exercise the greatest caution, honestly.
Will you have dinner with us on Sunday?
Of course.
Please, promise me to keep your door locked.
Artie, I better talk to you.
Aunt Millie, I've got work to do.
It's Sunday.
Well, there's no such thing as Sunday for a police officer.
But there is for a police officer's wife.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
I realized I could do one of two things. I could help Janie with the dishes, or I could come in here and talk to you.
I have to nail this killer.
It's very hard on Janie.
She knew what it would be like married to a cop.
Not really. She only discovered afterward.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
I wish I could help.
Aunt Millie, this isn't exactly your field.
It's more mine than yours.
Well, with all due respect, what do you know about police work?
And what do you know about old ladies? That's what this case is about, isn't it? Someone in the neighborhood hates little old ladies. Hates them enough to commit murder.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Aunt Millie. I just think I may have a clue.
So soon?
How long does it take After all, the name of the game is insight. The native ability to suddenly see the gold in the dross, the wheat in the chaff. Some people's insight works more quickly than others. Already, Artie thinks he sees something. Do you? We'll check it out in the second act. Murder. We speak of it as an aberration. Yet it is one of the oldest of all human activities. It is, as we have learned, the final solution, the ultimate argument. To all people of goodwill, it is abhorrent, yet fascinating. Why do people kill? Is the reason simple or complex? It all depends.
Aunt Millie, I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel, but I'm thinking back to what you said the other day. You know, when I first spoke with you?
Well, I'm sure I said a great many things, Artie.
All right, let me sort this out. I was looking for leads, and I walked into this little grocery store.
Yes, Mr. Diaz's place.
It turned out she shopped there.
Well, most people around here do. He's very accommodating.
And I asked him when he had seen the Colfax woman last. He replied about an hour before. And I asked him if anyone else had been in the store. He mentioned you. Now, in talking with him, I got the impression that he didn't care much for Mrs. Colfax.
Why?
Oh, it's a subjective thing. I just got the feeling that he didn't like her. But I could be wrong.
He's really a very nice person. I remember telling you that.
Yeah, he can still be a nice person and not like her at the same time.
What are you trying to say, Artie?
Why didn't Mr. Diaz like her?
Well, I didn't exactly say he disliked her. Why, I suppose he did have some justification.
Justification? That's a good word. It's the first time I've encountered anything even remotely like it on this case.
Oh, now, don't build this up.
Look, why don't you just try telling me?
Well, she insulted him.
How?
Well, she said something very stupid.
What?
Well, it was something very unfeeling, unfair, and untrue, and certainly uncalled for.
Yes?
Are you going to force me to repeat it?
I'm afraid I have to.
She said he was a stupid foreigner.
Oh.
Well, but of course she was almost hysterical.
Why?
Well, it happens quite often. They're under terrible stress, and so you bare your soul to someone. After you've done it, you feel that you really had no business doing it, so you hate the person you unburdened yourself to.
The fact is, she did insult Mr. Diaz.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Diaz is too much the gentleman to hold that against her.
You never know how deeply an insult can cut. You know, how much it can burn.
Surely you're not implying that Mr. Diaz could be the... Oh, no, I won't even say it.
No, I won't say it either. But at least I have a motive.
Well, would he kill her just because she said
I'm
something?
not saying he would or he wouldn't. I'm only saying that finally I've got something. And maybe it's a way to go.
All right, Artie, what do you got?
Inspector, I'm not sure.
Well, now, the media is roasting us alive.
I think I have a focal point.
And what does that mean?
A place where everything can come together.
Oh, and where is that?
A little grocery store in the neighborhood. It's owned and operated by a man named Juan Diaz.
Oh, and what does that give us?
All 5 dead ladies shopped there.
Now, all 5 dead ladies could have shopped in at least 50 other stores in the neighborhood also, you know.
I know for a fact that Mr. Diaz did not like Mrs. Colfax.
Well, does that make him the killer?
No, but, well, it could be a start. At least we have somebody.
Oh, what can we do with them?
I'm not sure yet. But, well, I want to use some manpower to concentrate on him.
Artie, we've got to get some results, and fast, or everybody around here could be back in uniform. Now, the mayor is up for re-election. He'll throw us to the wolves. You got something on this Diaz angle? Run it all the way down. Maybe it'll save us.
Who is it?
Mrs. Jankowitz?
Yes?
I'm a police officer.
Yeah? How do I know that?
Well, just open the door on the chain and I'll show you my badge.
I got no chain. Chain's no good. Bandits reach in and snap lock.
I have a card with my name on it. Let me slip it under the door. You see? It says Police Department. Detective Lieutenant Arthur McCrae.
All right. You wait. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Jankowitz.
What do you want?
Well, 5 women have been killed by someone in this neighborhood.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, unless we get people to talk about it, we'll never get the murderer.
And what's to talk about? I never seen him. I don't know him.
Did you know her, Mrs. Anna Colfax?
No.
Mrs. Ernestine Simpson?
Yes. She was killed.
Yes. She was one of the 5. How well did you know her?
Ernestine? Pretty good. She had a bad time, that one.
Yes? In what way?
She was always crying. Nobody liked her. So I'd say to her, Ernestine, I like you.
People did dislike her?
No. It was all up here in the head, you know. She was old, all alone. She felt she had nothing to live for.
Who were some of her other friends?
She was not the kind who'd have friends. Maybe I was the only one who understood her. Her problem was she was always flying off at the handle.
Why?
I guess she didn't trust nobody. I don't blame her. You know, her husband run off with somebody else. Her own son cheated her out of every cent she had in the world. So she took it out on everybody. I says to her, Ernestine, you can't live like this.
And what would she say?
She'd get mad at me.
Did she shop at Diaz's store?
Diaz. Oh, the groceria. Yes, she did. Then she stopped.
She stopped? Why?
They have a fight. She say he cheat her.
How did he cheat her?
Well, I remember. I go into the store. I have to buy milk. And they're having a big argument.
About what?
What people argue about these days. Money. Don't you tell me I owe you money.
Oh, to Miss Simpson, I have it right here in the book.
I don't care what you have in that book of yours. I don't owe you a nickel.
Perhaps you do not remember.
What do you mean? I do not remember. Are you getting it at what I think you're getting at?
No, please, Miss Simpson.
What you're saying is that I don't remember because I'm an old lady. That's what you're saying.
Oh, no, I am only saying
that's what your little racket here is, isn't it? You deal with old people, so you think they're stupid.
No, Mrs. Simpson, please, forget it. Yeah, and do us both a favor. Take your business someplace else, yes?
You're throwing me out of here, huh? Who do you think you are? Listen, I've been thrown out of better dumps than this one.
Please, Mrs. Simpson, we do not need a scene like...
My husband threw me out, my kids threw me out, and now some cheating storekeeper with his thumb on the scale throws me out too.
Mrs. Simpson, I must ask you to leave.
Where do you want me to go? Do you want me to quit living?
You have no right to insult me in front of customers, to accuse me of being a thief.
Don't you worry. You'll never see me in here again.
And how long ago was this, Mrs. Jankowitz?
Let me see. She dies 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it was Sunday. This happened on a Saturday, the day before.
Tell me, Mrs. Jankowitz, do you think that Mr. Diaz cheated her?
Oh, not him. It's just, you know, she was old. She forgot herself. He was mad at her.
Very mad?
Well, people in the store and all, how did it look?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Jankowitz.
You gonna catch the killer?
I hope so. Mr. Diaz, isn't the fact that you had a violent argument with Mrs. Ernestine Simpson the day before she was murdered?
Violent? Why? What is violent?
Very strong.
We had an argument, yes.
She insulted you?
Well,
Do you deny that she insulted you?
Well, a man like me, I get insults every day.
She called you a thief.
It's America, a free country. Each person is allowed to have an opinion.
Oh, come on now, Mr. Diaz. You had a pretty violent argument.
Well, you know, she says something, I say something.
You ordered her out of the store.
Oh, no. No, never.
You didn't tell her to take her business elsewhere?
I think I said, Miss Simpson, if you do not trust me, you should take your business someplace else.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't order her to leave?
No.
You didn't say, I must ask you to leave?
No, I only said, maybe you better leave and come back when you feel better.
You deny there was a fight?
No, there was no fight. Me? Fight? No. How can I afford to fight with customers?
And so you deny that there was a violent altercation?
If that means what I think, yes, I deny it. And I got witnesses. They tell you the same thing. I remember, sure. There was another lady in the store. She heard everything.
You remember her name?
The same lady who was here when the other one, that Miss Koufax, get angry also. You talk to her. She tell you it was peaceful. I wasn't angry.
The same lady who was here the other day?
Yeah. She's a good customer of mine. Miss Millie McCray.
Aunt Millie. One thing you have to say about our Aunt Millie, she sure does get around. But the pattern is emerging. We have a Mr. Diaz who runs a food store. He has an argument with an elderly woman customer, and shortly thereafter the woman is murdered. Are we dealing with coincidence? A third act is en route with the answer. You have a string of murders, all for what appear to be trivial motives, if indeed they can be considered motives at all. So you might say they are the work of a madman. But the problem with madness is usually that it has a logic of its own, an extremely convincing logic that makes excellent sense. That is, on its own terms.
Miss Millie McCray was here when this fight took place?
No, but it wasn't a fight.
Mrs. Simpson wasn't angry?
Oh, Mrs. Simpson, she was angry, yes. But I was not angry.
At any rate, you knew Mrs. Simpson. You knew Mrs. Colfax. The other three ladies, Mrs. Hernandez, Mrs. Pinson, and Mrs. Weiss, you knew them too?
Oh, yeah. They were customers of mine. Lieutenant, what are you trying to say to me?
Did you have arguments with any of those three also?
No, please, Lieutenant. I don't ever have real arguments with anybody.
Just a minute. Artie, dear.
Once again, Aunt Millie, you didn't lock your door.
You're right. I forgot.
Do you know what's going on in this neighborhood?
I'll remember. I promise to remember.
5 women.
Come in, Artie. Come in anyhow. Oh, no. It is nice of you to drop in. How about some lunch?
Aunt Millie, I understand you witnessed another scene between Mr. Diaz and one of his irate customers.
I did?
Yes, another of the ladies who were killed. Mrs. Ernestine Simpson?
Oh, yes.
Then why didn't you tell me?
Why should I have told you?
It's another case of where a woman gets killed after an argument with Mr. Diaz.
Artie, oh, surely you don't suspect Mr. Diaz.
Well, Mr. Diaz, rightly or wrongly, is the only suspect we're even remotely close to at this time.
Oh, but he's such a nice man.
Well, every now and then, nice people, well, something comes over them and they commit murder.
Oh, but Mr. Diaz.
Look, that argument some weeks ago with Mrs. Simpson, do you remember it?
Well, let me think.
She accused him of having cheated her.
Oh, yes. Yes, I seem to remember. Mr. Diaz carries many people on credit. Otherwise, there'd be no reason to buy there. I mean, a customer could do better in the chain supermarkets on many items.
Yeah, well, now tell me more about Mr. Diaz and Mrs. Simpson.
Well, when he charges an item, he writes it down in a book.
And she denied one particular entry?
Oh, she absolutely refused to acknowledge it. She became furious. I suppose Mr. Diaz took it as an attack on his integrity, which I suppose it was.
Was he angry, too?
In his own way.
Which is what?
He doesn't raise his voice. He just turns a bit pale, bites his lip, and somehow you sense he's seething inside.
So it was a rather violent scene, huh?
Well, it was a particular kind of violence. I'm afraid many of us do give Mr. Diaz a rather difficult time of it.
How?
Well, so many of us are alone. Oh, not me, Artie. I have you, and I have Janie. Just as much of you as I need to sustain me. I'm lucky. I'm not like so many of them.
Them?
You get old, Artie, and maybe you never had much money, but it didn't matter because you had other things. Well, now those are gone, and it's lonely. You don't know how lonely, especially for women who are always dependent on others for everything.
Yeah, I understand, but what has that got to do?
It's an empty world, Artie. It's an empty life. And trifles suddenly assume unbelievable importance. And that's because life itself is now nothing but a series of trifles. You yourself are made to feel like a trifle.
Would you do something for me, Aunt Millie?
Of course.
After each of these two incidents, you were in the store with Mr. Diaz afterwards. Can you remember what he said?
Afterwards? Let me think.
Try. I must establish his state of mind. Try the most recent one first. Mrs. Colfax, after she walked out.
All right. She walked out, and he said, Mr. Diaz said...
Oh, some people to say such things.
I don't think she meant it, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, I do.
She's really a terribly tormented human being.
Yes, but still and all.
But you look at her face, at her eyes, and you can see she could never be happy again.
Well, that is too bad.
I would like to help her.
You would?
Yes, I really would.
And?
That was all.
Okay. Now, that's what happened with the Colfax lady. After the incident with the Simpson woman 3 weeks ago, what did he say then? Well,
let me try to frame that once more. There was another lady in the store at the time, evidently a friend of hers. I've seen her around. I know, I think her name is Mrs. Jankowitz. And when Mrs. Simpson stormed out of the store, Mrs. Jankowitz went out after her, obviously to calm her down. Well, I just stood there looking at Mr. Diaz, and finally he said...
Why do I put up with this?
Oh, now, Mr. Diaz.
She has no right.
But the poor woman is troubled.
She knows how to give trouble.
Isn't it better to forget it?
How can I forget it? I'm human.
Mrs. Simpson obviously needs help. Perhaps I could help her.
Nobody could help her.
And that was the conversation?
As far as I can remember.
All right.
All right, what? Surely you don't believe he was angry enough to commit murder?
Well, anger is a relative state. Who knows how much is enough? All right, here's how it lays out, Inspector. We know for a fact that all these ladies kept their doors locked. Nobody broke in.
Which means they knew who it was.
Yeah, right. They willingly opened the door because they knew who was ringing the bell. These were all highly suspicious ladies.
They certainly had good cause.
At least two of them that we can account for had arguments, episodes, whatever, with Mr. Diaz.
What you're trying to build here is a case against Diaz?
No, Inspector. I'm trying to lay out the materials and then see if it builds itself. Now, after the incident in his store, Diaz goes to see these ladies, whichever one at the time. He rings the bell. They ask who's there. He says, Mr. Diaz. They recognize the voice. They let him in.
Why? They didn't exactly part friends.
Diaz may say, I come to apologize. And maybe he tells them also he's got a little gift. Logical?
Sure sounds logical to me. But the DA is going to need an awful lot more before he'll want to take it to court.
Hello, Mr. Diaz.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant.
Do you own a gun?
No, Lieutenant.
Mr. Diaz, I'm really very sorry for you.
Sorry? Why?
Oh, I guess you were pushed beyond that point.
I do not follow you, Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I think you'd be found guilty, but through reasons of insanity.
What are you trying to do to me?
All right, let me tell you a story, Mr. Diaz. There's a man named Juan Martin Diaz. And if you know something, there's no record of him anywhere in this country. There's no fingerprints, no birth certificate, no social security. Do you know why? He's an illegal alien.
No, I am not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Diaz.
Listen, I work hard. Oh, how hard you will never know. Day and night.
I know, and it'll be in your favor. First, hear me out. Illegal immigrant Diaz opens a business and does well. He's a credit to the community, but he has to take a great deal of irritation, insult.
I swallow my pride.
Well, you tried to, but it's too much. We checked with the police in Mexico. You were in jail several times for assault.
I was young. I was stupid. I had a terrible temper. That is why I left. I had a criminal record. But I changed.
So, when some of these angry and troubled old ladies gave you a hard time, I guess it was the last straw, huh?
That is not so, Lieutenant. You do not understand.
Well, you'll have your day in court.
Just a minute.
Aunt Millie.
Artie, darling, please don't scold me. I know I left the door unlocked again. But it doesn't matter. They've got the murderer.
Have they?
You arrested him.
I know. And we can build a pretty good case. It's so logical for Mr. Diaz to be the killer. Everybody's so willing to accept it. After all, he's an illegal alien with a record. But as I think about it, I'm just not sure.
Well, if Mr. Diaz is not the killer, who is?
Do you want to tell me, Aunt Millie?
Artie.
You kept saying all the time you were going to help those poor ladies. Suddenly I asked myself, is that what she meant? I have to ask her. I'm asking, Aunt Millie. Is that what you meant?
Artie.
You really can't allow Mr. Diaz to pay for crimes he didn't commit, can you?
No.
Why, Aunt Millie? Why?
Oh, Artie. These poor, wretched people. What was left for them in their life? You didn't see them every day as I did. On the streets. Aimless, rootless, helpless, hopeless. No one cares, Artie. No one cares, really. Or maybe there are just too many of them and not enough ways to help or whatever. But there they are, and it just broke my heart.
That's how you helped?
Well, what should I have done? Let them suffer through another year or 2 or 3 of being bewildered and brutalized by life? I wanted to be kind. I only wanted to be kind.
Yes, I understand.
It would seem to me that they were looking at me, their eyes begging, pleading, help me, help me. Well, what other way did I have? What other help could I give them?
But, Aunt Millie, it's wrong to commit murder.
Oh, it wasn't murder. They were dead already.
I'm sorry, Aunt Millie.
I know. What I did was wrong, and I shall pay for it. But remember, Artie, not all the blame should rest on my shoulders.
Of course, she was put away for what will certainly be the rest of her life. Mr. Diaz was released and will be allowed to remain here. Under no circumstances can we condone what she did. After all, no one among us can be permitted to play God. Yes, and it would be a much better world.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Psychoanalysis is said by analysts mainly, and feebly as well, to be a science. But it is also an art. It is not enough to have read all the books, passed all the examinations, served one's apprenticeship, and undergone analysis oneself. The analyst must have more than education and training. There must be, besides and beyond all that, a distinct talent, a feeling for the work, exactly as in painting a picture, writing a book, or composing a symphony.
My son.
Our mystery drama, The Golden Chalices, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose and Carmen Matthews. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The core of psychoanalysis is the transference. That is, the transference to the analyst of all the patient's feelings, hostile as well as friendly, murderous as well as loving. And it is midway in the evolution of one particular transference that our story has its beginning.
Will you open the door, Lily?
Of course.
It's little Miss Roth, I think.
Oh, I'm late. Oh, do come in. Oh, thank you very much.
You'll excuse me. I'll tell the doctor you're here.
Oh, of course.
He'll be right with you.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Well, Miss Roth.
Oh, I know I'm late. I'm so sorry.
As a rule, you're so prompt. It is not like you to be late.
Well, I'm late because
Come into the study. You feel as though you would like to lie on the couch today?
Well, first, I want to explain about being late. I stopped on my way to buy these.
Ah, daffodils.
The first of the year.
The sign that spring is coming.
I brought them for you.
For me? Why should you be bringing me a gift?
Well, because I wanted to. You've been so good to me.
Oh, not at all.
Taking me on as a patient when I hardly had any money. Oh, I know what you usually charge, Doctor. And it's 10 times what I'm paying you.
It was our agreement.
But you didn't have to do it. And I'm so grateful. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
They're like chalices, aren't they? 12 little gold chalices.
Very like.
Why did I say chalices? I've never used that word before in my life. I should have said cups, shouldn't I?
Chalice is a lovely word.
But it's kind of a Catholic word, isn't it? It's what Christ drank out of at the Last Supper. I should have said cup.
Why?
Well, because I'm Jewish. Are you Jewish, Dr. von Fodor?
No.
Are you Catholic?
My parents were Catholic. I am not.
Well, then why'd you run away from Hitler? If you don't mind telling me.
My wife is Jewish.
Oh.
Come, let's get back to why you brought me these 12 golden chalices.
I told you why. I'm grateful to you.
Nothing else?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Ah. Tell me, have you had any dreams since our last session?
I never dream. I told you that.
Everyone dreams.
Not me.
Dreams give us one way to clear the rubbish out of our minds.
Is that why I'm so neurotic? Because my mind is full of rubbish?
Very valuable rubbish.
Nobody ever thought anything about me was valuable.
Did you ever think anything about you could be valuable?
I guess I never did.
And so you chose a sweetheart who would reinforce your own opinion of yourself. Isn't that so?
I always pick the wrong man.
No. You always have the wrong opinion. That you have not value. Till that opinion is righted, you will go on picking the wrong man.
I see. I guess.
I would like to go back to the daffodils, the 12 little golden cups, and why you brought them to me.
I just thought they'd look nice here.
That is all?
They won't if you don't put them in water pretty soon.
You only thought they would look nice here?
Well, it's such a gloomy room. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. I mean, I didn't mean it's gloomy. I just meant...
Yes, you meant?
It's very nice here. And you are very nice. And you're kind and gentle and good to me. And I just wanted to bring you something pretty.
Yes, but why 12 little golden cups?
I don't know. Because they're pretty. Because I thought you'd like them. Oh, I don't know why I brought them. I'm sorry I did. Look, I can't stay here any longer today.
The hour is not yet up.
I can't help it. Look, I have to go home. I'm so upset.
Well, as you like.
I'll be back next week. And I won't be late. And I won't bring you anything. And I'll try to behave better.
You think you behaved badly?
I don't know. Didn't I? Did I? I just know I have to get out of here. Forgive me, please.
Lily, please, will you come here?
Yes, Hans.
Lily, put these in water, will you?
Oh, how sweet, how lovely.
A gift from little Miss Roth. Well, we make progress slowly.
A nice girl, is she?
Oh, yes, very nice.
Well,
very lost.
I'll put these in a vase, and then supper will be ready when you are.
She said the daffodils look like 12 golden cups.
12 golden cups?
Well, they do, don't they?
Oh, Hans, it takes me back to Hungary, those last days.
No, my dear, those last days. Well, they were the last days. Don't try to bring them back. Still, it is interesting, isn't it, that she should have brought me 12 golden cups.
Isn't that wonderful, Dr. von Fodor? I actually had a dream.
Yes, very helpful.
And I remembered it.
Tell me the dream again, please.
Well, there was this man sitting in this chair.
As I am sitting?
I guess so. Well, In the dream, I went up to him, where he was sitting. And I climbed onto his lap. And he said, "Kiss me, darling." I put my arms around his neck. And then...
Yes. And then?
Oh, then comes the sad part. Because I was so happy until then.
What happened to spoil your happiness?
Well, just as I was going to kiss him, he turned his face away. And he said...
Yes?
He turned his face away as though he was disgusted. And he said, "Go away. You're a nuisance." I woke up. I was crying.
What did the man look like?
I couldn't see his face. I told you the room was dark.
Dark? Would you say gloomy?
Oh, you could say gloomy, I guess.
Like this room?
What?
Last week you called this room gloomy. You said you brought the daffodils because this room is gloomy.
Did I say that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember saying that.
I remember.
Then why don't I remember?
Because you choose not to.
Well, why would I choose? I'm getting all mixed up.
Now try to relax and say whatever comes to mind.
Are you trying to make me say that the man in the chair was you?
I am not trying to make you say anything but what is on your mind.
You mean you said, "Kiss me, darling"? I can't imagine you saying anything like that.
Except in your dream. Go back to the latter part of the dream, after you started to kiss the man in the chair.
Oh, the not-so-nice part.
Yes, the not-so-nice part.
Well, I started to kiss him. Because he had asked me to, you understand. By myself, I never would have done it. But he asked me to kiss him. And I started to. And he turned away. And he said, "Go away. You're a pest." And the sad part was that he said it just at that particular moment, just when I was feeling so happy and so loving.
Just a moment. Excuse me. He said you are a pest.
Yes. Just as I'd started to kiss him.
Before you told me he said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." Now you say pest. Why?
What's the difference? Nuisance, pest. They mean the same thing. What hurt was that he didn't want me around. I annoyed him.
Have I ever made you feel that you annoyed me?
Oh, no, never.
Then who did?
My father. Oh, he never said that I annoyed him. He never called me a pest. It's just the way he made me feel.
And feelings are what we are coming to grips with here. Well, that's the end of the hour. Next week, same time. Yes.
Hans?
Oh, yes, Lily.
What are you doing here? Just sitting?
Oh, just thinking.
Goulash for supper with tarhonia.
Ah, good.
Are you worried about something?
Not worried, no.
What then?
I am thinking about a dream that a patient told me. In the dream, she climbed onto a man's lap. The man said, "Kiss me." But as she started to kiss him, he turned away in disgust and said, "Go away, you are a nuisance." At least that is the way my patient told it to me. At first. And then later, when I asked her to repeat the dream to me, she quoted the man as saying, "Go away, you are a pest."
So?
Lily, what does that suggest to you?
An unhappy person? Should it suggest something else?
Well, this was the first time my patient had been able to remember a dream, which indicated to me that the transference was beginning to take form and shape.
Yes?
More important than that, I appeared in the dream. Oh, she denied that the man could be myself, that I could ever be so cruel or so intimate either. But it was quite clear to me that it was myself in the dream. Myself. as the good father who asked his daughter to kiss him, then as the cruel and arbitrary father who said, "Go away, you are a nuisance," or a pest. When the patient begins to put the analyst in her dreams, we may be pretty sure the analysis is making progress.
Hans, really, the goulash will be spoiled. Hadn't we best continue this at the dinner table?
Lily, one second. Now, does nothing sound familiar to you in the few spoken words of this dream? Kiss me, and you are a pest.
You mean kiss pest? Our kiss pest in Hungary?
It is just a notion, of course. The patient who had the dream knows nothing of Hungary, of you and me, or kiss pest.
Where you and I were born. Where we went to school, where we fell in love.
Where we married.
Where... Oh, Hans, perhaps I should not ask, but was this patient little Miss Roth?
Yes, it was.
But she is the one who brought you the daffodils?
Yes.
And she called them 12 golden cups?
Yes, Lily, that is right.
But when you and I were married, in Kispest, my parents gave us...
Yes, 12 solid gold goblets.
12 golden cups.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, is it not?
Well, is it possible that the cups are still there?
Oh, now.
It could be true. Couldn't it?
They are not there. We looked, didn't we? After the war, we dug all around the cherry tree at my father's house, and they were not there.
Your father might have moved them, mightn't he? Before the Nazis took him away.
That was all more than 30 years ago, Lily. Who knows what happened to them?
But if they exist somewhere, they must exist somewhere, mustn't they?
Yes, probably in the mansion of some high German official.
But perhaps not. Perhaps when the Germans came, your father found another hiding place for them. Perhaps this patient is trying to tell you...
Now, Lily, you are not to indulge in such fantasies.
But you know how much those golden goblets meant to me. Not just because they were beautiful and valuable, but because my parents gave them to me. Oh, if only your little Miss Roth...
Lily, even if it were possible, and it is not possible, for Miss Roth to know anything of the whereabouts of 12 golden chalices, I am not going to try to make some sort of Delphic oracle of my patient. Try to make her locate our old treasure like some witch. No, Lily, she is my patient. The hour each week is devoted to her health, her welfare, not ours. So let us not talk about it anymore. Come, let us go have our goulash.
We said earlier that psychoanalysis is not simply a science, that it partakes of the nature of an art. And this is true. We did not say, however, that it partakes of the nature of magic. No, we did not say that, and we do not mean to imply that. But is it not possible that what appears to be magical may, in truth, be both scientific and artistic? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Young Mary Roth brought a dozen daffodils to her analyst, Dr. von Fodor, calling them 12 golden chalices. The following week, she brought him a dream in which a man asked her to kiss him, but then said to her, "Go away, you are a pest." Dr. von Fodor told all this to his wife. She thought of 12 golden goblets, which had been her parents' gift at the time of her marriage, in a small Hungarian town called Kispest. Now, it is a week later.
Yes?
Hans, may I speak with you?
Lily, please. Am I to have no rest at all between one patient and the next?
You're expecting Miss Roth, aren't you?
Yes.
That's why I wanted to talk to you. I want to tell you what I propose to do.
Lily, what is it?
I want to write to your sister in Kispesh.
But you write to Elizabeth regularly, don't you?
But this is different. I want to ask her to have the gardener dig all around the cherry tree.
Lily, we did all that before. When the family, what was left of it, moved back to Kispesh after the war, the first thing they did was dig around the cherry tree to find the gold cups, and they were not there. Someone had found them and taken them. Is it not perfectly clear that this is what happened?
But little Miss Roth, the daffodils, and then her dream, they must mean something.
To her, not to us.
I can't help thinking that her flowers and her dream must have meaning for us, too.
No, the dream originated in her head. The daffodils were purchased with her money and brought here in her hands. Now, I forbid you to write to Elizabeth. Or if you write, say nothing at all about the golden cups or the cherry tree. You understand me? No, that is Miss Roth.
I'll let her in.
Say nothing to her about any of this. You hear?
I hear. Yes, coming. Miss Roth.
Hello, Mrs. Von Fodor. I'm not late, am I?
I don't think so. The doctor is in his study.
I've brought him something. Maybe I'd better give them to you, because men are very careless about such things, and these really need to be put in water.
Lily.
What are these?
They look like bare branches, don't they? But they're not. If you put them in water, they'll bloom. It's called forcing, and it's fun.
Lily, what is going on here? What is the delay?
Miss Roth brought us some branches. She says if we put them in water, they will bloom.
Well, what kind of branches?
They're from a cherry tree.
A cherry tree?
I'll put them in water right away. Then I'll write... No, I'll send a cable, Hans, to your sister, Elizabeth.
You want to lie down on the couch? What do you prefer, Miss Roth?
Oh, I don't need the couch, Dr. Von Fodor. As a matter of fact, I don't need you. That's what I came to tell you.
Oh, well, that is good news. Every analyst waits for the day when his patient will say, I do not need you anymore.
Well, I don't need you.
Rather an abrupt change, isn't it? From a young girl who was so dependent on her old doctor.
I guess it is sudden. Or maybe I never needed you at all. I just thought I did.
Is there a difference?
Now you're mixing me all up.
I apologize. Well, now, since this is to be your last hour with me, tell me something. Why did you buy me a branch from a cherry tree?
Oh, I didn't buy it. I took it.
Took it?
Stole it. I guess that's the right word for it.
You stole the branch from the cherry tree? Why?
No special reason. It just seemed like a good idea at the time.
From where did you steal it?
From a cherry tree on somebody's big old lawn near a big old house in the suburbs. Aren't you going to ask me what I was doing on the lawn of somebody's big old house in the suburbs?
What were you doing there?
I was with him. He took me to meet his parents.
By him, you mean...
I mean him. The man I thought was so terrible. The man I thought didn't love me. The man who nearly drove me crazy, so I came running to you, begging you to take me on as a patient. That very man. Incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
But it's true. He called me up yesterday, just when I was feeling depressed beyond recognition. And he said he had his parents' car, and how would I like to drive out to the suburbs to meet them? Well, that could only mean one thing.
What was that?
Why, that he wanted to marry me, of course. That's what it always means.
I see.
In the car, he told me over and over how much he loved me.
But he had told you that before.
Oh, this was different. This time he's taking me to meet his parents.
Did he say anything about a marriage?
No, not then.
Later?
No. That'll all come after a while. His parents were very nice. They liked me. I could tell they did. I had a very good time. And I didn't feel self-conscious or unsure, not one bit. Actually, I stole the branch off the cherry tree because I felt like it. I felt so bold.
Why did you not ask the parents of the young man to give you a branch off the cherry tree?
I don't know.
I'm sure they would have. But you'll notice, I hope, that I didn't come running to you full of guilt about the terrible thing I did, the way I used to. Doesn't that show you how well I am?
I wish you every happiness.
I know you do.
And you know that if you need me, I'm here.
I know. Thank you.
Come, let me see you to the door and speed you on your way, since this is the last time you'll need me.
Oh, it is.
Young ladies do sometimes have problems after marriage, you know, as well as before.
I suppose. Oh, Miss Rolfe. Oh, yes, Mrs. Van Fodor.
Lily.
I wonder, would you do me a great favor? I have here a cable that I'd like to send to my sister-in-law in Hungary.
Lily.
A little town, a suburb of Budapest. It's called Kispest. If you would pass by a cable office on your way, would you send it for me?
Oh, of course.
Oh, Lily.
Here it is, all written out. And here is the money. I know what the charges are. All right?
Of course.
Miss Rolfe, there is no necessity for you to...
Oh, listen, I do pass the telegraph office on my way home. There's one next door to where I live, as a matter of fact.
Quite a coincidence.
So I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a worry off my mind.
Dr. Van Fodor, thank you for everything.
Nothing to thank me for.
Well, I won't argue with you. Not on my last visit. Mrs. Van Fodor, don't worry about your cable. It'll go out tonight.
Oh, you're very kind.
I'm happy to do it. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Rolfe.
Goodbye. Her last visit, did she say?
Lily, how could you? How could you send that cable to Elizabeth just because Miss Rolfe came here with a branch from a cherry tree?
But I'm sure...
It means nothing, absolutely nothing. Now, what did the cable say? Not that I do not know already.
Dig again under cherry tree. New information about golden cups.
Information? We have had no information about the gold cups, nor will we ever have any.
The girl bringing the daffodils, calling them golden chalices. The dream she had about the man saying first, kiss me, and then, you are a pest, which adds up to Kispest, where our gold cups were buried beneath a cherry tree. Then your Miss Rolfe shows up here with a cherry tree branch?
You call that information? Making wild deductions from dreams and pieces of words and chance gifts?
Hans, the girl knows something. Or she doesn't know that she knows, heavens. She was not even born when we buried the gold cups beneath the cherry tree in Kispest, but she knows something. You said yourself that a communication can build up between a doctor and his patient so that each can often sense what the other is thinking and feeling.
I did not mean anything like this fairy tale stuff you're dreaming about.
But somehow she knows.
Oh, Lily.
That's why I gave the cablegram to her. She should send it. I could have sent it myself, but this way her touch will be upon it.
Lily, stop it. In God's name, stop it.
If there is a chance that my beautiful cups are still buried beneath the cherry tree...
Lily, there is no chance. And you should not be thinking about the gold cups or Hungary. We are here, Lily, and this is now.
I'm sorry, Hans.
It's all right. I only hope you did not take my mind off little Miss Rolfe's analysis. I hope I gave her full value. Because I confess I, too, had strange flutterings of hope that her dream fantasies might mean something for us. That we might, in this weird, altogether bizarre manner, find our lost golden chalices.
What did the girl mean when she said her last visit?
What?
When she was saying her goodbyes, at one point she said, I won't argue with you on my last visit. What did that mean?
Oh, that. Well, it seems her young man does love her after all. He took her to meet his parents. He told her many times he loved her. In fact, he did everything she hoped he would do, except propose. She is sure that he will propose very soon. But it is my opinion that she still has her doubts and is very angry that he should delay the proposal. That is why, in revenge for his cruelty, she stole the branch from the cherry tree.
Stole it?
It was a threat to the young man, that she was capable of dark and terrible deeds if he did not do the right thing by her.
Oh, Hans. Come, let's have dinner. It's chicken paprikash.
The symbolism of dreams, pieces of words, chance gifts, fairy tale stuff. Should such things give us flutterings of hope that something very desirable is about to alter our fates? I think not. I think we should be stern, face reality with courage, day after day after day. Yes, that is what we should do. But do we do it? No. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Little Miss Roth left her analyst's office in a state of euphoria because her young man had taken her to meet his parents, a sign, at least to her, that he would soon propose marriage. With her, she took a message written out by her doctor's wife to send by cable to the doctor's sister in the small Hungarian town of Kispest. As we resume our story, it is a month later.
Are you tired, Hans?
Yes, a little.
You're not eating much.
I'm thinking, Lily.
About your former patient?
Which former patient?
Little Miss Roth.
No. Perhaps by now she's on her honeymoon.
Hans, I'm sorry I behaved so stupidly about Miss Roth.
Oh, that's all in the past.
Perhaps I was jealous. Envious of her youth, her charm. That was probably what made me lose my mind a little.
It is all in the past.
I was somehow determined to make her responsible for the fact that I'm 60 years old and no longer the girl you married. The girl whose parents gave her 12 golden cups for a wedding present. I think I felt she owed it to me to get me back my gold cups. What I really wanted to get back was my youth and the ability to look forward, not back.
Oh, Lily, that is a very admirable analysis. I'm proud of you.
You give me courage to tell you something. I got a letter this morning from Elizabeth.
Oh?
They dug under the cherry tree for the second time.
And?
They found nothing.
So someone did steal the golden cups.
It must be so.
Just as Miss Roth stole the branch from the cherry tree.
Hans, are you beginning to believe in the same nonsense you reproached me for? Come now, my darling.
It is just interesting sometimes to muse upon these coincidences.
Don't tell me that's the way you conduct an analysis.
Well, it is not so different. Sometimes we are right, sometimes not.
Oh, the phone. I'll get it.
No. Stay where you are. You've not finished eating. I have. Yes, Dr. Van Fodder here.
Dr. Van Fodder, this is Mary Roth.
Mary Roth?
You remember me, don't you? Oh, please remember me.
I do remember you.
Doctor, I need to see you so badly. I know this is an awful time to ask you. You're probably at dinner.
No, it's all right. I had finished. Can you come over right now?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll be right there.
Liar and a cheat. He never meant to marry me at all. He just did all those things. Taking me to meet his parents. He wanted to make me love him. So that he could toss me aside. Laugh at me. Make me feel ashamed and humiliated.
That may have been his reason. Or it may have been that he is just a very callow, very insensitive young man who believed he was justified in doing anything to achieve mastery over a young woman. It is a common belief. Your young man is not so unusual.
He's not my young man. Not anymore.
I'm happy to hear that.
I don't know how I ever could have loved him.
I wouldn't wish to force you to any conclusion, but you have already had some analysis. So I will ask you, who else in your life has sent you gifts, given you treats, encouraged your affection, even forced his affection on you, only to reject you when you sought to return his love? Can you think of anyone?
I know what you want me to say. My father.
I do not want you to say anything you do not believe.
I do believe what I said.
Are you feeling a little better now?
A little.
We've almost come to the end of the hour. But I wish to say one thing more. Why did you bring me the bunch of lilacs?
Oh, are you going to start all that again?
I must.
Can't I bring you a little present now and then? I don't do it all the time.
You pay your bills. You owe me no more than that.
I didn't bring the lilacs because I thought I owed you anything. I brought them because...
Yes, because?
Because I wanted to.
No, that will not serve as a reason. Not anymore. We must have something more specific. Did you bring the lilacs as a sort of peace offering? Did you think I was angry that you stopped coming to see me? Or were you angry that I had been right, more right anyway than you had been, about the young man?
Maybe something like that.
I want you to think about it. It is important for us to know why you have these impulses to give me something. You remember the daffodils and the branch of the cherry tree?
I remember.
And now the lilacs. Why?
I'll think about it. I'm sorry, Dr. Van Foto.
There's nothing to be sorry for. There is no harm done. But unless you can analyze your reasons, you must stop bringing me gifts. You understand?
I think so.
Good. Now we have come to the end of the hour.
Thank you for seeing me.
Do you want to come back?
I'd like to. For a few weeks, maybe.
Then I'll reserve the hour for you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Not at all. See you next week.
Yes. Goodbye.
Oh, my. Life is not so simple. Lily.
Yes, Hans?
Look, there are some lilacs here. Will you put them in water?
He called me. He wanted me to go out with him. And I did.
No reason not to go out with him.
Oh, Dr. Van Fodor, I'm still very, attracted to him.
He is doubtless a very attractive young man, or you would not have bothered with him in the first place.
Do you mean that?
Of course I mean it, else I would not say it.
I feel as though you just forgave me for something.
For being attracted to an attractive young man?
Something like that.
As though you had done something dreadful?
Yes.
It is the end of the hour. Next week we will pick up our conversation where we leave off today.
I went out with him again. He's really very good looking. I love to look at him. And he's a wonderful conversationalist. I mean, he always has something to say. Sometimes he's very witty. He makes me laugh. And I like that.
Of course. Why not? Well, we've come to the end of the hour. Same time next week.
He gave me a present. A compact. Imagine. He doesn't even know that girls don't use compacts anymore. Me, I don't even use makeup of any kind. You'd think he would have noticed that by now.
Does it hurt you that he did not notice?
Oh, no, it doesn't. It just makes me think he's kind of dumb. And he's not so sophisticated as he thinks he is either. Or he'd know that girls don't carry compacts. Naturally, I didn't tell him that.
Why didn't you?
Oh, I wouldn't want to hurt his feelings. No, that's not why. It's because I felt sorry for him for being so dumb. Anyway, I'll find a way to let him know that it was a dumb thing to do.
You will have your revenge, is that it?
Oh, no, not... Yes, Doctor. That is it. Oh, isn't it nice to know? Anyway, I think he's too old for me. I asked him. I came right out and asked him.
Well, why not?
Well, because I don't ordinarily do that sort of thing. I'm usually afraid people will think I'm fresh or pushy or whatever. Anyway, I asked him. And you know what, Doctor? He'll be 30 next month. Imagine, 30!
You have a good appetite, yes?
It's wonderful.
You eat more and more all the time?
Will you still love me when I'm fat?
Remember a month ago, when you had hardly any appetite at all?
Oh, it was never that bad.
I thought perhaps it was because of your failure with little Miss Roth.
Well, perhaps it was. Nobody likes to fail.
But now she's back. How is it going?
Oh, well enough.
She doesn't bring you any more daffodils? Or cherry blooms? Or lilacs?
No. She is afraid to analyze why she ever brought them in the first place.
Do you know why?
Of course, it is not hard.
Why?
Now. I'm not going to discuss Miss Roth with you. I will not tell you why she brings me flowers any more than I will tell her. She must discover why by herself.
And will she?
Oh, of course. She's achieving a beautiful honesty about herself.
Well, as long as she's getting better...
Oh, yes, definitely.
Then I can tell you something.
Oh, since when have you hesitated to tell me anything?
Well, I did not want to interfere with Miss Roth's analysis the way I did before.
You do not have to be afraid of interfering.
Hans, I did something.
Yes, what did you do?
A month ago. Right after Miss Roth came back into analysis. Oh, I hate to tell you, but I must.
Yes, Lily, you must. What did you do?
I wrote to Elizabeth.
Yes?
You remember the lilacs?
Of course I remember. Oh, Lily, you didn't. Oh, Lily.
I couldn't help it. I so wanted to get back my 12 golden cups, so I wrote to Elizabeth, and I told her to dig under the lilac bushes.
The place in Kispest has no lilac bushes.
I know, but right next door, almost on her property, right at the edge in back, there are 3 lilac bushes.
Oh, she didn't. You're not going to tell me that she went...
Yes, she did. Well, here's the letter. Read it.
Dearest Lily, you can imagine how I hated to go to the people next door. They are not friends, acquaintances only. But your letter was so insistent, so frantic. Oh, Lily.
Go on reading.
So frantic that I had to do it, if only to relieve your mind. The neighbors were most obliging. Perhaps they thought me a dotty old lady to be humored. Well, Lily, dear, if that is what they thought, they soon changed. Because buried under the lilac bushes, only about a foot below the surface, where they must have lain since Father put them there before the Nazis took him away, there were the 12 golden chalices. I cannot express to you my emotion upon seeing them.
Who comes closer to the truth? The scientist or the artist? Well, is it really necessary to state so flatly that there is only one place where truth can be found and only one way to find it? I think not. Truth lies all around us. It is not hiding from us. It is we who hide from the truth. How long will it be before we pause to listen to our scientists and to our artists? How long before we listen to the truth? I'll be back shortly. I hope I have not sounded either smug or pompous when I have spoken of the search for truth and the long and various roads by which it may be reached. For I am like you, like everyone, terrified of finding that which I seek, evading constantly that which I look for. Like you, like everyone, a coward. But what is it one poet said? Coward, take my coward's hand. Our cast included Norman Rose, Jetta Rowland, and Carmen Matthews. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by all state insurance companies and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program furnished by CBS Radio. Dial a set set for news with John Wingate.
This is Barry Farber. Join us immediately following the 8 o'clock news right here over WOR New York, the talk of New York.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Art is the accomplice of love, we're told. Therefore, it should follow that the art of love is the highest art of all. But is love an art? Is it something to be developed, nurtured, practiced? Or is love something that just comes naturally? Obviously, there are two sides to that question, which is why we have a story.
Mr. Crawford, this painter Kurt Strelitz, have you ever heard of him?
No.
But the paintings you bought are worthless. You threw away $250,000.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't make any difference how much money I lose or throw away. At the end of the year, I always wind up with more than I started.
Our mystery drama, The Spaces on the Wall, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. let's consider something. Your little daughter, age 6, daubs a few colored lines, blobs, circles on a piece of paper. But nobody says, hey, let's declare a national holiday. Then you happen to pass by an art gallery, and there in the window, spectacularly framed and dramatically lighted, is what's purported to be a most fantastic masterpiece. The price tag is $150,000. You're no expert, but why is it any better than your daughter's? The art world, my friends, is a weird world indeed. We're invited to a cocktail party being given by a very rich art collector. We weren't exactly invited, but neither were at least half the people here. We might as well crash, just as they did.
Hello, Hal.
Ursula, we cannot waste so much as a single moment. Come with me at once. This way.
Where are you taking me?
Into the sanctum sanctorum. Wait and see.
See what? Oh, don't tell me you're up to one of your old tricks.
Oh, now.
Isn't this an anniversary?
Now, Ursula, whatever are you talking about?
Of course it is. It was just last year at this time that you bought the Mona Lisa.
That was a youthful indiscretion.
Last year you were hardly a youth. As I recall, this person convinced you that he'd been able to make the switch one night in the Louvre. A cleverly made fake had been hung in her place, and you could have Da Vinci's very own original. Oh, Hal, how could you have been so
immoral.
Stupid.
Yes. Certain people have no business being rich. When I get an impulse to do something wrong, I have the means to gratify it. Whereas if I were poor, well, at least I'm not frustrated. That in itself is healthy. Anyhow, I had this irresistible urge to own the Mona Lisa.
I understand.
Do you really?
There are many eccentric people like you who will buy or steal a famous artwork if they can and lock it away somewhere in a secret place where only they can enjoy it.
But I only felt that way about the Mona Lisa. To have the eyes, the unfathomable eyes of that most beautiful and mysterious of women looking at me, and no one else but me.
And what indiscretion have you committed this time?
Ursula, as my advisor, my guide in all manner of things artistic,
The problem is, you generally consult me after the fact, at which time it becomes my sorrowful duty to inform you that what you purchased is not a Da Vinci, a Rembrandt.
Wait till you see this. All right, follow me. Now, before I turn on the lights, I must swear you to secrecy.
I was afraid of something like this.
A condition of the purchase was that it would not be made public for 5 years.
If the deal was legitimate and above board, you have my word.
Then, voila. There should be light. See?
It's impossible.
Ursula, my dear, hanging on the wall are 4 genuine...
I know what they are. Strelitzes.
Well, then you should also know that these are the only 4 in existence.
Where did you get these paintings?
I bought them.
From whom?
The owner.
Impossible.
Why?
Because the owner is Carl Mueller, Carl Christian Mueller.
My dear, the owner was Carl Christian Mueller.
But Carl would never... Wait, he promised. He gave me his word. If he were ever to sell the Strelitzes, he would sell them to me.
And you believed him?
Carl Mueller is a gentleman of the old school.
My dear, the school seems to be out.
These can't be Strelitzes. They can't be genuine Strelitzes.
Oh, I invite you to examine them closely. In your heart, you know already.
You bought these from Mueller?
Of course.
Mueller personally sold you these 4 paintings?
No, the deal was consummated through an agent.
Who was the agent?
Well, does it matter? I have the bill of sale signed by Mueller himself.
I have never known Carl Mueller to break his word.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
Oh, I suppose you're right, Hal. I suppose you're right.
But Ursula, my dear, what you say is just not so.
Carl, I saw the paintings with my own eyes.
The Strelitzes?
Yes, all 4 of them. You sold them. You broke your promise. I'm sure it must have been a most fantastic offer, but you might have had the courtesy
Ursula, I am sitting in my study high in the beautiful Berkshire Mountains of Massachusetts.
I forgive you, Carl. I know things haven't been going so well.
Was saying, I am sitting here in my study with a glass of an excellent local white wine and enjoying my paintings, especially my 4 Strelitzes.
What 4 Strelitzes?
My 4 Strelitzes, the only ones in the entire world.
But you sold them.
How could I sell them? And here they are on the 4 walls of my room.
But I just saw them and...
Could it have been an illusion, my dear?
Are you saying that you did not sell the Strelitzes?
This breath of life in my body.
I don't know why you come to me, Mrs. Derringer. I don't know the first thing about art. I don't even know what I like.
I've been told you're an excellent private eye, Mr. Westerly.
Private investigator.
Excuse me.
I resent being called a dick, a flatfoot, a gumshoe.
I would like you to find the thief, or thieves, who victimized my friend.
Who is your friend?
Is it necessary for me to bring him into it?
Well, he's in it now.
My friend is a very wealthy man. His money is all inherited, of course. A few years ago, he decided to become an art collector. However, he faced a problem.
What was that?
Just about all the great art had already been collected.
Well, still, I imagine for money, just about anything can be
Not
bought.
only has most of it been spoken for, but it already belongs to museums, institutes, and the like.
Aren't there any great painters today?
Probably.
Probably. What kind of an answer is that?
An honest answer. There are painters who are all the rage, but how do we know they're not just a fad? You need time to authenticate an artist's true values.
All right. Now, anyhow, your friend bought these 4 fakes. For how much?
$250,000.
That's about $61,000 apiece.
Cheap enough if they had been genuine.
Mm-hmm. Who was the artist supposed to be?
A German painter of the late 20s named Kurt Strelitz.
He's still alive?
No, he's dead.
When did he die? Where and how?
It isn't known where he died exactly, or when, or how.
Well, then, how do we know he's dead?
When the Nazis came to power, thousands of people just disappeared. The police would knock on your door and drag you off to prison.
And that's what happened to this Kurt Strelitz?
Yes.
When had he been taken away?
In the late spring of 1939, just before the war.
Now, how old was he?
He was about 25.
And he was already famous?
He was established, yes.
Mm. And these 4 paintings are all he ever did?
They're the only ones that survived. The Nazis destroyed all his other work.
Mm. And you say that the 4 that were bought by your client are fakes. Why? Is it that obvious?
Oh, no. Actually, they're excellent.
But you, as a connoisseur, you can tell. Is that it?
Well, the fact is, the owner of the paintings, a Mr. Carl Christian Mueller, promised that he would sell them to no one but me.
Well, you know, men have been known to break promises.
Not Carl Mueller, and certainly never to me.
Why not?
He's a man of irreproachable ethics. Besides, when he was in trouble himself with the Nazis, it was my father who made it possible for Mueller to come to America.
I see.
The Strelitzes are still in Mueller's possession, and so, naturally, the ones my client purchased must be fakes.
You know that Mueller still has the originals?
I spoke to him.
You mean you went to his home or wherever?
No. He's become a recluse. Doesn't see anyone.
Uh-huh. Where is he?
You ask a great many questions.
Well, that's what you're paying me to do.
But it does seem to me that so many of them are, irrelevant.
And then you spoke to this Mr. Mueller on the telephone?
Yes.
And he told you that he hadn't sold the paintings, that they were still in his possession. And therefore you assumed that the ones that your client had purchased had to be fakes.
What other conclusion could there possibly be?
But how do you know that you were speaking to Mueller?
How do I know? I've known him since he came to this country. I've known him practically all my life.
But someone could have imitated his voice. Isn't that possible?
No, not well enough to fool me. And even if it could be done, there would still be Erica.
Who's Erica?
His daughter. She keeps house for him.
And she was there, too?
Of course. Carl couldn't possibly live alone.
And you spoke with Erica also?
Naturally. She answered the phone. I wish I knew what you were getting at.
Mrs. Derringer, in certain wild desert countries, if your wife is sick, you call a doctor. However, he's not permitted to touch her. He isn't even allowed to look at her. He stays behind a curtain or a screen and tells you what to look for and how to examine her.
Well, what does this have to do with...
Well, I feel just like such a doctor in this case. I'm being kept from your client. I'm being kept from anyone who might have personal knowledge of these paintings.
But from a detective's point of view, it's a relatively clear-cut situation. Treat it as you would any other type of forgery or counterfeiting or confidence game.
That's exactly what I'm doing. And I already have 4 prime suspects.
4?
Certainly. The first is your client, whoever he is. The second is this Mr. Carl Christian Mueller. The third is his daughter, Erica. The fourth is you.
Me?
That's right. You. And there's a fifth. The artist himself, Kurt Strelitz.
But he's dead.
How do you know? Have you seen the body? A death certificate? No, my dear Mrs. Derringer. You, too, are like some poor doctor in one of these wild, desolate, primitive desert countries. All your information is gathered secondhand.
So she has called in a private investigator, Tom Westerly. Mr. Westerly seems to have a technique, a modus operandi that's very interesting. Quite simply, he appears to suspect everybody, even his own client. A great many wheels seem to be turning within wheels here. But we'll see where they all go in the second act. That in some indefinable way, a work of art will resemble the artist. Not in the external aspect so much, but in a sort of inner glow that illuminates the painting and imparts an essence of life itself. Perhaps. And even if a work of art is a forgery, it still was created by an artist. Therefore, it should resemble him, whoever he is. Shouldn't it?
Are you actually implying, Mr. Westerly, that Mr. Mueller, his daughter, Erica, I, myself, and even poor Kurt Strelitz, who has been dead for at least 40 years, are somehow part of a plot to defraud my client?
I can only go with what I've got.
But this is a most outrageous accusation.
Mrs. Derringer, do you actually want to apprehend whoever it was that sold the fake pictures to your client?
Certainly. What other reason have I for engaging your services?
Just window dressing, perhaps?
What are you getting at?
Well, you're Mrs. Ursula Derringer. You're an art critic and historian. You're 44 years old, divorced.
How do you know all this?
When you called me yesterday to set up this appointment, I decided to find out about you.
Of all the gall.
Why? I'm sure you checked on me. From what you've told me about your alleged client, I would infer that you've got a good thing going there.
I perform a valuable service.
I didn't say no. At any rate, he seems to have been stung. So, to make him feel better, you told him that you were going to employ a private detective. But he said he didn't want anyone to know he'd been victimized. So you said you'd keep his name out of it.
Who told you all this?
It's obvious. A man is defrauded out of $250,000. Why doesn't he go to the police?
He tries to show me he can make a shrewd deal himself now and then. But it almost always ends badly.
Well, you and I both know that on the basis of what you've told me, I'm not going to get anywhere.
That isn't so.
And since he's obviously very rich and very spoiled, he has a short attention span. You'll forget all about it soon enough. That's the charitable interpretation.
Charitable?
Mm-hmm. Because it assumes you are innocent of any wrongdoing. How do I know that you, Mueller, and his daughter didn't rig this kind of a swindle among yourselves?
That's the second time you've made this monstrous accusation.
Miss Derringer, you're less than candid when you refuse to give me the information I asked for. And then you forced me to rely upon my imagination.
But I have so very little to tell you.
You can tell me the name of your client. You can also set up a meeting. I would like to talk with him alone.
I can tell you now, he isn't going to like it.
I distinctly told Ursula I didn't want any publicity.
Well, assuming that we apprehend the criminal, Mr. Crawford, the story will have to come out.
Well, in that case, it won't be so bad. You see, I have this problem.
Which one?
With my image. Everyone believes that I'm spoiled and stupid.
And that isn't true.
Oh, it's true enough. But I'm trying to change it. You read the papers and see where I'm always being taken by this one or that one. But I've decided no more. This last thing with the Strelitzes, that was the straw which broke the camel's back, you might say.
Well, I can see why you dread another spread in the papers. Why don't you just forget about it?
If the media found out about it now, the headlines would read, "Gullible Halsey Crawford duped again." However, if you can apprehend the thief, that would be something else.
Why?
Well, it would sort of demonstrate that you can no longer pull a fast one on Halsey Crawford and get away with it. In other words, what I want you to do is to keep the investigation secret, unless, of course, it happens to be successful.
Well, if I start moving around and asking questions, the word will have to come out.
Well, you simply have to be discreet.
This painter, Kurt Strelitz, why did you want to buy his work in the first place?
Ursula, Mrs. Derringer, told me all about him.
Had you heard of him before that?
No, I don't think so.
You paid $250,000 for the works of a man you knew nothing about?
Well, you put that much money and more, perhaps, into securities you don't know anything about either. You go by the recommendations of your financial advisor, don't you?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh. Well, in the same way, Mrs. Derringer is my artistic advisor.
But she didn't advise you to buy the Strelitzes.
No, she kept insisting they weren't for sale.
Well, then why did she even bother to tell you about them?
Because it was going to be part of my education. Kurt Strelitz was an important modern German painter.
And the fact that you were approached by someone to buy the paintings by Strelitz could be a coincidence.
Well, I'm sure of it. What would Ursula have to do with it? The truth is that I've been a natural target for hustlers and confidence operators.
All right. You were approached. How?
I received a telephone call.
From whom?
A woman. She said her name was, Smith. Helen Smith. And since I was known as a man who was interested in buying art, she had 4 valuable works.
The Strelitzes.
Yes. She said that the present owner, Mr. Mueller, was interested in selling them. Well, that statement sounded half true and half false.
Why?
Well, I knew that Carl Mueller did own the Strelitzes. But I also knew that he'd promised them to Ursula.
Shouldn't that have alerted you to something suspicious?
But the woman said that was no longer true. Mr. Mueller needed the money. He was now embarrassed by the promise he'd made a long time ago, which was why a condition of the sale stated that I was to keep the purchase secret for 5 years. By that time, Müller would surely be dead.
So you agreed to buy them?
Yes.
And you went up to Massachusetts to see Müller and make the deal?
No. I was told Müller is a recluse who refuses to see anyone, even his oldest and best friends.
But you were ready to pay $250,000 to him.
Well, it didn't matter. He wouldn't see me.
How did you arrange it then?
Well, we met halfway, this woman and myself, in a motel on Route 7 in Connecticut. She was waiting in the room. The paintings were on display.
And you went there prepared to pay all that money without bringing someone along who had some expertise?
Well, I couldn't very well bring Ursula, could I? Besides, I just looked at those paintings and I knew they were real.
It's a good thing you have the money to go along with your silliness and naivete.
Well, that's true. I don't suppose I really hurt anyone but myself. And I don't even hurt myself. No matter how much money I lose or throw away, at the end of the year, my accountants tell me my fortune just keeps getting bigger.
And now, describe this woman.
Well, she had flaming red hair. But it could have been a wig. Probably was. She was about 5'5" or so. She was heavily made up.
Could you recognize her again?
If her hair color were to be different, or if she wore a different wig, and she had no makeup, I don't know if I would be able to.
How did you know that you weren't buying stolen goods?
She had a bill of sale for me, and it was signed by Mr. Müller.
But how could you be sure that that wasn't a forgery?
Yes, I know. You're discussing all those routine take-it-for-granted rules on how to do business, but I saw the paintings, and I said, I have to have them. I simply have to have them.
How'd you pay for them?
Cash.
And then what?
Well, we went our separate ways.
May I have the bill of sale?
All right.
And the motel room that she was waiting for you in, does that mean that she engaged the room?
Well, I suppose so.
What was the name of the motel?
Oh, it was more like those old-fashioned tourist cabins. It had a name like, Cozy Rest. Cozy Rest, that's it.
All right. I'll see what I can do with all this.
I know what I did sounds, well, we've been through all that. When I went there with the money, I wasn't really sure I'd go through with it, but I looked at those paintings. There was something in them. I can't describe it.
Oh, by the way, why did you violate this agreement? You were supposed to keep it secret for 5 years. Had you done that, at least you'd still believe that they were genuine Stoltzes. You'd be happy with your secret.
Yes, I know, but I suppose you can't really be happy with keeping a secret unless other people are in on it. Where's the fun? I simply had to see Ursula's face when she saw the Strelitzes. She's a very fine lady in every way, but she knows so much. I just had to get the better of her once.
Better luck next time.
What's your first move?
I'm going to try and find your mystery lady.
Will that be too difficult?
It'll either be ridiculously simple or absolutely impossible. Good afternoon.
You're looking for a room? Afraid I can't accommodate you. Won't have a thing till a week from Monday.
No, my name's Westerly, Thomas J. Westerly.
What can I do for you, Mr.
I'm
Westerly?
a private investigator. Here's my card.
Oh? Guess someone's been misbehaving, huh?
This would be a week ago, last Tuesday. A woman, medium height, very red hair, checked in here? Would you remember her?
Well, we get lots of red-haired women. Seems to be a popular color.
This one checked in alone.
Mm-hmm. A waiter. That's what we call them. Man or a woman comes in by themselves. It means they're waiting for their friends to show up.
Well, I'd like to know about this one.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Westerly. You look like a fine, upstanding gentleman. However, don't know if I can see my way clear.
Why not?
Well, is this going to be used for a divorce action?
Absolutely not.
You see, lots of folks stop by here ain't married. That's where my business is today.
No, I understand your position.
I'm not just selling folks a room. I'm also selling them some discretion. See what I mean?
You will not be compromised in the slightest.
I remember the redhead. I seen her come in from the road. She'd been driving down from the north. She checks in as Miss Barnes.
Barnes?
No, why not? It's more original than Smith. I says to her, you got cabin 7.
She registered?
Mm-hmm. Let me turn back these pages here. Yeah. Here's the date, and here she is. Miss Helen Barnes, 1187 Constitution Parkway, Boston, Mass. I bet you look it up. There ain't no such address.
Most likely.
You notice here where it says car registration, make, model, license, plate, and so forth? Well, it's blank. Now, they're supposed to fill it in, but they somehow managed to forget.
She didn't fill it in either.
No, I don't fuss at them for it. I understand they want to leave as little compromising information here as possible, so I just quietly take a look for myself and make a note of it on a separate sheet.
And this is hers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
This is hers, this Massachusetts tag number?
Now, this is just between you and I.
I understand.
And I can always deny you got it from me.
Thank you. Sergeant, this is Tom Westerly. I need your help. Thanks. I have to check out a license tag.
Do you think we'll be surprised by any of the information we get? I'm sure it isn't too difficult to guess who the red-haired woman was. Or is it? It's all falling into place so quickly, so neatly, so easily. Well, this is the time to start questioning basic premises while we are waiting for Act 3. The ancient Sanskrit Upanishads tell us, among other things, that the immortal gods love the obscure and despise the obvious. The only problem here lies in the fact that we can never be sure which is which. Sometimes that which is seemingly obvious is really complex beyond all understanding, and that which is apparently obscure is really crystal clear when we see it in a certain light.
Yes, Sergeant. What is that name and address again? The car with that license tag belongs to Miss Erica Mueller, Lyonsville, Mass. Thank you, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Miss Erica Mueller, did you enjoy the movie?
Who are you? What are you doing in my car?
My name is Tom Westerly.
I'm going to call for the police.
Why?
I warn you. The sheriff is parked in front of the theater. He'll hear me scream.
Well, it's possible I'm making a mistake.
I'm sure you are. Now, you just get out of my...
Perhaps your name isn't Erica Mueller. Could it be Helen Barnes?
What did you say?
Oh, but you couldn't be Helen Barnes. 2 reasons. A, Helen was a redhead, isn't that so? And B, there is no such person as Helen Barnes. Therefore, you have to be Erica Mueller.
What do you want? Who are you?
A private detective.
And what are you thinking right now?
It should be obvious. You worked out a little scheme to raise some money. You had some fakes made of this fella's paintings. You knew about Hal Crawford, how he could be sold a bill of goods. As a matter of fact, you're quite friendly with Ursula Derringer. She may even have told you about him.
That's what you're thinking?
No, there's more.
You even forced your father's name on a bill of sale.
That's not true.
Technically, I guess not. You probably handle all your father's accounts, constantly pushing all sorts of papers at him for his signature. He never could be bothered with details. I verified his signature at the local bank. It's genuine.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to claim the original paintings. You made a mistake. You should have forged it. This way, I have his signature on a bill of sale. And so, armed with this document, I'm going to claim my client's property.
No, please.
Please what? It was the most amateurish, the flimsiest scheme I've ever encountered in a lifetime of chasing down crooks.
I'm not a crook.
Well, you're certainly not a very good one. How could you ever expect to get away with something as rickety as this?
Can I ask you to do something?
Probably not.
Just for a little while. Reserve judgment.
Reserve judgment? No, I've already made it.
No, please, just listen to me. I'm going to see my father.
Your father? Well, I've been told that he's a recluse. He refuses to have any visitors.
But he'll make an exception in your case.
Why?
Leave it to me. But promise. Say nothing. Think nothing. Decide nothing until you have heard everything. Father's sitting in his study. He won't get up to say hello. His back bothers him. He's a very old man. Now just let him talk. Come. Father?
Come, my dearest. Did you enjoy the motion picture?
Oh, yes. Father, may I present Mr. Tom Westerly? You see, my car broke down, and he was kind enough to rescue me.
Oh, welcome, Mr. Westerly. Pour the gentleman a glass of wine, Erika.
Of course. Mr. Westerly is very much interested in art, Father.
Splendid. I have a treat for you, then, Mr. Westerly. Have you ever heard of Kurt Strelitz?
I believe so.
Cut down in his prime by...
No, all right, Father, please, you must not get yourself excited.
40 years ago. So much time gone by. I have the only 4 Strelitzes left in the world. They're hanging in the next room. You'll want to see them, I know.
Yes.
Kurt Strelitz. We were boys together, schoolmates. We both wanted to become artists. But he had the talent, and he died for it. His genius killed him. Ask me how.
All right.
He lived in the wrong place at the wrong time. You see, his genius made him paint the truth. Those were dangerous days for truth. Fatal days for men of genius who had no choice but to speak and write and paint what they felt. Yeah, I spoke to him. Oh, well, I remember speaking to him. It was 40 years ago. Why do I see it so clearly? Still see him and hear him. As if he is here in this very room with me.
Carl, I thought you'd never get here. See, the last canvas, the final one of the 4, is finished.
Kurt,
just in time for the show next week.
There isn't going to be a show next week.
Well, that's impossible. We've made all the arrangements.
Our license has been revoked.
What license?
The license we need to hold a public exhibition. Your paintings have been proscribed. All of your work that is in my gallery. It's gone.
You mean you sold everything?
It was all confiscated by the police.
What are you saying?
They marched in. The lieutenant gave a salute, produced the order, which said words to the effect that these decadent, degenerate canvases were a disgrace to the fatherland and would be removed at once before they would further pollute the true German art.
What are they going to do with my paintings?
You know what they're going to do. They'll have a big bonfire one night this week and...
No!
I'm sorry, Kurt.
We have to stop them. stop them. How? Those paintings, they're my work. All the work of my lifetime. All I have left are just these four.
No, we'll have to hide them.
Paintings were not made to be hidden.
Then we'd better hide you.
I won't run away.
You must. Maybe we can get you to France somehow.
No, I'll stay here and fight.
Fight with what? Oh, we have to face facts, Kurt.
It would help if we knew what the facts were.
We have to save these remaining paintings. Let me hide them.
That's the same as killing them. No, if they have to die, let them die in a fire. Let them be destroyed by the enemies, not smothered to death by their friends.
Where are you going?
I'm going to find out where my paintings are. Kurt, come back here.
I never saw him again, Mr. Westerly.
Where had he gone?
To the police station to demand the restoration of his property. I betrayed him.
You betrayed him? How? What did you do?
I did nothing.
Oh.
At least I saved the last four. The best he ever did. Do you agree, Erica?
Yes, Father.
Oh, poor Erica. She was only a child. She doesn't remember. Now he has arrived. Kurt Strelitz has finally arrived. And how do I know? Because they're actually making forgeries of his work. That proves he is somebody, doesn't it?
I would think so.
A very dear friend of mine, a lady named Ursula Derringer, actually told me that a friend of hers had been fooled into buying fake Strelitzes. The last four. While each can stand alone, together they form a grand design. Brotherhood, charity, wisdom, love. Come, you must see them.
Let me help you, Father.
No, that's perfectly all right, child. I can... Oh!
Father!
Here, let me give you a hand.
Are you all right, Father?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I think you positioned my chair just a slightly different angle, and so I tripped over my own feet. It's the first time something like this has happened in years, isn't it, Erica?
Yes, Father.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Westerly, you found me out. You see, I'm blind. Usually I can manage to hide it. I have every root in this house reduced to science. But there's an occasional accident. Oh, no, you don't have to guide me, Erica. I know my way in. Won't you follow me, please?
He's blind?
Yes.
Well, then how can he...
Please, don't say anything.
Turn on the full lights, Erica. Now, Mr. Westerly, look at my four magnificent paintings. I managed to get them out of Germany and safely to America. How could poor Ursula Derringer ever think that I would sell them? Oh, she will have them after I die. That will be my gift to her. But while I live, I come in here every day.
Please, don't say anything, Mr. Westerly.
And lightly, ever so lightly, I'll run my hand over the canvas. I feel the texture. It's as if I'm speaking to Kurt Strelitz.
You promised Mr. Westerly a glass of wine, Father.
Oh, of course. Why don't you and Mr. Westerly go into my study and have some? I just want to stand here for a minute or two. Yeah, I feel very close to Kurt Strelitz tonight.
Yes, Father. Mr. Westerly?
Yes.
What are you going to do, Mr. Westerly?
I don't know.
All of my life, I worked and I lived for my father.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, don't be. It was a choice I made freely. But he's ill. The doctors say he can't live much longer. Then I'll be alone. I'll still have a considerable span of years before me. But I'll be alone. Well, we went through all of our money. I always felt I would have the Strelitzes to see me through after he passed on. But then, last week, he said, "Dear, because of all the wonderful things her family has done for me, I would like her to have the Strelitzes after I die."
And what did he think would become of you?
He doesn't really think in those terms. He sees himself and me as people who serve others. Since I always saw to his needs, he assumes that someone will see to mine.
And that's when you decided to sell the Strelitzes?
Yes. I have to have something to show for my life.
Oh, I understand.
And he doesn't know the difference. He doesn't know that what is hanging in that room is a fake. What are you going to do?
Well, I'll be darned if I know. After all, what crime has been committed? My client was told he was buying genuine Strelitzes, and that's what he got. He has a bill of sale to prove it.
Of course, Mrs. Derringer's feelings will be hurt.
She hired me because it was believed a fraud had been perpetrated upon Mr. Halsey Crawford. But he received the merchandise as stated.
He has.
So there's really nothing left for me to do here.
I want to thank you, Mr. Westerly.
Erika, dear, have you poured a glass for me?
Yes, Father. Here you are.
Danke. You know, Mr. Westerly, a work of art is a living thing. And my 4 Strelitzes, never have I ever felt them to be more alive than they are at this moment. Brotherhood, charity, wisdom, love. Shall we drink to them, Mr. Westerly?
Always, Mr. Muller. Always.
And why not? From time to time, in the whirlpool of our frenetic existence, one or more of those 4 seem to fall out of fashion for a while. Indeed, it happens so often, and with so many people, you'd actually think that things can be replaced with something better. Don't even think about it. There is nothing better. I'll be back shortly.
This is WJAX AM in Jacksonville, Florida. We now conclude our broadcast day. WJAX is owned and operated by the City of Jacksonville, with studios and offices at 225 West Coastline Drive in downtown Jacksonville. WJAX AM operates on an assigned frequency of 930 kilohertz with a power of 5,000 watts, is authorized by the Federal Communications Commission in Washington, D.C.
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The whole of life is but keeping away the thoughts of death. Those are not my words. They were set down in the 18th century by an Englishman named Samuel Johnson. Our persistent, incurable optimism drives us to live as though there would never be an ending. The knowledge that life will close is buried deep and covered over. But deep as it lies and hidden as it is, the knowledge is there. And we silently wonder, as Mr. Johnson did, must not all things at the last be swallowed up in death?
Look there. Look there.
Where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything, Captain.
Huh? But you must. It's a ship. Yes, it's a ship. It's coming. For me.
Our mystery drama, The Unquiet Tomb, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Samuel Johnson was preoccupied throughout his 75 years with the vagaries and vicissitudes that punctuate our brief lives, till he wrote these despairing lines. Must helpless man, in ignorance sedate, roll darkling down the torrent of his fate? Stay with us now for the story called The Unquiet Tomb.
Nicholas! Nick, where are you? Nicholas! Can't you hear me?
I hear you, Captain Jack.
The sun's starting to set.
I know, Captain.
Then where in the name of heaven is my brandy?
I'm fetching it now.
Bring me a shawl to put over my knees.
Yeah, I've got it. There's a sharp wind blowing from off the sea.
Hand it over.
Shall I help?
Hand it over. I'll do it myself. I'm still able.
Of course you are. Shall I pour your brandy, Captain Jack?
Yes, you'd better do that.
There you are, Captain Jack.
Pour yourself one, too.
How's that?
I said pour yourself a spot of brandy. Is that so hard to understand?
Well, it's been years since you suggested that I drink with you, Captain.
Yes, well, I'm suggesting it now. Of course, back there, it wouldn't have been proper for us to drink together. Bad for discipline.
Bad for morale, surely.
And when we came here, I don't know, we stuck to the same old ways. Force of habit, I suppose.
I always understood that, Captain. It would never have entered my mind to presume.
But now it all seems stuff and nonsense. Know what I mean?
Perhaps I do, Captain. In part, anyway.
And besides, I begin to feel the need of human company. It was different, of course, when Nellie was alive. You remember how she was, Nick?
I remember.
So full of spirits. So happy to be alive. Well, you know.
Yes, she was my own sister, Captain.
And then there was Kevin Murdoch. Now he's gone. Why did he have to go back, Nicholas? He had a good life here. Why did he want to go back to the polluted life of civilization?
I think you know why, Captain.
Look. Look there. Look there.
Where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything.
But you must. Your eyes are better than mine. There's a ship out there.
No, Captain.
Yes, a ship. And it's coming for me. To carry me away.
But now, Captain, surely you don't mean you leave your island.
You think I'd do that? Leave my island? No. But that ship will carry me away. Yes, it will carry me away.
A flight of fancy, Captain. There's no ship.
What? No? No ship?
You imagine it, Captain.
Well, you could be right, I suppose. It's possible, you're right. Remember when I purchased this island? From the Dutch? Or was it the French? Or the English? Bought it for pennies. In point of fact, I'm not sure I ever paid them anything at all, whoever they were. Did I pay them, Nick?
I don't believe you ever did.
Well, nobody cared. Nobody even knew this island was here till I put in a bid for it. And when I did, they brushed it off like you'd whisk away a fly. What did they want with an island that
covered no more than 8 square miles of earth, set in a distant sea. Did they care for its beauty? Its serenity? No. There wasn't a penny to be made from it, so why should they care? Do I speak the truth, Nick?
The very truth, Captain.
Even you? You thought me mad to settle on this scrap of paradise, didn't you? Ha! Didn't you?
Well, that was before I'd seen it, sir.
Ah, but once you'd seen it...
Then it was a different matter altogether.
Oh, man alive. The joy in my heart when I saw you waving from the small boat. One of my own. My old compatriot. My fellow fighter. I knew straight off that together we'd have ourselves a tiny piece of heaven here. And Nellie. Nellie standing beside you in the little boat. I never expected that. Bringing a woman with you. That was your bit of inspiration.
It was to free her mind of an infatuation she'd had for a man back there.
And it did. It did. Freed her from everything that was mean and rotten. Oh, remember, Nick, how we set about building this house out of the coral rock?
Build it according to no plan at all.
What did we need of plans? The soul of this place is to have no plan. No plan at all. Simply to live each day as it comes. To rest each night in order to be ready for the day that will dawn.
Aye, we'd rise with the sun.
Nellie would give us breakfast.
And work like stevedores.
Harder than that.
Till Nellie called us for dinner.
Oh, her sweet voice. I can hear it now.
Captain O'Shea, I've dinner set on the bench. There's fried fish today. Captain, I'm toasting the breadfruit, so hurry. Stop your work now. This instant or the fish will be overdone.
We're coming, Nellie. We're yours.
Now, Nick, serve up the fish and be generous. There's plenty.
Oh, this one was a whopper.
There's breadfruit for you, Captain.
Again?
No complaining now. I won't have it.
It lacks something. Breadfruit does.
Yes. Taste is what it lacks.
I took a walk along the beach this morning. And you know what I found? Little yellow plums. Growing right out of the sand. Millions of them. Now, if there was some way to get out the pulp and some way to make a jam out of them.
There should be a way.
And brandy.
A yellow plum brandy.
A yellow plum jam. A yellow plum pudding. There's no end to what we can do.
No end. No end. We shall go on forever and ever. There will be no end to this dream of paradise. We shall live like this to the end of our days. Agreed?
Agreed.
Of course, the reality of the thing is, my end will come first. I'm 50 years old and a bit more.
Well, now, Captain Jack...
Don't dwell on such things, Captain O'Shea. Not on a day like this, when we're all so happy and content.
You two. Neither of you has reached 30. But I...
Oh, come now, Captain, you...
No. Today's the day to think about it. Later, I'll fear it no more, and I'll push the thought away. But today I can think about it with a clear mind.
If you must.
I have it. I have it.
What's that, Captain Jack?
I'll build me a tomb. A tomb of coral. Inlay the walls with the most beautiful shells to be found on the beach.
I can find the shells.
Before we go on with the house, Nick, we'll construct a tomb. And build the house about it. Yes. I shall live out my days on this wee island, and when my life is over, I shall lie in my coral tomb and hearken to the waves and the gulls and be at peace. How happy we were, the three of us. It seemed we needed nothing more. No one else. But then, it was a particularly fine day, I remember. The house was finished. We were so proud of it. We were standing on the beach. Remember? You and I, Nick.
Captain, that boat's aiming to anchor here. They've lowered a dinghy. There's a man in it.
Oh, that's a fine ship.
About 30 foot, I should say.
Draws about 6 feet.
Aye, nice and beamy.
What do you say we walk down and welcome him? Find out what drew him here.
Hello! Hello there!
Hello! Well, he's one of us at least, not some crazy foreigner.
Have I your permission, sir?
You have better than that, sir. You have my welcome.
My name is Kevin Murdoch.
And I'm Captain Jack O'Shea. Welcome to Shea's Island, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, sir.
And this is Nicholas Higgins.
Of course, of course. Well, at last, Mr. Higgins.
You've met before, you two?
One night in a bar, many months back, a year ago.
It was this man told me about the island, Captain. He was taking his future into his own hands and coming to join you.
Well, come up to the house, Mr. Murdoch. We'll give you some fine plum brandy, and you'll tell us...
I didn't come alone, Captain. My wife is on the boat, and my 2 children. And with your permission...
Oh, fetch them. Meanwhile, we go up to the house and tell Nellie we have guests.
Nellie? You said Nellie?
Yes, Nick's sister. She's my housekeeper, my cook, my companion. Now go. Fetch your family and bring them up to the house.
You're very kind. They'll be most pleased.
A fine man. And to think that you know him, Nick.
Well, hardly that. We only met that one night. We talked some.
Yes? Well, he doesn't seem your sort exactly. More a man of my class, if you get my meaning.
Oh, yes, I do. I get your meaning.
Just what I've needed. And never knew I needed. People of my own sort to converse with. Nick, I'm going to ask this man, Murdoch, to move in with us.
What? Here? In this house?
Why not? We've plenty of room.
But, if they stay...
Oh, they'll stay. This island is going to bewitch them as it's bewitched me.
They could live on the boat.
Oh, no. I want them here. Another woman in the house. Company of the female sort for Nellie. And children running about. Oh, it'll be wonderful.
What are you talking about, Captain O'Shea? A woman? Children here? With us?
My guests, Nellie. And treat them with every respect, as you do me.
Certainly, Captain.
Nellie, the man's name is Murdoch.
What? You said...
Kevin Murdoch. He's here with his wife.
Yes, his wife and 2 children. Oh, we'll be quite a household.
Do you think it's wise, Captain, having them to live here?
It'll be great fun, Nellie. Oh, we'll have such times. Go and fetch brandy and biscuits, and let's make the Murdochs really feel at home. For, know it or not, this is their home. They never did move out. And we were happy together, all of us. Well, weren't we, Nick?
For time, perhaps.
Yes. Yes, we were happy. I insist upon it. I knew such pleasure, such happiness. I was near to bursting with it until...
Yes, Captain?
Until the dying began.
There is a theory, and it's only a theory, that each man holds 2 instincts. One is called Eros, after the god of love. The other is Thanatos, a personification of death. These 2 are thought to live side by side in every human soul. Sometimes the one is in the ascendancy, sometimes the other. But neither ever resigns or concedes the battle. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly.
Most of us push away the thought of death. Our poets and philosophers dare to think about it and write about it. Here are lines written in the century past by the English poet Swinburne. From too much love of living, from hope and fear set free, we thank with brief thanksgiving whatever gods may be, that no life lives forever, that dead men rise up never, that even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to sea.
Such happiness, such joy. The house came alive. I could have conversation of an intelligent sort with Murdoch. No offense meant, Nick.
None taken, Captain.
And with Mrs. Murdoch planning the meals. And she rearranged the furniture. Remember that?
I remember.
Made draperies for the windows. Sailed the sloop to the mainland to get the material. Remember?
I remember.
And dyed them herself. The exact shade of the casuarina tree. Oh, she did hundreds of things to improve the house.
She did indeed.
This terrace was her idea, with a full view of the sea.
It was indeed.
Nick, it just suddenly occurred to me.
Oh, what's that, Captain Jack?
Did I let Mrs. Murdoch do too much to the house? Did I let her impose her own ideas on me?
Well, they was good ideas.
Yes, but Nellie'd been the only woman here up to the time the Murdochs arrived. She was happy to watch the house grow, cook the meals, tend to our wants, yours and mine. Wasn't she, Nick?
Very happy.
Well, now, to have a high-born lady move in here and start to change things around, did that grate on Nellie's nerves, perhaps? Did she resent another woman taking her place, as it were?
Perhaps she did.
At any rate, after a while she started to lose interest in the life here. You must have noticed it.
I did.
I talked to her about it, you know.
You did?
Oh, yes, I was very concerned, because we'd been so happy. You've been happy here, haven't you, Nellie?
Oh, yes, Captain.
But now you're not.
Yes, I am.
Well, I never hear you laugh anymore. I hardly ever see you smile. After all we've been to each other, Nellie. After all we've accomplished together. How do you think that makes me feel?
I'm sorry, Captain.
Well, now I want you to tell me what I can do for you.
There's nothing.
Nellie, is it possible you want to go back there? Leave us and go back to that inferno you escaped from?
Oh, no. No, Captain Jack. I'd never go back there.
I didn't think so. But
no, I want to stay here.
You're sure?
To the end of my days. Promise me I can stay till I die, Captain. I want to die here on this island. Promise me that. I want to know. I want to be sure.
Set your mind at rest, Nellie. You'll stay here on this island till you leave it. In life or in death.
I want never to leave. Alive or dead.
What do you mean, then?
When I die. Oh, I know it's asking a great deal, but when I die, will you bury me in the tomb beneath this house? Oh, I know you built it for yourself, but could you see your way? Would you? There's room there. There's plenty of room. If I could know that I would lie in that tomb through eternity.
Does it mean so much to you?
It means everything.
Well, then you have my promise, Nellie. My solemn promise. You shall lie in the tomb beneath this house you helped to build. She seemed better after that little talk, Nick. She did, didn't she? Livelier, more like her old self.
For a time, she did.
Yes, for a time.
Till she sickened and took to her bed.
And died.
Yes.
Well, but I kept my promise. I said to you, build her a wooden coffin and put it in the tomb under the house.
Which I did.
Yes, I kept my promise to Nellie. She lies there now in the tomb I built for myself, and she'll lie there through eternity.
I wonder if that was a wise thing to do.
What else could I do? I gave her my word. My sacred promise. What else could I do but fulfill it?
It was only a few weeks after that. The youngest Murdoch child took sick, lived a few days, and died.
Yes, I regret that I took so little note of it. I was sorry, of course, but my condolence was mechanical, perfunctory. I realize that now. But I was distraught over Nellie's passing. I hope they understood.
They sailed the sloop to the mainland and bought a tiny coffin made of lead.
They asked me if I might place it in the tomb. I said yes. I don't know why. I don't know that I even attended the interment. Did I?
No, you did not.
I should have.
But when the second child died...
yes. When the second child was taken...
We put the little body in another lead coffin. We was all there, Captain. You and I and the Murdochs.
We'll place it next to the other, Kevin.
Of course, my dear. That'll be all right with you, isn't it, Captain?
What's that?
My wife says we place the coffin side by side with that of our other child.
Of course. Wherever you like.
Kevin? Where is it?
What, my dear?
The other coffin, where is it?
Why, it's right where we... It's not here. It's gone. Captain O'Shea, the other coffin is gone. It's been removed.
Oh, surely not. It must be here.
It's not. It's not here. Someone's stolen it.
Nick, that's not possible, is it? That someone could have gotten into the tomb?
Not remotely possible, Captain.
Then where is it?
With your permission, Miss Murdoch, I'll look around.
I remember perfectly. I couldn't possibly forget.
It's here.
Here? Where?
Look over here, Miss Murdoch.
Thank the Lord you located it, Nick.
What? Look at it. Kevin, look at it. It's standing on end. On the bare ground.
That's not the way we left it. You know that, Nick. You were with us. We put it on that high shelf and not standing on end like it is now.
Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, well, now, we'll put it back. Just as it was.
I'll put it back. I'll do it.
You know, after that I thought the Murdochs might leave. Desert us and leave the island.
They didn't want to leave their children's burial spot, I suspect.
We did go over the whole place, Nick. There was no indication of water seeping in.
No sign of an underground quake.
No sign of anything. Just the two little leaden coffins. And, of course, Nellie.
Nellie. In her wooden one.
Yes. Nick, there is a boat out there.
No, Captain.
I can see it. I swear.
I'm pouring you another brandy, Captain Jack.
Or do I imagine it?
Here's your brandy, Captain.
Or is it the ship of death?
You'll feel better with a bit more brandy in you, Captain.
Perhaps. I think, Nicholas, it was the island that held the Murdochs here.
You could be right.
In spite of the loss. Dying.
They had each other.
And the island had them.
Maybe that was it.
They didn't have each other for long.
Few months.
Mrs. Murdoch went so suddenly. Got up from the dinner table. Went upstairs. Said she felt a mite queasy. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes later.
Yeah. She was dead.
I'll never understand it, Nick. Never.
Or what came after. In the tomb.
O'Shea! O'Shea! It's happened again.
What is it, Murdoch? What's happened?
The coffins of the children. They've been moved.
Impossible. I can't believe this.
Look there. One on end. The other on its side. 8 feet apart. We put them side by side. You were there. You know we did.
I swear to you, we went over the entire place.
Take them out. Put them on the sloop. My children. My wife. I can't leave them here.
Mr. Murdoch.
It's not safe.
Please, listen to me. I can fix everything.
You said you had fixed everything.
Leave the coffins of the children here, Mr. Murdoch. Leave your wife's here, too. In a few days, come back, and you'll find everything as it should be.
Can I trust you?
I believe you can, Mr. Murdoch.
Trust him, Murdoch.
Have I your permission, Captain? To do whatever I think necessary? Anything at all?
Anything.
Tomb.
Yes, Nick.
It was worse than before.
How? How worse?
Not only was the coffins of the children strewn about the place, but Mrs. Murdoch's was tilted to one side, leaning up against the back wall of the tomb. It was marked, scarred, and it was filthy.
But what did you do, Nick? You promised Murdoch.
I did as I promised. And 3 days later, when Murdoch visited the tomb, everything was in order. The little coffins side by side. Mrs. Murdoch's cleaned and set in place.
But what did you do, Nick? Tell me now. The ship is coming in.
I'll tell you, Captain Jack. Even if it makes you angry. Even if it makes you hate me. Even if you kill me.
Who knows what happens when those we love start the long sleep called death? I don't know. And if you are honest, you will admit that you don't know either. But again, a poet tries to add his little lines of hope. Swinburne, whom we quoted before. Who knows, but on their sleep may rise such light as never heaven let through to lighten earth from paradise. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Forgive me if I quote to you again from the writings of Algernon Charles Swinburne. He wrote these lines in 1878 in memory of his fellow poet Baudelaire, who had died the year before. There is no help for these things, none to mend and none to mar. Not all our songs, O friend, will make death clear.
Nick, tell me now how you put things right in the tomb. Because whatever you did, Murdoch seemed satisfied. He told me so. He would visit the tomb every other day or so, and he'd come to me and tell me everything was in order. Nothing disturbed. All the coffins in place. After a while, he stopped going there. His mind was at rest about it. Or it seemed to be.
I'm sure it was, Captain Jack.
Then why did he leave the island? Why did he have to go? The house seems so empty now. Just you and me.
I think you know why he left, Captain Jack.
No, I don't. I don't at all.
Captain, you know what he wanted. He told you what he wanted.
Title to the island? Is that what he wanted? He and I talked about it one day. I said I'd gladly give him title, but strictly speaking, I didn't have title myself. But I was sure that after my death, you'd be free to stay on.
No, it wasn't the island he wanted, Captain.
Then what was it? Why didn't he tell me what he wanted? I'd have given it to him.
He did tell you, Captain Jack. But it wasn't in your power to give it to him.
He never told me. When did he tell me?
Remember the morning you and I was having coffee right here on the terrace, and He'd come out of the house looking very solemn, very grave, unhappy even.
Good morning, Captain. Nick.
Good morning, Murdoch. Sit down. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
Beautiful.
What are your plans for the day? Have you made any?
No, I haven't.
Such a splendid day. Huh? Shall we go fishing?
We did that yesterday.
Ah, yes. So we did. Well, then, we could simply sail around the bay. Sail clear around the island. We can do that in a couple of hours or less. There's a fine breeze. Huh? What do you say?
Not today, Captain Jack.
Well, then, what did you have in mind? Anything special?
Yes. I do have something special in mind, as a matter of fact. Captain Jack, you know how I appreciate all the hospitality you've shown me.
Oh, don't speak to me of hospitality. It's been a joy to have you here. Oh, I know there's been tragedy. Oh, awful tragedy. Your children, your wife, but that could have happened anywhere, Murdoch. You know that.
There's no blame attached to you for that, Captain.
I well know how you must have grieved for them. It broke my heart to see you grieve, but I'd hoped that, well, I'd really thought that all that grief was subsiding. Was I wrong?
Not really wrong, Captain.
Well then, everything's all right, isn't it?
No, Captain.
Well, why not? We have a fine life here, haven't we? The leisure, easy living. What is it you want, man? What can I do for you to make you more content? We share equally in this island, do we not? If you think we don't, tell me where I failed and I'll correct it. Simply tell me.
There is nothing you can do, Captain.
But there must be. There must be.
No. There's simply not the life for me, Captain Jack.
Not the life for you?
3 grown men on a little island.
And what's wrong with that?
It's a child's dream.
It's everyone's dream.
Oh, no, Captain, it's not. Anyway, it's not mine.
You don't mean you wouldn't leave, would you? Leave the island? You wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
I must, Captain.
Oh, no. When we have everything here.
No. Not everything, Captain.
What am I to do?
You'll be all right.
No, I'll not be all right. I'll be lonely.
And if I stay, Captain Jack, I'll be lonely. Loneliness I cannot bear.
Now, what do you mean by that? I don't understand you at all. What do you mean by that?
If you don't know, Captain...
Well, I do not know.
Dear Captain O'Shea, you must simply take my word for it. I cannot stay with you on this island. I shall set sail tomorrow.
What did he mean, Nick? He never really told me. What did he mean he'd be lonely here?
He needed a woman, Captain.
A woman? Why, he could have had a woman any time he wanted to. He only had to sail the sloop to the mainland to find a woman. Hundreds of them. Thousands. He could have had his pick.
Not that sort of woman, Captain.
Well, what sort of... Oh. You mean he wanted a wife?
Someone who loved him. That sort of woman.
Oh, well, I suppose that's different.
Aye, very different.
Yeah, I suppose he wanted to get married again.
I think so.
Well, I can understand that. Yes, that's understandable.
Yeah, I think so.
Nick, I'm going to tell you something. I hadn't meant to, but now, Nick, look, the ship is coming closer. Yes, it's sailing this way. You do see it, don't you?
Perhaps I do.
Yes, coming closer. Nick, I am going to make a confession. I married
Nellie.
You did?
Yes. Yes, I did. I took the sloop one day, and we went to the mainland and found a priest, and he married us. See? I understand that a man wants a wife, someone who loves him. Well, I thought that being married to me, that would mean Nellie could claim right to the island, you see. If anyone would have a claim to it, she would. You understand?
I think so.
Now, when I die, why, I suppose the island will be yours. As a brother who has a better right to it, Well, I couldn't leave it in better hands, Nick, and I want you to know that's how I feel about it. Nick, you will cherish it, won't you? You will take care of it. You will, won't you, Nick? Won't you?
Yes, Captain.
But I'm wandering on again, aren't I? Nick, we started to talk about... what was it we started to talk about?
It doesn't matter, Captain.
Yes, it does matter. Yes, the tomb. The tomb and what you did to set it to rights. You were going to tell me about that. I'll confess to you. I haven't been inside the tomb since Mrs. Murdoch was laid away. Her husband visited often, but I never did. I should have, I suppose. But I wanted to remember Nellie as I'd known her in life. I never went near her in the tomb.
It's just as well.
Perhaps, Nick, I was unfeeling.
Nellie wasn't there.
Yeah, of course, her spirit wasn't there, but...
Neither was her body.
What? What's that?
I removed it. I removed her body from the tomb.
What are you saying?
It was the only way, Captain.
You were telling me you took Nellie's body out of the tomb. Nick, you actually...
I had to.
But I promised her. I gave her my word of honor that she would lie in the tomb forever. Nick, I gave her my solemn vow. It was almost my last word to her.
I know, but you...
And she was my wife, Nick. You couldn't have known that, of course, but if you had come to me, if you had asked me...
You'd never have permitted it, Captain Jack.
Of course I wouldn't have permitted it. Why did you do it? It was my plan to be buried next to her. Nick, why did you ever do it?
You gave me permission to do anything necessary to settle the disturbance in the tomb. The scattering of the coffins. You said I could do anything I saw fit.
But not that. Not that.
You said anything at all.
But why that? Why did you do that of all things?
Because it was Nellie who was wreaking the havoc.
From her coffin? Within the tomb?
Yes.
But why? Why would she do that?
You sure you want me to tell you?
Of course I'm sure. Tell me.
She loved Kevin Murdoch, Captain.
What?
She loved Murdoch. She's loved him for a long time. Remember I told you that I brought her here to recover from an infatuation back there?
Murdoch?
Yes. But he was married, had children. He broke her heart. I thought that here, with us, she might recover. And she was well on the way when he sailed here with his family and took up residence. I tried to warn you.
Are you telling me he followed her here?
Yes, Captain.
He loved her so much.
After his own way, he loved her, yes.
And she? She loved him? Loved him still?
Yes, Captain. And when his children were put into the tomb with her, her fury that she'd held in check for so long, her fury burst forth. When I saw her poor wooden coffin starting to disintegrate, I began to have some fears. And when the coffin of Mrs. Murdoch, her rival, her hated rival, was placed in the tomb, She took her revenge. I'm sorry.
What did you do with her?
I took her out, Captain. Coffin and all. Or what remained of it. And I burned it. Then I put what remained in the dinghy. And I rowed out a good way into the sea and dropped them over. What is it, Captain? What are you doing? Wait, Captain Jack.
Don't follow me, Nick.
You're not going in the water, are you, Captain?
Take one step towards me, Nick, and I'll shoot you down.
Captain, it's getting dark.
Nellie! Nellie!
Captain! Don't!
I'm coming, Nellie! Rest easy, Nellie! Coming! Don't be afraid. I'm coming to join you, Nellie! I'm coming!
Did Nick try to rescue his friend? If he did, was he successful? Did he bring him back? For darkness was falling over the sea, over the island. Or did he simply stand on the shore and watch his friend go to meet the death he sought, to meet the ghostly ship he had seen coming to fetch him? I'll be back shortly. Have we depressed you with our story of death and dying? I sincerely hope not. These days, we speak more freely about the stark and undeniable fact of death, in hopes, I suppose, of fearing it less and accepting it more equably. Shakespeare told us centuries ago that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. There's really little more than that to be said on the subject. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Robert Dryden, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Home of 24-karat service.
Radio Mystery Theater presents I'm E.G. Marshall. To some men, challenge is a way of life. They can't exist without it. It can be a simple macho thing, the need to prove themselves at least better, if not best. It can be a drive to smother inadequacy or to conquer fear. Or in rare instances, it can be a duel to the death, a matter of evening up the score. This is the story of such a man and his adversary, the great white shark, and of the revenge which Gunner Trent finally exacted against his enemy.
He's no good sailing, boss.
What, Jimmy?
The woman's on ship is bad medicine. No bring luck.
You might be right about this one.
I have read message in sun. Then I have dream through the Kunapiti. I see written death.
Death? For who?
For one aboard this boat.
two-hour mystery drama, The Great White Shark, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. She's a 50-foot twin-diesel river witch, the sport fisherman's dream. This is the boat you can't buy. You have to pass judgment of the brothers who build her first. This hull is called the Fair Dinkum, and she is moored in Sydney Harbor. She is owned and operated by a bloke named Gunner Trent, who is coiling a line as a huge, powerful man in his 50s hails him from the dock.
Ahoy, the Fair Dinkum. You her captain?
She's my boat, yes.
Are you Gunner Trent?
That's the label. What's yours?
J.H. Burden. I'm looking for a charter.
How many?
Just me and the wife.
What's your game?
The big ones? Marlin. I don't want any sardines. I'm rated over 1,000 pounds.
That takes a little finding.
I got the time and the money.
$300 a day in expenses.
Money's no object to J.H. Burden, but can you guarantee me my fish?
Can you land it if we fetch it?
You just let me hook in and I'll bring her aboard.
It may take a week or so.
I got the time. Within reason.
We have to cruise the Great Barrier Reef. You could fly there, pick up a charter on the spot a lot earlier. Cheaper.
They say you can smell the big ones with your rudder.
That's Jimmy, my Aborigine bloke. He's got the 7 cents. He's my crew and helmsman. I don't know what I'd do without him.
Now, look, Trent, you don't have to sell yourself short. I got your reputation.
And you still want to sail with me?
It's what I want. And when J.H. Burden wants something, he gets it. I'll pay you $350 a day over expenses, and we leave tomorrow morning on the tide.
Money talks, huh?
All I want is your answer.
Fine with me. You want to check the accommodations?
I know what they are on a boat like this. We'll figure 2 weeks. You get me my fish on a line, and everything's hunky-dory.
And if I don't?
You better, boy. I'm not worried. G.H. from Texas only backs winners. We'll board you by 9 a.m.
The Fair Dinkum will be ship-shape and ready to pull out. I didn't like Mr. J.H. Burden from the start. He was a blowhard and a bully. But we've been laying up for 13 days since the last charter, and we could use the do-re-mi. Besides, I had my own private vendetta to attend to. And maybe, just maybe, a run up to the barrier might dig him up for me. They were right on time the next morning. I have to grant that. Not that Jimmy and me weren't ready. We always are. What I wasn't ready for was Mr. J.H. Burden's lady. She was a breath taker, and less than half his age. I had a sudden feeling I never should have taken this charter. I could see a rough go ahead.
Morning, Gunner.
Morning, J.H.
I'd like you to meet the ball and chain, Eve. This is Gunner Trent.
I'm very glad, Mrs. Burden.
Hi, Gunner. Can you possibly live up to all I've heard about you?
Oh, I suppose that would depend on what you've heard.
Your reputation. That for big game fish, nobody sniffs them out like you. The #1 captain on the whole east coast of Australia.
That's only because of Jimmy, my special Yamidji. Jimmy, say hello to Mr. and Mrs. Burden.
Yes, boss. Jimmy will say hello. Welcome aboard.
You know where to stow the baggage, Jimmy?
Yes, boss.
Do our new friends bring us good luck?
We will have empty days, but big fish run free. By and by, we cross their path, Maluka.
That's a good omen. For you see, Jimmy is a clever man.
How is that?
Among the Aborigines, there are men of high degree who are psychic. Jimmy is one of those. Before this voyage is over, I'm sure you'll recognize his value. We pulled out at noon and headed for the Gap. Once we were in the open with the big swell hitting us, I had my first chance to rate my charters. Neither of them turned Gap green. That means sailor stomachs. I had a feeling this was going to be a bonza show. I was on the flying bridge, my butt settled securely at the corner of the aft rail to take the weight off my bad leg, when she came topside to join me.
It's a beautiful harbor, Mr. Trent. Where are we now?
Heading north by west through the Gap.
The Gap?
The entrance to Sydney Harbor. That's North Head off to the left, South Head on the right.
It's marvelous. The spread of the town around the harbor looks like the Mediterranean.
That'll be all the red tile roofs, I expect. Look back over the wake at the skyline.
It looks almost like New York.
So people say.
You haven't ever been to New York?
Oh, yes, right. In another incarnation, you might say.
What does that mean?
Oh, I shouldn't have said it. Forget I did.
Did I say something out of turn?
No, I did. We'll button it up at that.
Maybe I'm intruding up here.
No, it's your charter.
Not mine, Jay's. Matter of fact, he sent me up to ask how soon we can break out some lines.
Well, not till we're through the Gap. Then we'll ease up off DY and bait the outriggers to pick up some tuna.
Well, he'll want to be in on that.
Why?
Anytime there's game fish.
Oh, but this is not like American tuna. These are little chaps, 20, 30 pounds. We pick them up for chum is all.
Chum?
A bait, Mrs. Burden.
I see. Look, can't we make it Eve? I mean, shipmates, after all?
How would that sit with J.H.?
Would you care?
He pays the freight.
Isn't that the truth? Well, supposing I don't care, I'd like you to call me Eve.
Right. Eve it is. Oh, yes, Jimmy, what is it?
Excuse me, boss. Massa asked for his visit.
The master's voice. Excuse me, Gunner. I've learned when he whistles, I'd better come to heel. Thanks for the travelogue.
Boss, this no good sailing.
What, Jimmy?
Woman's on ship is bad medicine. Go bring back.
You might be right about this one, Jimmy.
Jim read message in sand. And he dream through the Kunapipi. And he see written death.
Death for who?
One aboard this boat.
What kind of death?
It's not written clear. But it will be from the water, boss.
Maybe the one I see.
The white death is of the gods, boss. Man come up wind against him.
I sure put my foot in that shark's mouth the first time. But the next round's mine. I won't be a loser next time I meet up with him.
Harry, death, if you do.
One or other of us. I own a blister I hope to repay.
It is not clear who is to die.
Well, that leaves it to the flip of the coin, the way it ought to be. Even odds. But right off, before personal matters, we have to service our charter. Now, break out those outrigger lines, Jimmy. We've got to start fishing. Time was I'd have set the automatic and helped gear up with Jimmy. But since the accident, I can't move that spry, except in the water. Funny how little difference it makes there, and how much it hobbles me on land. But that's beside the point. Off DY, we trolled and picked us up a few tuna, enough to fill the bait box. We headed north for the Great Barrier Reef, and trouble showed up.
Well, Mr. Charter Captain, 2 days out. Where the devil are the fish?
I told you if you were in a hurry to fly north and get a charter.
I have the charter I want. I just want the fish.
Well, I have no magic magnets. I can't draw them. We have to go where they are.
Do you suppose there's any chance we might get there before Christmas?
We'll get there.
What am I supposed to do in the meantime?
That's your problem.
Let me tell you something, Captain Gunner Trent. We get there and you don't show me some morning. That's your problem.
Jay, that's not fair.
You stay out of this, Eve.
Well, we can't expect Gunner to wave some sort of magic wand and deliver you fish for your hooks just because you're impatient.
Forget it, Eve.
Gunner? Eve? It's grown into quite a cozy little group, hasn't it?
I asked Gunner to call me Eve. It's ridiculous to be any more formal.
I don't much care what he calls you by name. Just so he doesn't think he can call you for anything else.
Jay.
Oh, don't think he doesn't have eyes for you. What guy wouldn't? I just want to make sure he gets it straight. You're off limits to anyone but me.
Maybe you ought to turn in, J.H.
Now, what does that mean?
You're pretty well shanked. Why stretch your luck?
Oh, you explain, man.
You got a big fat mouth. All the money in the world doesn't buy any rights to go too far or any further.
You calling me out, boy?
I'm calling your bluff. We want to ride this charter without coming to gutter. We better make some guide rules.
Don't you try to dictate any terms to me. It's my money's paying for the trip. And any time I put my money down, I'm going to get value received. And don't you ever forget it. Yes, boy, what in the Sam Hill do you want?
Excuse us. Shipshore Radio. They're looking for Massa Burden.
Who is it?
Jimmy, don't know.
Okay, I'll get it. All right with you, Captain?
It's your phone call. Help yourself.
I intend to. But just remember, that don't work both ways. What's yours is mine right now since I'm paying for it. But what's mine is mine all the way down the line. Come on, boy, show me where this phone call is.
I'm sorry, Gunner.
So am I.
He doesn't care who he hurts or who he insults. He had no right to talk to you like that.
My hide is thick enough. It's you I'm sorry about.
You learn to live with it.
She's had me on the ropes from the moment I met her. This wide-eyed girl with her steady gaze and the long, lovely legs. I could feel her calling me back into the real world. And I wanted, or I realized how much I wanted to go back to it. I went up from the stateroom to the wheel. J.H. was just hanging up the ship-to-shore phone.
I got some business that's going to take me back down to Sydney, Gunner.
You giving up the charter?
Not on your life. This won't take me over 2 days. I'll fly down and back.
Well, I'll put into Cairns and drop you there to pick up a flight.
Way ahead of you, son. I got a helicopter coming to pick me up and a plane chartered ready to take off the moment it drops me.
Well, when will we expect you and Mrs. Burden back?
Mrs. Burden, all of a sudden? Might formal. Well, Eve won't be back.
Oh?
Because she's not going. I'm going to leave her in your tender care. I hope I can trust you, Gunner.
6 years ago, with someone like Eve, you mightn't have been able to. Since then, I have other things on my mind.
I know, Gunner. I know all about you. When I look up a man, I make sure there's nothing left to know. I wondered why you dropped out of the automobile business.
Then you know I have no time for anything but to make a living while I continue my search.
I do. That's just why I figure my wife is safe with you.
Until I met Eve, he would have been right. Now I wasn't sure. I had a cold feeling between my shoulder blades, remembering Jimmy's prophecy. That old Aborigine pearl diver knew things no other man did. If he smelled death, it was coming. I could almost taste the stale odor of it in my nostrils.
Ill-assorted quartet. A beautiful and desirable woman, far too young to be the wife of the coarse man who has money enough to buy anything. A tall, lean man with a face like a mask, only his eyes revealing the pain of some buried tragedy. A wrinkled, dark brown Aborigine with eyes as bright as buttons, bristling with intelligence and a knowledge beyond the normal. And the uninvited guest, death. I'll continue the story of this charter when I return with Act 2. Just slightly north of the town of Cairns, off the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, the big 52-foot cruiser, the Fair Dinkum, rides at anchor. A high moon does little to dim the bright star patterns of the southern sky. Eve Burden, a long, wispy robe over her bikini, is lying lazily across the stern cushions. Jimmy is busy splicing some lines forward and putting the fishing gear in top shape. Gunner, swinging down off the port ladder from the tuna tower, doesn't notice Eve's big handbag and suddenly stumbles helplessly.
Oh, Gunner.
Huh.
What happened? Are you all right?
I'm all right. No damage. Except to my pride.
Here, let me help you up.
No. I managed by myself.
Was it my bag you tripped over?
I reckon it was.
I'm so sorry.
No need. It would take a clumsy fool like me to trip over it.
You're not clumsy.
That depends on whether I put my best foot forward or not.
Your best foot?
Or I should say my only one.
I don't understand you.
Confession. I mean, as long as we're going to be alone together, I thought you might as well know all my worst faults.
We're not exactly alone.
Too right. Old Jimmy there. If he wasn't, I wouldn't be here either.
Some things are better not answered. Your ankle, do you want me to have a look at it?
You'd have a hard time finding it.
Why?
Because it isn't there. From halfway below the knee down, there isn't any more of me on that side. Just a damn prosthesis, which does very well most of the time.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Why should you? I don't go around advertising my shortcomings.
No more than I do.
I shouldn't think you had many.
You might be surprised.
You know what, Eve?
What?
I think what you and me need is a little more company.
2 isn't enough?
2 when it's you and me is altogether too much. I'm going to kick her over and head for Cairns. You like to dance?
Yes, but you...
Don't worry. Just so long as I know where I'm putting my foot, everything is Bosker. Hey, Jimmy.
Yes, boss.
We're going to up anchor and take her into Cairns. You bring her in while I have a shower and shave.
Where are we heading, Jimmy?
Cairns, Missy.
Well, how long till we get there?
Oh, by. Maybe 1/2 hour.
You've known Gunner Trent a long time?
Much time. 8, 9 years.
How did you meet him?
In Noumea, New Hebrides. I was pearl diver.
Gunner was looking for pearls?
Oh, no, he comes say, look for the big fish. But also he dive with tank and round window over his.
Scuba diving?
Right. I find giant clam. Get careless. Clam close on my leg.
You mean you were caught underwater by a giant clam?
Yeah, shell close. No breathing left. Then come boss. He take knife, cut, so shell open, and Jimmy can go to surface and breathe again.
He saved your life.
Jimmy's life belong all same to boss.
How did he lose his foot?
That he is taken by the White Death.
The White Death?
The great white shark.
How? Were you trying to catch him?
Not catch, Missy. Mark.
Mark?
You must ask boss about that. You must ask boss about that and other things. Jimmy talk too much.
I don't know how long it was since I'd been in right togs. The tie was tight across my throat. We went to the club, and she was the toast of the evening right on. And we danced. Even with the lame foot, I didn't make out too bad. It was a great evening. Later, after Jimmy had fetched us up by tender to the Fair Dinkum, we sat together in the stern having a brandy.
Well, Gunner.
Well, Eve.
Where do we go from here?
Nowhere.
Are you afraid of him?
J.H.
Who else?
No.
Then what is it you're afraid of?
Me first. Maybe last and always.
How?
Hasn't Jimmy told you about me?
In his own way. I don't know all of it.
You want to?
More than anything I can think of in my life.
All right. You asked for it. I was 25 years old and golden boy. Everything I touched came up gleaming. I cornered the market here in domestically produced automobiles and was off to my first billion. But I also had some conscience. And I felt I had to plow back some of the luck I'd had. So I used to do some jobs for the CSRIO.
What's the CSRIO?
Oh, Lord knows. Some government alphabet soup. Commonwealth search and I don't know. All I know is my job was sharks.
Sharks?
Marking them, do you see?
No, I don't.
They're a big problem for Australia. You can't swim on any protected beaches without a shark net. Can't go up beyond the surf without a sharp eye. So we try to control them, follow their migrations, keep the number down. We can watch them and use them commercially. But mostly we like to mark the killers.
Now, what do you mean, mark them?
Go oversized with a marker and pin it to the dorsal fin. Sometimes even with a beeper if he's a real predator.
You did that?
Why not?
Well, wasn't it dangerous?
Oh, not so much. Hammerheads, wobegongs are very friendly. You gotta look out for the gray nurses and the tigers. But even they're fair enough dinkum if they're used to you. My mistake was to tangle with a great white.
He sounds enormous, was he?
Not all that much. They can go to 40 feet. My boy wouldn't have been more than 24, 25.
And you actually swam close enough to him to put a marker on his dorsal fin?
That's the size of it. I didn't think he'd mind. He was friendly enough until I split away. And then?
And then?
He turned on me and took my foot away.
Why?
That's a question I'll be asking him when I finally catch up with him. And taking it out on him in revenge.
Well, what could you do to a fish in his own element?
Well, first off, your shark is not a fish. He's a mammal, just like you and me. And second, plenty. With my scuba tanks, given I could meet him in a reasonably confined space, I could gouge his eyes out with my thumbs, cripple him as he did me. And then I could take my time to destroy him with a knife.
And what would that prove?
It would be my revenge.
For what? When the shark injured you, he was only protecting himself. What would his death accomplish for you?
Some justification for the way he lamed me.
Or you lamed yourself.
What?
Oh, come on, Gunner. When you go up against an animal with whom you have no communication, can you blame it for acting on instinct or for the consequences to you?
I don't know if I understand you.
Then let me make it perfectly clear. I don't like to see the best man I've ever met in my life downing himself or turning out to have feet of clay.
1 foot. Just one. And it isn't even clay.
So you lost a foot. That's the end of life? It doesn't give you all that much trouble that I can see. You can still do a man's work. Better than most men. If you were like some, you'd really have something to cry about.
Like who, for example?
Like Chris.
Who's Chris?
My brother. Or what's left of him.
What happened to him?
Skiing accident. He broke his back. He'll never walk again. Or use his arms. He's stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Helpless as a baby.
Oh, Eve.
But he doesn't go around wanting to blow up the slope he took the spill on. He doesn't want to gouge out the eyes of the beginner he had to dodge on a downhill run who was lying right in his path. I don't know how he has the guts to do it. But he's taken what life threw at him, and he still grits his teeth and faces up to make the best of what's left to him.
All right, Eve. What's the difference in your life, what I do?
I want to save you from yourself. But more than anything in the world, I want you. For once in my life, I want to know what it is to be loved by a real man.
Remember, I'm just a hired hand. And you're a married lady whose husband foots the bills.
I'm not likely to forget. But I didn't do it for anything I could get out of it. I did it for Chris. It cost a fortune to keep him living, and J.H. Burden's the only man who was able to pay for it. That's why I sold myself. And it was worth it.
You're some kind of lady.
Oh, Gunner, hold me close.
Why didn't we meet 6 years ago?
It's too late to cry over that. At least, then we have tonight.
It's not enough. For us, it has to be everything.
Or nothing.
I'd give you everything, Eve.
He wouldn't let you.
How could he stop me?
100 ways. Nobody goes up against J.H. Burden and wins.
I'm not afraid of him.
He's as strong as a bull.
1 foot and all, I could still take him.
He wouldn't meet you even up. He'd drown you in lawyers and call in his mafia. You wouldn't stand a chance.
I'd like to call him out. There's only one thing stops me.
What?
The shark. That big white enemy of mine that stirs my bile and makes me less than a man. Until I can cut him out of my mind and my life.
Are you asking me to wait for that?
It's the only shot at happiness we have, Eve.
Suppose I test that.
How?
Suppose I tell you that you have to make the choice now. Me or your white death. Which would you choose?
Maduka, above.
Yes, Jim. What is it?
Bye, pretty soon. Here comes Dingo Man by dock.
Dingo Man?
Big boss, chartered, lady's husband. Better maybe you get ready to see him aboard Fair Dinkum.
Jay, back already?
So it seems. Maybe just in time to save us both from any more mistakes.
One thing is no mistake. I want you to know it, Gunner. How, why, so fast, I don't know. What I do know is this. I love you.
What do you ask from me in return?
Not a thing. I guess it was just too late for us both before it began.
But the obverse side of the coin is that many ends are only beginnings. Aboard the Fair Dinkum, once again, are three people, each of whom, in his own way, is a time bomb, and a mystical psychic aborigine who has predicted death on this voyage. But whose death? A human being, or the great white shark who haunts Gunner's dreams? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Rides in deceptive quiet at anchor, this magnificent sportsman's dream of a boat. And all is quiet aboard. The calm before the storm. Only J.H. Burden sleeps noisily but deeply, lulled by his usual quart of spirits. In her bunk beside him, Eve lies with open, dead eyes, chained to her servitude. In his bunk forward, Gunner Trent is tortured by deep feelings and emotions he thought he had long ago left behind. And cross-legged on the prow deck, Jimmy, the clever man, the psychic, rocks in a private agony as he tries to part the curtain of the future. Then at long last, the sun is risen, and they are underway toward the barrier reef.
You want coffee, boss?
I could use it, Chug. Thanks, mate. Anyone stirring below decks?
Not yet, boss. By now we should give up charter, go back, our place, home.
You still getting bad vibes?
What?
I mean, the spirits tell you bad things.
One bad thing.
What?
It's not written clear.
Well, tell me what you see, Jimmy.
Here is stars. 5 places at point. Jimmy, boss, woman, charter man.
What's the 5th point?
The white dead.
So, what do you read in these sands, Jimmy?
One died. Only one.
Which?
It is not said.
What happens to the others?
The spirits say that depends who die. Not good omen. Better we turn back.
I don't think we could, even if we wanted to. We're all charted on collision course. Everyone riding his own private route to disaster. We might as well play the game out.
Man cannot fight the Great Spirit. He say who die. No way make change.
Okay, whatever you say, Jimmy. Just the same, I still think I can take care of myself with everything. Except...
Right. Dead.
Too right. That's between the shark and me. If I ever track him down. It was well on into the day before either of our charter friends stirred up. And then it was J.H. Burden, still drunk with a head to match, dragging himself up to the shark tower to sit by me.
How's the Australian lover this morning? Didn't you hear me, Yossi?
I heard you, J.H. Maybe I just didn't read you.
Oh, we're going to play a little uptight, huh?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Mr. Burden. I'm going to try to disregard you. Otherwise, I might be tempted to knock your head off.
Drunk or sober, I can handle you, cripple.
You got a foul mouth.
I'm in a foul temper. What the sandhill went on between you and my wife while I was missing?
Not one ready thing. More's the pity.
You better be right about that, chum, or I'll nail your carcass to your tramp.
I don't take too well to threats, J.H.
If I ride you, why don't you call me?
If we weren't riding some heavy sea right now, I might just do that. Then again, I might just turn around and head back into port.
You will shout on me, boy, and I'll sue you for breach of contract till this boat of yours rots wide on the beach.
I'll take you to get your marlin, and once you've landed him, maybe I'll take your measure for once and all.
I might just look forward to that. I'm going below to fetch my own gear. When I fish, I want to be sure I can trust everything I handle.
It helps sometimes to trust the crew behind you.
I don't need you or your boy, except the gaff and lander. I'll pull them in. Just you find them for me so I can hook them.
I was mad enough to chew nails. But I didn't want to have a showdown with J.H. yet. That would wait until after the charter, and he paid me. And besides, I did have a bit of a guilty conscience. The way I felt about Eve. After all, she was his wife. I didn't want to think anymore. I wanted action. Jimmy?
Yes, boss.
Fetch yourself up here.
Jimmy, come look at this bit, Maluka. I'll stand here now.
Is the Missy awake?
Yes, boss. Jim sit by big fish chair.
Oh, yes. Good. I want you to fix her and her man some brunch. You can bring me some food up here to the bridge. Then I want you to fit out 5 lines. 2 for stern trolling, both outriggers, and the heavy duty for the chair.
Yes, boss.
All right, hop to it.
Better we not fish. Better we turn back.
If I don't get him a marlin, we're out 1 charter, Jimmy. I want my money.
Better be right, man. And which one?
What are you reading now, Jimmy?
We keep go. Someone die, boss.
Who?
It is not give to Jim to know where to point the bomb.
Or just don't point it at me or Eve or yourself.
It is not my power. That all-around great spirit. Better we go back, boss.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. No can do. This time I've got to pit my gut hunch against your superstition. Something tells me to go on and take my chances. Now you go fix some food. We were running a pretty heavy quartering sea, and I had my hands full for a moment. I did glance down and saw Jimmy talking to Eve. But then my attention was on handling the boat till we fought through the chop. And it was a surprise to realize suddenly that Eve had joined me topside.
Morning, Gunner.
Morning, Eve.
Jimmy tells me we're going to do some fishing this afternoon.
That's the plan. Seems like a right idea, since that's what the charter is all about.
Jimmy doesn't seem to think so.
Jimmy should belt up. He's been filling you full of his superstitions.
He doesn't have to scare me about this trip. They never should have started. Maybe the old fear of a woman being aboard ship bringing trouble is more than superstition.
I look at it differently. I think it's all fate.
I'm scared of what that could mean, Gunner.
Why?
You don't know Jay. He'll never believe there wasn't anything between us.
But there was. And is.
That isn't what I'm talking about. And anyway, in the hard light of day, it's something to forget.
Perhaps not. Once we feed your pig his big fish.
I have to think of Chris.
Anytime I want to go back to the market, I can make all the money that's needed for your brother.
You do that for me. What about the great white shark?
A man can trade one dream for another. Maybe the old Cacharadon doesn't loom so large anymore.
You'd never be sure.
Well, let me decide that.
And Jay will never give me up. He'd kill you first, or have you killed.
We'll cross those bridges when we come to them. First, I'll let him find his fish. I gave my word on that. The next 3 days, I left it all to business. We pulled in a grab bag of smaller shark, some marlin we cut off the hook, and 1 800-pounder we towed in and landed on the reef. But we were still hunting the big game, and J.H. was getting dicier and dicier about it. After weighing out the 800-pounder, we were walking back toward the dock. You don't want to record him?
Hell, that's just bait, old J.H. boy. I'm looking for what you promised me. Something from 12 to 1,500.
I don't remember promising you that.
Just by being who you are, it's what you led me to expect. But time is winding up, boy. I only got maybe a couple more days. You going to deliver?
I don't know how I'd answer that, J.H., except for something Jimmy told me.
Oh, what do I care what some old fool has to say?
Jimmy is my friend.
All right. So what did Jimmy tell you?
That this last trip we will catch the big fish.
How does he know?
He divined it, sensed it.
And you believe him?
I believe it. But that's not all he divined.
What else?
With the fish comes death.
For whom?
He doesn't know. You want to risk it.
Dumb superstition by an old man? You gotta be kidding. Come on, Gunner, we got lots to do. First we catch my fish. Then we settle some scores.
We put out to sea again. But it looked as if we were in a run of bad luck. J.H. was drinking again, and just about to throw a willy, when on the second day, we made the strike. He came on the main line out of the chair, and it hit like a ton of bricks, bucketing off to nowhere at the speed of an express train.
Man, oh man, maybe you didn't con me after all, boy. I've hit the big one.
Let him run before you take the strain on that line.
Don't tell me how to fish.
Now, hard of port, Jimmy. Don't let him foul the stays.
He's looping back.
Can you handle him?
Don't you worry about me. Just don't let him get under the boat and carry away my line.
Watch him, Jimmy.
I see Bullock. Jimmy, don't let him foul.
What is it, Gunner? The big marlin.
It looks as if... It can't be.
What?
Give me a hand, quick. I've got to get into my tank for scuba gear.
What for?
Don't ask questions. Just help me. Can you hold him, J.H.?
Don't you worry about me, Gunner. Old J.H. ain't letting this big boy get away.
What is it, Gunner?
Give me that strap. What is it? Well, I've been waiting for 6 years to come up against.
Not the shark.
Right there, where it's breaking water. You see that fin? And the marker on it. If I had time to put the sonar on it, you'd hear the bleeping.
What are you planning to do?
Hey, that's no marlin. Some kind of shark.
That's right. Not your fish, but mine.
What in the Sam Hill you mean, not my fish? I'm out here on charter and I'm paying for it. This is my fish. No one's taking it away from me.
That's where you're wrong.
What are you doing with that knife?
Now I'm suited up, I'm going to cut your line. And then it's just between me and White Death there.
Cutting my line? This is my fish.
Hey, don't be a damn fool.
For me, you've been squatting for this. Give me that knife.
Jay, look out for the line.
Oh, my foot. He's pulling me into work.
Stand out of the way, Eve. Let me cut the line.
What are you going to do?
I'm going into the water after him. I went down into the water, the end of the cut line in my hand. The tension was suddenly gone, which meant the shark was circling, striking back at J.H., trapped by the line coiled around his ankle. That's when we came, face to face. The shark, all 24 feet of him, sliding by, the bloody hook fixed firmly in his jaw, my red marker clamped to his fin. The enemy I'd stalked for 6 years. Was he within my reach to rip out his vitals and exact my revenge? Or did something hold me back? Some feeling of territorial imperative, that these were his waters and I was the invader, that he was wronged and I the wronger. I don't know. I only know that my chance was gone. And it was up to me to decide if this was the end of the hunt or if a new one should begin. I'm sorry, Eve, but he was dead before the shark turned on him.
I wish I could say I'm sorry. But it just seems like fate.
Jimmy read all the signs right.
What about the shark and you?
We've closed our bargain. I don't want any more from him. And I hope he's had all he wants of me. I reckon I'm a free soul again.
Not for a moment. You think you're ever going to get away from me?
That's the advantage of being part lame. I'd never be able to run that fast.
We shrink in terror from the flashing teeth, the grinding jaws. But the shark has no animus. It doesn't hate us. If we invade his kingdom, we must realize that He doesn't bring the danger. We accept it and bring it upon ourselves. So we take all precautions, of course, and protect ourselves if need be, and hope that the nearest any of us have to get to the great white shark is not in his medium, but only through the medium of a tale such as this. I'll be back shortly. It was Francis Bacon, the famous philosopher, who said, "Revenge is a kind of wild justice, which the more man's nature runs to, the more the law ought to weed it out. Certainly it is a bitter settlement if exacted, and twists the man who does." Gunner Trent was fortunate that instead of finding it, he found love instead. He was one of God's fools, which means he was the luckiest of men. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Ian Martin, and Joan Lovejoy. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts and where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner? We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it and confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Get rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Oh, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I got the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. You can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
Why do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. This is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down and back us no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because I'm scared. How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. Do you understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
It sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion. Like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey... maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time or space or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just disappear? Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, is that so?
And the ships that they had The ones that were
About.
The ships that sailed over that spot disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared.
So?
So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey. Take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system. A wild place like Venus or a mine.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. Just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
Back from her anyhow. She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
Let's do page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? From the little we know about it, we can appreciate that any journey and uncertain. But obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. What was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places with Strange. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back.
Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships, Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lock, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships, Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Raj. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Raj.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet. So peaceful. So tranquil. I'd better feed my computer. My speed, my course, my declination. I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin. Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing. This voice. What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult Star Chart 876.
What is Star Chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
Oh, all right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible. I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
Well, I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth. But this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? People are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut?
From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
it just means... hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then, who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to, let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person. Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea.
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Yes, but I didn't believe
It
all...
was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny, reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a trapped space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mark your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there. Do any of us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly.
I'm going on a picnic.
That's nice.
With Blanchie, my sweetheart. That's her over there.
And you want us to make up a picnic basket?
With special wine and special food, Mr.
Vino Bronco.
Hi, Mike McDonald.
Vino Bronco is the name of Lancer's white dinner wine.
Vino Bronco?
Yes, very crisp and refreshing. It's affordable, and it goes perfect with any food.
Like caviar?
Vino Bronco's perfect with caviar.
Okay, give me 2 quarts.
Of what?
Of caviar.
It's $25 an ounce. How much do you want?
Right. Well, there'll be 2 of us at the picnic.
Uh-huh.
And Blanchie eats like a bird.
Well, just give me an estimate.
How about a quarter of an ounce?
Perhaps you'd enjoy the Vino Bronco with something a little less expensive.
You mean like this chicken?
This pheasant.
Blanchie eats meatloaf. Isn't this meatloaf?
No.
She eats meatloaf by the gobs.
It's not meatloaf. It's pâté de foie gras.
Okay, I'll take the Lancer's Vino Bronco. And what do you have to eat for under $10?
This jar of mustard.
Perfect. Blanchie eats mustard by the gobs.
I'll wrap it up.
How do you want to eat the mustard here or
You
what?
can't eat the mustard.
Ah, the summertime, when everybody's fancy turns to love, and Lancer's Vino Bronco white dinner wine, imported by Hubeline, Hartford, Connecticut.
You think you've got a problem buying your mother a present this Mother's Day? Try buying presents for 4 mothers. I have my mother, Jack's mother, my grandmother, and his grandmother. I couldn't possibly leave anybody out, so I give them each the Whitman sampler. The sampler's been a Mother's Day tradition with us for years. If you've got a problem about what to buy your mother this Mother's Day, give her the Whitman sampler. It's the perfect way to say Happy Mother's Day, no matter how many mothers you have.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now, soften and remove hard, callous skin with the same ingredient doctors use most. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, elbows as directed. Dermasoft cream.
Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can't pay your gas, electric, coal, oil, or other fuel bills, you may qualify for help from the city of Detroit. To apply, you...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Love, said a lady named Madame de Stael, is the whole history of a woman's life. But it's only an episode in the life of a man. Of course, she said it almost 200 years ago, and women are supposed to have changed since then. But, as another French philosopher said, the more things change, the more they remain the same.
We've got the evidence, Mrs. Davis.
I don't care. I'm innocent.
Who was your accomplice?
I don't have any. I didn't do anything.
Who was with you?
Don't hammer at me. I've had enough.
You haven't had anything yet, Mrs. Davis. You're on your way to jail.
What do you want?
Information.
I don't have any.
Okay. Sit in jail for the rest of your life.
Our mystery drama, The Giuseppe Verdi Autobus, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tammy Grimes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Travel used to be the privilege of the very wealthy. If you were poor, you stayed put. If you were rich, the in-thing historical centers of Europe, where hopefully they might absorb a bit of culture. This was known as the Grand Tour. Today, as befits these democratic times, it appears that everybody seems to be going somewhere. An endless number of travel agencies put together grand tours to allow ordinary, everyday folk to savor the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. At the height of the season, they say, there are more Americans in Italy than Italians.
Amici, friends, dear friends, all good members of the Green Bus. Il autobus Verdi, green, like Giuseppe Verdi, green. You are now on your own for the lunch. And if you wish to shop, you walk that way 5 blocks to the Ponte Vecchio. And please, you must all be here again by 2 o'clock. Is that so, Mrs. Davis? Where is the Signora Davis? The bellissima Signora Davis.
I'm here.
Please do not keep us waiting.
I won't. I promise I won't.
Because we must be prompt. When we reassemble, we shall go to see the Michelangelo's David. So remember, amici, eat a light lunch. One cannot appreciate great art on a full stomach.
I see he's picking on you again.
Gildo? Oh, I love him. He's such a lamb.
We're lucky to have such a fine tour guide, aren't we?
And he just knows everything.
I was wondering, Mrs. Davis, do you have any plans for lunch?
What did you have in mind?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't care to eat alone. Won't you join me?
That's hardly a flattering invitation.
Oh.
However, I don't like eating alone either.
I didn't realize how that must have sounded. It's just that I'm somewhat out of practice.
The truth is, so am I.
Well, shall we?
Certainly. Oh, my goodness.
What is it?
Look at that smile on Mrs. Morrison's face.
Which one is she? Oh, yes.
She's been waiting for this ever since we arrived in Italy.
Waiting for what?
For you to take my arm, Mr. Wilson.
Oh?
You and I are the only singles on the tour.
Oh.
Everybody's been trying so hard to get us together.
What is there about married couples? They're such confirmed matchmakers.
Perhaps they want everyone to share the happiness of married life.
Or the agony.
Do you speak from experience?
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Davis. Mrs. Davis, is there a Mr. Davis?
There was. He died.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was a wonderful man. But it's been 5 years now. And finally, I've decided to come out of mourning. All that time, everyone's been saying to me, life goes on. And now I realize it does. It should. It must.
I see your marriage was happy.
And yours?
Well, she and I, we married too soon and we stayed with it too long. It embittered both of us.
I suppose, like you, in a sense, I'm coming out of mourning, too. Shall we go to lunch, Mrs. Davis?
Why don't you call me Norma?
I will, if you call me Charlie.
How about lunch? Why don't we go into some little shop and buy a loaf of bread?
You mean pane and some cheese.
You mean fromage and a bottle of wine.
You mean vino and stroll leisurely through Florence.
You mean Firenze.
Green boss, il autobus Giuseppe Verdi. Everyone here. Ah, Signora Davis. So prompt. You are here the first one. You and Mr. Wilson. You did no shopping, I see, Mrs. Davis.
You can really get the same bargains at home. I didn't come all the way to Italy just to shop.
Of course not. I'm sure you found far more interesting things to do. You and Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Davis, one moment.
Gildo, I won't be late. I'm just going up to my room for a sweater.
No, I only wish to say I have a letter for you.
Oh, thank you. It's from my sister.
Only good news, I hope.
I don't have to read it. I know exactly what's in it.
Is that true? How?
I can read Maudie like a book. She's so nervous and excited. I can tell by the way she writes the address.
Why is she nervous and excited?
She's scared stiff about my making this trip. She's nervous and excited because she's afraid I'll meet a fortune hunter who'll steal all my money.
And have you met someone?
I may have, Gildo. I may have. Hello?
Norma, are you ready?
Oh, Charlie, of course. I'm just finishing this letter to my sister. Are we late?
No, of course not. Plenty of time. Don't rush.
I'll be down in 5 minutes. He's taking me to the opera tonight, Maudie. Just think, La Scala. Oh, he's so wonderful. Kind, sympathetic, and so handsome. Tall, slender, so distinguished looking. What more could I want in a man?
You don't mind taking the time?
Of course not.
I have such a large family.
I think that's wonderful. I miss that. There's just my sister Maudie and me. Well, Maudie and her husband Paul.
Do they have children?
No. And I didn't either.
You mean there are no aunts, uncles, cousins?
No one.
I'm going to have to spend a full day buying gifts. You'll just have to help me.
I'd love to.
No, my darling, go through this list with me and see what ideas you can come up with.
Did you mean that?
Of course I do. I haven't the least notion of what to buy for whom.
Did you mean what you just called me?
What did I just call you? Oh. Darling. Yes. Yes, I meant that.
And here is the remarkable Colosseum. Not only did they have fights between gladiators and men and beasts, but it could be flooded, and there were real sea battles. Ah, if these ancient stones could only speak, what a tale they could tell us.
You don't appear too impressed, darling.
The truth? This is the first thing I've seen in Italy that simply doesn't make me want to say, wow.
Really?
If you want the truth, the Los Angeles Coliseum is bigger. So's the ballpark, Chavez Ravine.
Are they?
I would say so. Yes, I would definitely say so.
Well, I've never been there.
Great places to see ball games.
Do you like sports?
Well, I suppose you could call me a fan. I go all the time. Football in the fall, baseball in the spring and summer. I'm afraid this wouldn't make a very good baseball park.
I hope you won't let this little disappointment spoil the trip.
Darling, This is the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me in my life. Shall I order?
Oh, please let me. I want to see if I can do it in Italian.
Ah, you mean Italiano, darling. Oh, be my guest. Here he comes.
Camerari. Ah, prego. Duo cappuccino.
See him give you that nod? I'm sure he thinks you're a native.
So, this is the fabulous Via Veneto.
And here you are about to sip your coffee at a sidewalk cafe on one of the most famous streets in the world.
It's a far cry from Dayton, Ohio. Where are all the celebrities? I'm told the place is encrusted with them.
Oh, probably sitting all around you, strolling past you along the sidewalk.
I feel so giddy.
Giddy?
Well, so unlike myself. That is, unlike the self I've been this past 5 years. I feel so young, so alive.
How do you account for it?
Probably the air and the wine.
Oh, is that all? I was hoping you'd say the company.
Oh, darling. Without the company, there'd be nothing. Charlie, I'm going to do something mad. Do you mind?
No, of course not.
That gentleman sitting at the next table to my left, the very portly one.
Yeah, well, what about him?
Who do you suppose he is?
Well, I guess he could be anyone.
I'm almost positive. He's a famous film director. I'm going to find out.
What? How?
Ask him, of course. Sir? Excuse me. Are you a celebrity?
Well, I hope so. Back home in Sadler's Corners, Montana, I'm the mayor.
Oh.
I'm also the chief of police, the postmaster.
Oh,
I'm also the druggist, the dog catcher, and the undertaker.
Oh, I could tell you're a man of parts.
See, you want to hold still a second? I'd like to snap your picture.
Oh, my hair.
I'd just like to have a shot of all the Americans I run into. Hold it. There. You and your husband enjoying the trip?
Oh, no, we're not married.
Well, in case you decide to take the step, come on out to Sadler's Corners. I'm also the justice of the peace.
Gildo.
Ah, my Signora Davis. You are so beautiful in that lovely gown.
Thank you, Gildo. I want you to have this.
Oh, no. It is not necessary.
It is. And not just because the tour brochure says it is customary to tip the guide, either. It's because, oh, Gildo, you made Italy come alive for me.
That is because you were alive for Italy. See? Everyone is dressed beautiful for the farewell banquet. But who is like my bellissima Signora Davis?
You don't know. What a wonderful thing happened to me on this tour, Gildo. Although, why do I say that? I'm sure you do.
I wish you so much happiness.
There he is. He's talking with Mrs. Morrison. Oh, and he's giving me a signal. He wants me to come over and rescue him. Gildo, just think. We've already established private little secret signals.
Perhaps you should go to it.
I will. I just want to stand here for a moment and look at him. He's so tall, so straight, so good looking. Oh, I love him.
Do you, Carissima?
Yes. I'm not a child. I'll tell you how old I am.
Should you do that?
I'm 41. I'm old enough not to lose my head like a silly schoolgirl.
Silly schoolgirls lose their heads, but wise signoras lose their hearts.
Then I've lost mine.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure you have not lost your heart to Italy?
I know what you mean, Gildo. It isn't the magic, the romance, the spell that this enchanted country cast on me. He'd be just as wonderful in Dayton, Ohio.
Very well. As long as you are certain, then I approve.
That's the third time you're sending the signal. I better go to him. Yes, darling. I'll come to your rescue. You may not know it yet, but there isn't anything in the world that I wouldn't do for you.
there isn't anything in the world I wouldn't do for you. Well, you know what a statement like that is, don't you? Quite simply, it's a blank check. But should anybody give another person the absolute right to fill in any figure he pleases? I suppose it all depends on how much you have in your emotional account. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. A very romantic lady wrote a song which goes, "We've come to the end of a perfect day, near the end of a journey, too. And memory has painted this perfect day with colors that never fade. And we find at the end of a perfect day the soul of a friend we've made." Well, we're concerned with a very romantic lady who has come to the end of a perfect day and a perfect journey and has really made a friend.
Amici, all good friends of the Green Boss, il autobus Giuseppe Verdi. You should have the luggage outside of your door in 5 minutes. And then we must leave for the airport.
Charlie, darling.
Have you closed your suitcase yet?
No.
You promised you'd save my life. I was able to get everyone's presents in my luggage except these.
Oh, no problem, dear.
Oh, you sure? Are these packages too large?
No, I can handle all 3 of them.
Darling, I hate to impose.
How can you use such a word? As a matter of fact, I even have more room.
No, this will be just fine. That's my nephew Terry's present, and that's a music box for my Aunt Nell.
I remember we bought that on the Isle of Capri.
And in here is a sweater for my sister.
I picked it out. I might just as well carry it. I can't wait to meet her.
And will they be happy to meet you?
And now the bag. The nice green suitcase for my bellissima Signora Davis.
Oh, thank you, Gildo.
To think, this will be the last time I will check your luggage.
I'll see you again, Gildo.
No.
But I threw my coin into the Trevi fountain.
That is nonsense for the tourists.
Gildo, maybe Charlie and we could come back on our honeymoon.
Carissima.
We spoke about it.
Then you shall be back.
One day.
Have a happy, lovely, and safe trip to the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just landed at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport. The local time is 4:47 p.m.
You better get on this line, darling. It looks shorter.
All right. What do they do?
Oh, most often nothing. The customs agent asks you if you have anything to declare.
Well, I bought Monty a skirt and Paul some ties.
Did it add up to $300?
Oh, no.
Then you don't have to declare anything. You get the first $300 free.
So when he asks me if I want to declare something, then I answer no.
I'll be right behind you.
Charlie, do you mean you want me to come to your brother's house?
You have to meet the family sometime.
But so soon?
Say, this line's really moving. Fellow must be in a hurry to go home.
Next, please. Do you have anything to declare, miss?
No.
Did you buy anything while you were in Italy?
Nothing that would add up to $300.
Would you mind opening up your suitcase?
Oh, me?
Yes, ma'am.
But...
Oh, do you object?
Well, I can't imagine why you want to.
Oh, I'm sure a lady like you would have nothing to worry about.
I certainly do not. Where's my key? Here it is. Let me just turn the lock and...
Thank you.
Absolutely everything's in order.
Well, what's in this package?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm carrying it for this gentleman behind me who has no room in his valise. Did you say this was the one with the music boxes, Charlie? Charlie? Where did he go?
Which gentleman are you talking about, ma'am?
Oh, the gentleman who was well, I'm sure he'll be right back.
I see. Well, would you mind opening this package?
Well, of course, See? I told you it was a music box. I was with him when he bought it.
Open the lid, please.
Of course. That's funny. It doesn't play. It should.
Well, it doesn't play, ma'am, because there are no works inside.
What are those? Those packets. Those cellophane packets.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Who are you?
My name is Detective Lieutenant Marvin Stern. I'm with the Police Narcotics Division. Have they read you your rights?
Yes, whatever that was. They did it. Now, I want you to listen.
Were you permitted to call your lawyer?
I don't know any lawyer in New York. I called my sister in Dayton, Ohio.
Mrs. Davis, do you know what the best thing would be?
Look, I can't even begin to tell you how many people have been hammering at me. I tell you the same thing I told all of them. I don't know anything. I don't know how that powder came to be hidden in my suitcase.
The powder found in those 3 packages happens to be pure heroin. Depending on how it's cut, it could have a street value of close to $1 million.
But I don't know how Yes, I do know. He gave it to me to carry for him. He didn't have room in his valise.
I see.
Charlie Wilson. He said, oh, what's the use? Check with the tour. Old Heritage Tours. They'll tell you a man named Charlie Wilson was on the tour.
We already have.
Then you know I'm telling you the truth.
A man named Charlie Wilson was on the tour.
That's what I've been telling you.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Charles Wilson of 34 Piermont Street, Salisdale, New York.
I told you that was his address.
Except there is no Mr. Charles Wilson at 34 Piermont Street, Salisdale, New York. There's no such street as Piermont Street, and there's no such town as Salisdale.
Oh.
Mrs. Davis, the quickest and easiest way for all concerned is for you to tell the truth.
But I've told you the truth. My name is Norma Davis.
Yes, that's true.
I live in Dayton, Ohio.
That's also true.
I'm a widow. I live with my sister, Mrs. Paul Torrance. That is, we all live in my house. After my husband died, I didn't want to live alone, so it seemed like a good idea. Really, it wasn't. It isn't. What am I saying all this for?
Mrs. Davis, we know all about you.
What do you know about me?
We know you work in the housewares department at Naylor's. We know...
No, you don't know anything. Do you know what I think, how I feel? The last 5 years, do you know how lonely I've been? How frightened? How I finally gathered my courage and went away on a trip, and I had this dream of wonderful Italy, and I dreamed I fell in love. Or am I still there? And is this the dream? The nightmare?
Mrs. Davis.
What do you want? Are you telling me I smuggled in some drugs?
Well, the drugs were in your suitcase.
It's a mistake.
The customs agent was performing a routine random spot check. You opened your valise for him. You saw what was there.
But I don't know how it got there.
You do.
Charlie asked me to carry those 3 packages because he didn't have room in his luggage. Charlie, he can explain.
There was a Mr. Charles Wilson on that tour. He's gone. There's no trace of him. We don't know who he is or where he can be found.
His passport.
The State Department has no record of issuing such a passport. It was obviously a forged one.
Why did he do this to me?
I think by now, Mrs. Davis, we've gone full circle. From here, we shall only be repeating ourselves. It's time for the truth.
Why do you keep saying that? All right. I was foolish, but it was such a long time. I wanted somebody. You wouldn't understand.
Well, let's do it this way, Mrs. Davis. You're an amateur.
What do you mean by that? An amateur in what?
Crime. Professional criminals are using the services of more and more amateurs these days.
I don't care anything about that. I'm innocent.
Housewives are acting as messengers, use their telephones for recording beds.
Please, Lieutenant.
And smuggling. I mean, who would suspect a person like you, Mrs. Davis? For that matter, who would suspect anyone on a tour?
I tell you...
No. Let me tell you what you're up against. You were caught with all that junk in your possession. So don't think in terms of anything less than 15 years. If you get a strict judge, he'll write it so you serve every single day.
Please don't raise your voice. I've had enough.
You haven't had anything yet. You're on your way to jail.
What do you want?
Talk.
I've already talked.
Look, we don't want you.
Then let me go.
Maybe later.
Later?
When you've led us to Charlie Wilson.
I don't know Charlie Wilson.
But you said he gave you those packages.
I knew a man named Charlie Wilson who was charming and attentive and sweet. I met him in Italy. We walked through it hand in hand. But when the plane landed here, that Charlie Wilson was gone. And now there's another one. A different one.
Mrs. Davis, you don't want to sit in jail for 15 years. Why should you? Why should you if you can deliver Charlie Wilson?
But I don't know where.
We're convinced that Charlie Wilson, whoever he is as high as you can take us. Now, you give us Charlie, and we move up one step. Charlie can be made to give us the guy on top of him. That's another step.
I'd help you if I could.
You were caught with the drugs. That's all the DA needs to prosecute. He'll go on the stand and you'll say, what?
The truth. I was carrying it for a friend.
You were carrying it for a friend. Well, that's the oldest, most tired, and lamest excuse ever heard in a court of law. They won't even laugh. Well, they might pity you.
Why won't anyone believe it?
How can anyone believe it? A man you don't know at all?
I knew him very well.
After all of 2 weeks?
How much time do you need when it's right?
Well, obviously, this wasn't right. So anyhow, this man, he says to you, would you mind carrying some of my packages past customs in your luggage? Now, you claim that's what happened.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
And you said, sure, okay, why not? Am I right?
Yes.
And the packages were already sealed and wrapped.
Yes, they were.
You're a grown, mature woman, Mrs. Davis. You were married once. You work in a large department store. You have some experience in the world. Now, you really didn't suspect anything?
No, I didn't.
And that's to be your story to the jury.
What other story can I tell?
A better one than that. I mean, do you expect a jury to believe that any woman could be such a fool?
Oh, Lieutenant, you have no idea how foolish some women can be.
And with that confession, we shall let her rest for a brief intermission. Let us judge her lightly, because love certainly can make a fool of any of us. Didn't the poet say, love is a folly that enchants us all? Of course he did. He should also have added, we must pay a price. But as you know, the time for paying prices occurs always in Act 3. It takes, we are told, as much time and trouble to pull down a falsehood as it does to build up a truth. Well, that's perfectly true. However, the problems occur because quite often it's rather difficult to distinguish between falsehood and truth. And so we can never be quite sure whether we should be building up or pulling down.
Paul.
Hello, Norma.
Paul, you came here.
Obviously.
How is, where is Marty?
How is Marty? How do you think? Can you imagine what this has done to her?
I'm sorry.
Where is Marty? Naturally home in bed. Doctor's been in. She's been sedated. She's resting calmly. I hope. Norma, how could you do a thing like this to us?
Paul,
Norma Davis of Dayton, Ohio, arrested for smuggling heroin.
Paul, will you listen to me?
What are you going to do? Lie about it? You were caught. It was in your suitcase.
I did nothing wrong, Paul.
How did that heroin, whatever, get into your valise?
I was indiscreet, that's all. I did someone a favor.
A man?
Yes.
I warned you. Marty warned you. You were not only seduced by an adventurer, but by a criminal as well.
Paul.
You were always a headstrong girl, Norma. You never listened to good advice. You see where it's landed you?
I'm sorry I've caused Marty such grief and made her ill.
You should be.
And now that I've said that, get out.
What?
You heard me. Get out of here.
Good morning. You don't look so hot.
Why should you care, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Davis, well, I'm worried about you.
Is that so?
The guard told me about a little scene here you had with your brother-in-law a little while ago.
Was he listening?
Well, how could he help it?
I remember a poem. I learned it at school. The Wonderful One-Horse Shay.
Oh, that was by Longfellow, wasn't it?
Oliver Wendell Holmes. Anyhow, one day it was in perfect working order. The next day it just came apart. All over. That's me. A customs officer says to me, "Please open your suitcase, ma'am." And my entire world crumbles into dust. A man has made a fool of me. My reputation is destroyed. My own family practically disowns me. And to top it all off, I'll probably go to prison. Probably. How am I going to avoid it?
I'm sorry. I know you're innocent.
Oh, please don't say that. You're changing tactics. Hard boil will get you nowhere, so now you'll become the nice, sympathetic cop. You'll seduce me into telling the truth.
Seduce?
It's a figure of speech, but it amounts to the same thing.
Look, I'm sorry for you because win or lose, well, you got a bad deal. Even if a jury would find you innocent, there'll always be people who believe you were guilty.
Ah, well, I know it.
And there's one consolation. From now on, you'll know who your real friends are.
I wonder why I was afraid to live alone after my husband died. I married him right after we finished school. I never worked. He did everything for me. He sheltered me, protected me. I put up with so much from my sister, and it's her husband's fault. If he were really a man, he would never stand for her nonsense. He's been assistant branch manager at Spofford Federal for almost 15 years. He'll never get promoted, but now he can justify it, and so can she. Why are you letting me ramble on like this?
Oh, I told you, I think you're innocent. But I still have to get you to do one thing. And that's to uncover Charlie Wilson for me.
Charlie?
Mm-hmm. He's your only hope. But tell me, what were your plans?
Plans?
Yes.
Well, we would be married.
No, I mean your immediate plans. He gave you the stuff to carry in your valise. Your being stopped by the customs inspector was an unforeseen accident. Suppose you had just sailed through customs. Where would you have gone with him?
Where?
Yes.
To a motel. And the next morning we would have gone to his brother's house in Salisdale, New York. But since you have informed me that there is no Salisdale, New York, there's no brother either.
He might have murdered you.
No, not Charlie.
Why do you say that? You were carrying $1 million worth of heroin. Let's see, you were with him for almost 2 weeks. In all that time, did he say anything that might give you a clue?
No.
Well, what did you talk about?
It seems we talked about me. Yes. Maybe that's why I was so fascinated with him. We talked about me.
Well, his accent. Eastern, Southern, Midwestern?
No, it seemed to be the kind of speech you might hear anywhere. I told you what he looks like. I didn't know what more to tell you.
I'm sure he's got a record. I know he's been fingerprinted and photographed. I know it's all on file somewhere. Yeah, but where? Now, look, the two of you were supposed to be so much in love.
Please.
Didn't you at least take each other's picture?
No, he didn't have a camera. And I don't believe in... Wait.
Oh, what is it?
There is a picture.
Yes?
Yes. We were sitting on the Via Veneto. That is, I got into a conversation with another man, a tourist, an American. And he said, "Let me take your picture." And he did.
Okay, we're halfway home. Now, who was this American tourist? What's his name?
I don't know his name.
You don't know his... Well, then what good?
But I do know he's the mayor of Sadler's Corners, Montana.
I remember you. We were sitting on the old Via Veneto, and I heard you remark to the gentleman sitting next to you that I was probably some big Italian film director.
That's right.
So the two of you decided to come out here and avail yourselves of my services as a justice of the peace.
No, not exactly.
Oh, that's not what he told me when I spoke to him just the other day.
You spoke to him?
Yes, he gave me a call. I was mighty pleased. It was so nice to hear from folks you run into in a foreign country.
He called you on the telephone?
Yeah, didn't he tell you? He said you sure would like that picture I took of you.
Oh.
Yeah, so I sent it to him.
You sent him the picture?
Well, didn't he give it to you?
Ask him if he's got the negative.
Your Honor, do you have the negative?
The negative? Oh, Lord bless you. If I kept hold of them negatives, I wouldn't have room to live in the house.
Ask him where he sent the pictures.
Where did you send it?
Well, I've got the address right here. Let me see now. Charles Wilson, Kira, General Delivery, Los Angeles, California.
General Delivery, Los Angeles.
Everything's all right, isn't it? You are coming out here to let me marry you, aren't you?
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever get married, I'll let you marry me. Goodbye. That means there's no picture.
Los Angeles. He's in Los Angeles.
You can send his description to Los Angeles.
Oh, do you know how big Los Angeles is?
But he's there now. The photograph was sent to him only the other day.
Look, I want you to think, Norma. Think.
About what?
About Charlie Wilson. You spent almost 2 weeks in his company. He must have said something that would give him away.
He didn't. I can't think of anything.
Somewhere he must have let something drop.
I can't remember.
We simply have to bring in Charlie Wilson.
But I don't know where or how to.
Look, we have got to find him. He must have said something. You've got to start with the very first thing he ever said to you. And you're going to try to recall every single conversation.
That's impossible.
No. What were the first words he ever spoke to you?
He said,
I was wondering, do you have any plans for lunch?
And I said, what did you have in mind? And he answered,
Well, I don't know. I just don't care to eat alone.
See? He didn't care to eat alone. From the very first, he used me.
Now, you must try to recall every word.
Let's get some cheese.
You mean formaggio and wine?
You mean vino. And stroll through Florence.
You mean Firenze. That was in Florence. Then we went to Milan. And what did we talk about? Da Vinci's Last Supper and the opera at La Scala. And then in Rome, St. Peter's. No, he didn't say anything. The Spanish Steps, the Trevi Fountains, the Colosseum. I did all the talking. Then we left for Venice.
And in all this time, he said nothing about himself.
No. He was really awed by everything. You really can't help it. All that grandeur just overwhelms you. Actually, the only thing that didn't seem to impress him was the Colosseum.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Is that important?
Well, I don't know. Just tell me why.
Because,
Yes?
Because he's from Los Angeles.
Oh, we already suspect that.
We were standing there, and he said...
If you want the truth, the ballpark in L.A. and the Los Angeles Coliseum are bigger. Great places to see a ball game.
And I asked him, are you a sports fan?
I go all the time. Football in the fall, baseball in the spring and summer.
That's what he said.
Okay, he goes to the ball games. In the Coliseum or Chavez Ravine, pro football, college football, Major League Baseball.
He said he was a fan.
Oh, yeah. Most likely he goes and bets on the games.
Does he have to go to the park to bet?
I know his type. You find him in every city, at every Major League ballpark. They congregate in certain sections. They bet on everything. Balls, strikes.
Could you send his description to the Los Angeles police?
We'll do better than that. We'll go there and have you pick him out. This is the section where they hang out. We've got the place filled with police detectives. If you point him out, he can't get away. Come on. Do you see him?
It's difficult.
Yeah, I know it's a long shot. I may be wrong. Maybe he isn't even in L.A. But it's all we have. Do you see him?
Why do you keep asking? Wouldn't I tell you if...
I don't know. Would you? After all, maybe you're still in love with him. Are you?
No, I'm not. Not anymore. Yes. Yes, I do see him. The left aisle. Third row. The seat next to the post. The man in the gray jacket and blue slacks.
But he's so ordinary looking. You described him as very handsome and distinguished.
I realize that. I suppose we all look different in Italy.
That's Charles Wilson.
He could never deny it. We could all identify him.
Hey, let's walk up and you say hello to him.
Hello, Charlie.
Who?
Don't you want those packages you gave me?
You?
Sit down, Charlie. You're not going anywhere.
I want to thank you, Lieutenant, for everything.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. He's got quite a record, our friend Charlie. Forger, smuggler, confidence operator.
And heartbreaker.
Oh, did he break your heart?
Not too badly. Besides, what kind of question is that for a detective to ask?
Oh, I was just hoping it would never happen to you again.
There's no guarantee. I just have to take the chance, that's all.
Well, you're free to go, you know.
You mean you have no further questions to ask me?
Well, it seems to me we spent a whole week in which we did nothing but have me ask you questions. All sorts of personal questions, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Would you like to spend some time asking me some questions?
Yes. I think we could spend a very interesting week doing just that.
And they did. And I would suspect they went on even longer. Perhaps it makes a considerable amount of good sense for a lady like Norma Davis to become involved with a police detective. You must admit she has a talent for getting herself into trouble. You, on the other hand, will get into no trouble at all if you wait for me to return. At first, great waves of immigrants swarmed to our shores as millions came here to find something new. And they did. The things they were seeking, freedom, equality, justice, opportunity, these were new concepts for ordinary men and women. Now, their descendants swarm back to those European shores for a visit in order to find something old. So many of the old ways and old things are also precious and worth preserving. Our cast included Tammy Grimes, Robert Dryden, Lloyd Batista, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and ARM, Allergy... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. An honest man, we are told, is the noblest work of God, assuredly. And there are times, unfortunately, when it appears as if he is also the rarest. Honesty, sincerity, loyalty. Why do we call them simple virtues? These days they appear to be so complicated.
What kind of a job did you have in mind?
Well, I'm a first-class confidence operator and an all-around hustler. I can use a gun, but, hey, I think that's for suckers.
Hold it. I thought you said you wanted to change your way of life.
I do. I'm sick of penny ante swindles. I'm looking for something big. That's why I came to you.
Our mystery drama, Willie and Dilly, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In God we trust. All others pay cash. That's a sign we read in so many commercial establishments. And yet, no matter how cynical, skeptical, or worldly wise we are, the fact is our social order is based on absolute trust. Aren't we constantly placing our lives, our health, our fortunes into the hands of airplane pilots, cab drivers, lawyers, bankers, automobile mechanics? Like it or not, we are destined to be our brother's keeper, just as he is required to be ours. You're going to meet Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth, and Mr. Wentworth is every bit as imposing as his name. 55 years old. He is tall, white-haired, and handsome. You feel instinctively that he is just the man to handle your money.
Won't you have a chair, Mrs. Zurich?
That's pronounced Zurich, as in the Swiss city.
Oh, I see. Are you Swiss?
No. Zurich was the name of my late husband's stepfather.
How may I serve you, Mrs. Zurich?
I realize this is a very big firm, and that many of your clients are millionaires.
Are you also a millionaire, Mrs. Zurich? Or should I say, millionairess?
Neither one. I'm afraid I'm not even rich.
Yes?
I'm a widow. A very recent widow.
Oh, my sympathy.
I only have a few $1,000.
A few?
To you, it would be a few. 5, to be exact.
Oh?
Yes. I know exactly what that O means.
Well, Mrs. Zurich...
It means, what right do I have to take up the time of Harrison Dillard Wentworth himself? $5,000. That's hardly worth the attention of the smallest fry in the outermost office. Yes, now that I sit here and think about it, I realize how foolish I must seem to you, and how unimportant.
Mrs. Zurich, all of our clients are important.
But I also need financial advice. To me, $5,000 is a fortune.
Of course.
And I am an important person to myself. My needs are real and urgent. I want the best.
I understand.
I wonder if you do. You're a top man in the field. You deal in astronomical figures, I suppose. Now, how could you possibly understand a person like me?
Mrs. Zurich, permit me to inform you that I shall personally supervise your account.
I can't tell you how wonderful you've made me feel. No. What am I going to do? Cry?
Now, Mrs. Zurich.
I can't help it. I'm so happy. This is the first nice thing that's happened to me since Ogden died.
Ogden?
My late husband. I know very little about money, but he knew even less. Poor Ogden Zurich. He was just a sweet, kindly dreamer.
I shall prepare a modest, interesting portfolio.
And safe. It must be safe. That's why I demanded to see you and no one else. This money is all I have in the world. But I feel it's secure with you. Shall I write a check?
There are papers to be drawn up first.
Well, please do it.
And we should talk about various possibilities.
No, don't say that.
I'm sorry, did I?
No. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I had no right to flare up like that. But all my life I have been involved with men who like to talk. Ineffectual men who used conversation as a distraction for their inability to amount to anything. Here, for the first time, I feel I am in competent, capable hands.
I hope to be worthy of your trust. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, that's too bad. I suppose it means our lunch date is off. Call Rosario's and cancel my No. Never mind. Mrs. Zurich.
Yes?
I hope you're free for lunch.
Oh, you don't have to feel that you...
But I do. I always take my important clients to lunch. Besides, we're about to begin an extremely intimate, that is, confidential relationship.
Oh.
I must know all about you, what your goals are, and so forth, if I am to invest your money prudently.
Prudently? I like the sound of that. I never knew a man before who actually thought in those terms.
Do you believe in fate?
But doesn't everyone?
Well, you see, I had a lunch date scheduled with a Mr. Jonathan Simpkins, a very wealthy gentleman. He's every bit of 60, yet he wears what's left of his hair down to his shoulders, dresses in jeans, and rides a motorcycle.
Oh, good for him.
He'll be in the hospital for at least a month.
Oh.
It was ordained. He was destined to run into that truck so that you and I could have lunch today.
Oh, I'm sorry to be the cause of Mr. Simpkins' accident.
Are you? I'm not.
restaurant. You only see places like this in the movies. To think I am actually lunching in a place like this. Do you know what I feel like? Oh, champagne.
Ah, let me order some.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I don't feel like having champagne. I feel like champagne. When you look into the glass and you see it fizzing and bubbling, that's me.
Your eyes are glowing. I want to thank you.
You want to thank me? Why?
You've just taught me a lesson.
What kind of lesson could I possibly teach you?
A lesson in how to live. You know, I've forgotten something very important. How to extract joy from the moment. I lunch here quite often, and I've been taking it just as a matter of course. If you'll pardon the pun. It's become just another eating place where food is merely an adjunct to a business conversation. But now... Now you've reminded me why I came here the very first time. For the decor, the magnificent cuisine. You do enjoy things, don't you?
Oh, yes. When I get the chance.
Somehow I feel you didn't get too many chances in your lifetime, Mrs. Zurich. Mrs. Zurich, I don't even know your first name.
Oh, Wilhelmina. But my friends call me Willie.
Oh, no.
No?
This is rapidly becoming a day of the most fantastic surprises. Do you know what my friends call me?
I can't imagine.
Dilly.
Oh, I don't believe it.
It's true.
Dilly? A man of your stature and dignity? Who would dare?
My name is Harrison Dillard Wentworth. But for some reason, no one ever wanted to call me Harrison. Or even Harry. Everyone preferred the name Dillard, which soon became Dilly.
Dilly. Now that I say it again, it does seem to suit you somehow.
And so here we are. Willie and Dilly. Really now, this has to be fate. Willie?
It's Willie. Unless you gave some other dame a key to the apartment.
Oh, tell me, how did it go?
How did it go? I'm back in school, and I come home to the sorority house from a date.
How does it happen you can never give a person a straight answer?
How did it go? The answer to that question is, I made him.
I knew it.
I had him the minute I walked into his office.
Oh, I figured you would. Hey, did you use the widow angle?
Well, if I read the signs. In about a week, he'll want to set me up in my very own little apartment.
Oh, that's great.
Great, huh? Why are we doing this?
I told you. To make $1 million. Maybe more.
I don't see it. Oh, yes, I can get him to spend some money on me, but nowhere near $1 million. And where do you come in?
Don't worry about a thing.
Blackmail? You think he'd come up with $1 million just to keep his wife from finding out? I don't.
I told you. Don't worry about it.
Or do you think the scandal would ruin him with his old-time conservative blue-chip customers?
You're not even warm, Willie.
Oh, yes, I am. I'm warm, vibrant, vital, alive. I am quoting Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth, also known as Dilly.
Yeah, will you just keep heating up, Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth, and I'll let you know when to take him out of the oven.
Oh, why can't you tell me what the angle is?
Isn't it better this way? All you have to do is concentrate on the job at hand.
More coffee, dear?
No, thank you, darling.
Oh, that's right. You've decided to cut down. Sorry I tempted you.
Actually, I don't have time. I must return to the office.
Dilly, you haven't worked nights in years.
My dear, the heat is on. These are volatile times. Who knows where the economy is headed?
Yes, that's true.
And there's so much information to digest. We simply don't have the time to do it during the day.
But is it necessary for the boss to go in at night?
It's when the boss comes back at night that everyone starts to take things seriously.
Oh, you poor darling.
I hope you didn't have anything planned.
No, I didn't. But you did. Didn't you say Frank Miller was going to stop by for a chat?
That's right. He's in town for a while, and thoughtlessly, I had asked him to drop in for a drink. He's such a bore. Always moralizing about something.
Frank is one of your oldest friends.
Actually, we've outgrown each other. Only Frank doesn't realize it. I hate to hurt his feelings.
Well, I could give him a drink.
Would you, dear? I know he's dreadfully dull.
Well, I'll manage to get through the evening somehow. Will you be late?
I don't know. I hope not. But don't wait up for me.
Frank.
Good evening, Louisa.
Won't you come in?
Yes, thank you.
Dilly isn't home. He's been so busy lately. He had to go down to the office.
Oh?
I can offer you a drink.
Well, the reason I stopped by was because I wanted some advice.
Why don't you call him?
No. I don't want to bother him.
It shouldn't be a bother.
No, it can wait till tomorrow.
Now, how about that drink?
Although, I'm on a morning flight to Chicago, and I should speak with Dilly about this first.
But then by all means, I'll get him on the phone.
Are you sure that it's no trouble?
Well, actually, I'm glad of an excuse to call.
Why? Do you want to check up on him?
What an idea. Dilly? He has no time for other women. Why, he hardly has enough time for me. Poor dear. He does put in long hours. But you know what he always says. The first part of your life, you work hard to make your money. The second part, you work even harder to keep it. Even so, this working late is a bad habit that should be nipped in the bud. Now, that's odd.
What is?
Well, I wonder, did I dial the right number? Oh, I'm sure I did.
Well, did he tell you definitely he was going to the office?
Well, now that you mention it, what he said was he might stop by at the office.
Oh.
Yes, he's probably out with a client.
Well, yes, I'm sure of it.
He's probably on his way home right now.
Of course.
What am I going to do?
Whatever it is she's going to do, she isn't going to do it until the second act. So far, it has been our purpose to introduce a roster of characters, mix them and watch them, and see what fireworks we can ignite. You must admit we have some highly combustible materials. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. Yes, trust a poet to justify his roving eye with such a prettily turned phrase. But has he touched a universal nerve here? Is there such a thing as complete and absolute and unwavering faithfulness? Or is each of us faithful in his or her own fashion? Well, you know what Professor Einstein said. Everything is relative.
Well, Frank, sit down.
Right, yes, thank you, Dilly.
Sorry I missed you that night last week.
Well, I wonder how to go about this.
Go about what?
Well, I might as well just dive in. What's her name, Dilly?
Whose name?
The girl you're having an affair with.
Now, see here, Frank. You have no right to...
I'm your oldest friend. I have every right.
This is the most ridiculous accusation.
You weren't at the office that night. Louisa called you.
She called? Why?
Because I wanted to speak with you. And there was no answer.
Does she suspect?
Well, she doesn't want to. Well, Dilly, what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do?
I say cut it short. And let it end right now.
Listen, Frank.
Stay home. Be with her. And after a while, Louisa will believe that all her suspicions are groundless. Because that's what she wants to believe. And give up this woman, whoever she is.
I can't.
You have to.
Frank, I'm 25 years old all over again.
Now, that's nonsense.
Don't say that. This girl makes me feel like a boy.
Oh, sure.
I'm enjoying life, All of life. Come on. I have young ideas, young reactions to things. You and I, Frank, we've become old and stodgy and set in our ways. You should get yourself someone, too. Be surprised what a new outlook on life it gives you.
Well, what about Louisa?
Louisa?
You still love her?
What a question. Of course. What does one thing have to do with another?
Oh, where does a thing like this end?
Well, why should I think about that now? I'm only at the beginning.
Hi, baby.
You're late?
Well, I had some loose ends to tie up.
Such as?
Hey, you'll know everything in due time.
I think due time has arrived.
It's close, Willie, honey, close.
Well, I hope so. Because Mr. Harrison Dillard Wentworth is beginning to bore me. Norman, what is it we stand to make out of him? And don't tell me $1 million, because I heard that one before.
Yeah, but it's true.
How?
We're going to help him steal.
Steal? He's going to steal?
Right.
Well, whatever you want to say about Dilly Wentworth, he is not a crook.
You are wrong.
Norman, this man has a reputation as ethical as anybody.
I say he's a crook.
Well, everybody thinks he's absolutely on the level.
Everybody's wrong.
Oh, I see. Everybody's wrong but you.
Harrison Dillard Wentworth is a man who can't be trusted.
And where's your proof?
You are my proof.
Me?
Now, tell me, can Harrison Dillard Wentworth's wife trust him? I mean, should she?
Well,
So if she can, who else can?
It's not the same thing.
Why not? A guy can be trusted, or he can't be trusted. If he can be trusted, anybody can trust him all the way. If not, it's just a question of the right girl, the right deal.
But there's never been a hint of him ever cheating on any of his clients.
To me, that means he's never been caught.
And what do you think you can get him to steal?
Oh, some securities. Negotiable securities. At least $1 million worth.
Okay, Normie. Let's say you're right. He's a crook, and he would steal the securities. And why does he need us? Why doesn't he just steal them himself?
Look, if he just puts the stuff in his pocket and walks out, he has to keep walking until he gets to a place somewhere in this world where there's no extradition treaty with the U.S. Such places are usually very rural and very dull, and not all Mr. Wentworth's idea of a good time. However, let us assume that the stuff is stolen from him. Do you see?
Oh.
Then he's in the clear. His hands are clean.
You think he would listen to such a proposition?
He'd be all ears.
If you're right about him. It sounds like a great idea.
I am, and it is. Now let me tell you how we're going to work it.
It's a lovely day, isn't it, dear?
What is so rare as a day in June? How does the rest of it go?
I'm not sure. But this is a rare Saturday. I have you home with me. Unless, of course, something happens to come up.
Darling, I've been neglecting you shamefully lately, haven't I?
I'm not complaining.
No. You're too good a sport for that.
I realize that what you're doing is absolutely necessary.
I may be overdoing it. After all, I'm not getting any younger.
You don't look very much older.
Did you have anything planned for today?
No, not really.
Do you mind if we don't go anywhere?
Of course not.
I'm just a bit tired. I'd just sort of like to sit around and relax.
Uh-oh.
I'll make short work of it. Hello?
Darling.
Ah, yes.
I love you.
Oh, well, yes.
I'm so lonesome.
Yes, I can understand that.
I could die. I want to see you.
I don't think so.
I have to see you.
I don't see how.
These are the usual story.
I'm not sure I can.
Oh, it's such a lovely day. You know what I want to do? I want to go to the track.
That's rather difficult.
I want you to take me.
I understand.
We should have such fun. And afterwards,
Maybe we could arrange it for another time.
You mean you'll let me go by myself?
Tom, I really appreciate this, and I won't let you down. Where are you now?
You know where to find me, sweetie.
All right. Goodbye, Tom. That was Tom Wesley. I don't know if you met him. We play squash at the club.
Oh.
He's been trying to get me together with a fellow from England who's got all sorts of money to invest. Man's going back tonight, and Tom thought it would be a good idea if he met me first.
Well, I suppose it's important.
Yes, it is. I really don't want to go. I'll cut it as short as I can.
And that's another loser. Oh, well, lucky in love.
Do you love me?
Of course I love you.
You know, the minute you walked into my office, I knew you were the one I was looking for.
Oh, you admit you were looking.
Well, yes. Louisa is a good woman in many ways, but she's dull.
Oh, and so from time to time you look around for someone else to sort of liven things up?
None of the others ever meant anything to me.
Is that what you told each of them?
No. After a while, I told each of them goodbye.
And after a while, you'll say goodbye to me, too.
No. I never want to say goodbye to you.
What do you want to say to me?
I want to buy you an apartment. A lovely, luxurious apartment.
Is this a proposal?
I can't divorce my wife.
Why not?
I don't believe in it.
If she finds out, she'll divorce you.
In the first place, she won't find out.
How can you be sure?
Because she doesn't really want to find out.
And what's the second place?
She can't divorce me.
Who says so?
Practicality. The basic facts of life. She has no money of her own.
Really? Didn't the papers say you married an heiress?
She did come into some money when we were married. She gave it to me to go into business.
How much money?
About $1 million.
And you never gave it back to her?
No.
Why not?
She never asked me.
Suppose she does ask you.
She can ask, but there's no paper anywhere to prove it was a loan.
She just gave you the $1 million.
What could she do? She loved me.
And now she's stuck.
You could say that.
Dilly. Now I really know why they call you Dilly.
Hello there, Willie.
Tell me who you like in the next race.
Hey, what's the matter, Willie? Don't you know me?
Do you know this person, Willie?
I never saw him before in my life.
That's a laugh.
Sir, please, you're annoying this lady.
Well, that's another laugh.
Well, you're giving me a choice. I can either ask that police officer to come over here, or I can handle you myself.
Oh, that'll look great in the papers. Even greater on the 11 o'clock news. Broker gets into fist fight over woman at the racetrack.
Just what are you after?
Well, notice all the neat little time bombs in that headline. Woman, racetrack.
I'll ask you again. What do you want?
What do I want?
Don't listen to him.
I want maybe a little human warmth. Maybe a hello. Maybe even a little kiss from my own sister. That's what I want.
Willie, is this person your brother?
If she's my sister, I have to be her brother.
Can't you let me alone? Do you always have to ruin things for me?
Is that a way to talk to a brother who you haven't seen in 10 years?
And why haven't I seen you in 10 years? Because you've been in jail.
Oh, Willie, dear, we can't have a scene.
That's why he's here. Unless you give him money.
How can you say that about your own brother?
You're no good. You never were. And you'll never be worth anything. You're just a crook.
Oh, that's behind me.
Oh, sure.
From now on, things are going to be different.
I heard that before.
Oh, I mean it. I really mean it. I had 10 years to learn my lesson. I don't want to go through that again.
I don't believe a word you're saying.
I'm still your brother.
All right, Normie. How much do you want this time?
I don't want money. I want a chance.
To do what?
No, dear. He does seem sincere enough.
You don't know him like I do.
Look, give me a break, will you?
All right, I will. Come up to my office first thing tomorrow morning.
Don't start anything. Just give him a couple of dollars and you'll get rid of him.
Please, Willie, I'm a changed person. Don't you believe me?
No.
Well, I do.
Don't.
My dear, I am an excellent judge of character. I have faith in this man.
If he has, he has. What can we do about it? Things are proceeding apace. Our little web has been spun, and our spider steps aside temporarily to allow the fly to enter. However, who is the spider and who is the fly? This shall be unraveled in Act 3 shortly.
No one cooks but me, so no one's in the kitchen. No one sees the package.
Mrs. Donna Doynek talks about buying food that's sure to please her family.
When I buy Kraft macaroni and cheese, I know that it's something that we're going to be satisfied with. My family doesn't know what I put on the table. I mean, they see it in the bowl and they see it on their plate, and the only way they tell the difference is when they put it in their mouth. It just so happens that they've always been satisfied with Kraft.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
Maxwell House is coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is...
Good morning.
Maxwell House is...
Good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good. Always tastes good. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is...
Good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
New York, Chicago, St. Louis, Miami, Seattle. Our biggest cities are sending out cries for more VISTA volunteers. VISTA means Volunteers in Service to America. VISTA volunteers work with groups of inner-city residents to tackle the many urban problems that can't be solved alone. By working together with local leaders, entire neighborhoods can be restored. Job training centers can be created. Educational programs, health, and legal services can be expanded to reach all who need them. VISTA means working through the democratic process.
Keep your eye on the ball. This is the advice that can be followed with profit by both athletes and roulette players. Yes, sometimes the mouth works quicker than the mind. And we all know the hand can be faster than the eye. And therefore, since lightning outpaces thunder, by the time you hear the crash, the flash has already done its job.
Yes? Who? Oh, send him in. Well, Norman, sit down. Now then, I understand you're looking for something to do.
Yes, that's right.
For obvious reasons, I can't give you a job in my office.
Oh, that's all right, I understand.
But I do know people. Tell me, what can you do?
I'm a first-class confidence operator.
I beg your pardon?
I'm a good hustler. I know how to work a scheme. Under certain highly specialized conditions, I'll use a gun.
Now, just a minute. Is that the kind of job you're looking for?
Well, that's the only kind of jobs I'm qualified for.
One or both of us must be laboring under a misapprehension.
Well, it isn't me.
Norman, I distinctly heard you tell your sister you're a changed person.
Well, that's true.
You said you had reformed.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, I distinctly remember.
I said I was all through with the stupid stuff. And from now on, things are going to be different.
But you seem to have no intention of changing your ways.
Oh, I do. From now on, the stupid stuff is out. I've been in and out of jail most of my life. And do you know for what? Peanuts. Coffee and cake. You know what I learned?
Obviously, not very much.
No. I learned a very basic lesson. If a man steals a whole country, he goes down in history as a hero. If he steals $10 from somebody's wallet, he becomes a common thief and a jailbird.
I do not see the relevance of...
When it comes to stealing, the bigger the prize, the better the chance of getting away with it.
If this is your attitude, I don't know what there is for us to talk about.
Personally, I'd like to steal $1 million.
$1 million?
That's a nice round sum.
I'm a busy man. You must excuse me.
Wouldn't you like to steal $1 million?
I, sir, am not a thief.
Why do you say that?
I don't know why I sit here and prolong this nonsense.
No. Just tell me why you think you're not a thief.
Putting it as plainly as I know how, I can be trusted with other people's money.
Oh, I don't think so.
Your opinion is of no consequence. Now, sir, if you will please...
The reason I say that is because you can't be trusted with other people's affections. Your wife's, for example.
If you don't leave my office at once, immediately, I'm going to have you thrown out.
Well, now just think this over. You have a couple of branch offices. You're always sending cash and securities from here to there. Some of them can amount to a lot of money. You could tip me off when a shipment is on the way. And who the messenger is, and I could relieve him of his burden. And we would split.
How dare you?
Dare? What's there to dare? You're in or you're out.
Get out of here.
You know where to reach me.
I said, get out.
On second thought, cash could be traced. And besides, $1 million in cash might need an armored car.
Did you hear what I just said?
Negotiable bonds. You know, bearer bonds. You could get about $1 million worth in an attaché case, couldn't you?
Do you want me to throw you out of here?
Oh, no, I'm leaving. But you know where to reach me. Just ask Willie.
What did you say to him? I never heard a man rave like that in my life.
I gave him the proposition.
I told you he wouldn't go for it.
Oh, he went for it.
Are you crazy? Another 5 seconds and he would have thrown you out the window.
Now, Willie, let me tell you what's happening. It's churning and turning and burning around inside his brain.
Oh, come off it, Norman.
He sees a chance to get away with $500,000.
But he's rich. Why should he steal?
You think only poor people steal?
He has all the money he could ever need.
Stealing is something you do because you're a thief in your heart. Hey, I ought to know. And behind that dignified, white-haired front is a guy who's basically a hustler.
But he doesn't need the money.
Sure he does. $500,000, tax-free, that he doesn't have to account for. And by this time, he's anxious to do it. He can taste it. That's your boy now. Answer it.
Hello?
Willie.
Hi.
I'm not here.
Listen, darling. Is your brother around?
Give him the virtuous bit.
Look, the less you have to do with that no-good brother of mine, the better I'll like it.
I think I have a job for him.
Oh, don't bother.
Now, darling, please. We do have to give him a chance, don't we? Tell him I'd like to see him.
Miss Dayton, no calls. I don't want to be interrupted for the next half hour.
We don't need a half hour, Mr. Windward.
How soon can we put this plan into operation?
I knew you'd like it.
We don't have to discuss anything other than the operational facts.
Well, when can you have something worthwhile?
I have about $800,000 worth of highly negotiable bonds that I can send to my downtown branch.
Uh-huh. And how do you do it?
One of my employees here is my confidential messenger.
And he just takes the stuff?
That's right.
How come nobody ever jumped him?
Because nobody has any reason to suspect what he carries. Only my downtown associate and I are aware of the transfer.
Tell me, how does he go?
By taxicab.
Okay. Tip me off exactly when he's due to leave, and I'll have a friend of mine in a hack in front of the building. We'll do the rest.
Sounds good.
What can go wrong?
A 50-50 split for you? Sounds like a great deal.
Well, I'm taking all the risk, right? The thing goes sour, and you're still in the clear.
Where do we meet to settle our accounts?
Willie's apartment.
When is the best time for the activity?
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. By that time, the morning traffic jam is over. The streets will be clear.
I'll point the man out to you. You'll be carrying a black leather attaché case.
With $800,000 in bonds.
Right.
Okay, partner.
How do I look?
Well, you ought to cut your hair, Willie.
Plenty of cab drivers have long hair.
Don't wear makeup. Dress in denims. The messenger won't know if you're a girl or a boy.
Do you know him?
Yeah, Dilly gave me a good look at it.
How much time do we have?
We better get going right now.
Listen, Normie. It's the first time since I've known you that you're using a gun.
Hey, I'm not using it, just carrying it.
But, Normie, if something goes wrong...
Come on, baby. Positive thinking here. Positive thinking.
Please don't, for any reason, fire that thing.
The gun is for show and tell. It isn't even loaded.
Miss Dayton, have Snelling come in here, please. Thank you. What's that? My wife's on the phone. Tell her I'm rather busy right now and that I'll call her as soon as I get a chance. Snelling.
Yes, sir.
The bonds you brought in from the vault yesterday, they're ready.
Very good, sir.
They're in this attaché case, and they're needed downtown right away.
I understand, sir.
It's 10 o'clock. Can you leave now?
I don't know why not. Taxi? Oh, I didn't know you had someone in the cab here. Hop in, pal. We're waiting for you. What's the idea? You know what the idea is. Now just come in. Quietly, and you won't get hurt. Look, you can't get away with being nervous. This gun isn't going to go off unless you make it. What are you such a sweat about? Hey, it isn't your money. Please, don't shoot. Now, come on, just put that nice attaché case on the front seat next to the nice young man driving. That's it. And now we're going to slow down at the corner. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to open the door and hop out. Yeah. Now open the door. Out you go, pal. Okay, Willie, around the corner. We'll dump the cab and get into our car. Okay, relax. Keep it down, Willie. We're in the clear. Let's not get picked up for speeding. Go on, turn on the radio. Head for the thruway.
The thruway? Are we going to the apartment?
What for?
Well, are we supposed to meet Wentworth there and give him his cut?
What for?
Yes. Now that you mention it, what for indeed?
800,000 in lovely negotiable bonds, and it's all ours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt for a news bulletin. There has been a spectacular holdup. A messenger for the brokerage firm of Wentworth and Company has just been robbed of a black attaché case with $1 million in bonds inside. More details as soon as we get them.
$1 million? Either they exaggerate, or we did better than expected. Let's open this thing up and count it. And let's see. Hey, Willie. Willie.
What is it?
Inside the attaché case, there are no bonds here.
What?
Hey, look out! It's paper, just sheets of paper.
Wait a
minute, something's written down here. One good turn deserves another. Isn't it a Dilly?
He wrote that.
He was wise to it all the time. Louisa.
Hello, Frank. May I order you a drink?
Well, I flew down as soon as I got your cable. What are you doing here in Brazil? Maybe in South America.
Enjoying the beautiful scenery, the comfort. Isn't it lush?
Well, Dilly is tearing his hair out. He never thought you'd ever run out on him.
Dilly takes things for granted sometimes.
Well, for a moment, I was afraid you'd run out on me, too.
Darling, never.
But you told me you were broke. How can you afford...
I have plenty of money now.
Oh, where did you get it?
I found it.
You found it?
Do you remember the day Dilly's messenger was held up?
Oh, yes.
That morning, I found a black attaché case on the desk in Dilly's room. I'd never seen it before, so I called Dilly at the office to ask him about it. But I couldn't get through. The next thing I heard was a news bulletin on the radio announcing a holdup. It said something about a black attaché case filled with bearer bonds. I don't know what possessed me. I just opened the attaché case, and there they were. The bonds.
Oh, how did they get there?
I really don't know. Although, no, I shouldn't say this. Well, why not? It's entirely possible that Dilly staged the holdup.
What are you saying?
He arranged to have someone take the attaché case from poor Snelling at gunpoint.
But if the case was stolen from Snelling, how could it be in the house?
That puzzled me. Then I figured there might be two cases. Dilly had filled one with the bonds the night before and brought it home. Then he gave an empty one to Snelling.
And so the robbers got nothing for their pains. But do you really believe Dilly could be a thief?
Why not? He stole my affection. Why shouldn't he steal money?
But, darling, you stole the money from him.
Precious. It was my money. He borrowed almost $1 million from me when we were married. I was only getting some of my own back.
Yes, indeed. That is the sweetest thing a woman, or a man for that matter, can do. Get some of your own back. And the longer you wait, the better it tastes. I'll have another tasty tidbit for you, and you won't have to wait too long for it either.
Reynolds Wrap. It's the ultimate summer more fun. Reynolds Wrap. Wraps up everything under the sun.
For barbecues, I use strong, heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap. I line the grill with it. Seems to make charcoal heat spread evenly. And it beats all for cooking potatoes and corn, and for juicy grilled chicken. When you wrap in Reynolds Wrap, you zip through barbecue cooking. Easy.
Reynolds Wrap. Doing heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap.
Discover the Dermasoft formula for hard, callous skin. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, and elbows as directed. Dermasoft gives you the same callus-removing ingredient that doctors use most. Now you can soften and remove hard, callous skin without painful cutting or scraping. Dermasoft cream. Dermasoft.
Laxatives work in different ways. X-Lax pills gently stimulate your system's own natural rhythm. That's the difference. X-Lax pills, for occasional use only as directed.
Fellow Americans, if you're still shopping here and there and everywhere for shoes, hold it right where you are. Put your feet together, stop running around. Just step around a Kinney and you'll cover the ground. Anywhere you want to go, head your feet in our direction. Kinney's got it all and more. Wow, what a store, what a great American shoe store.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your code to contact.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A good deal has been made these days of the power of the ancients over life and death. Since no one has ever returned to tell us, we have no idea whether any one belief in any one deity guarantees life after death. Does Charon run his ferry across the Styx in both directions? Will Anubis guide any other nationality than ancient Egyptians to judgment? Will Vishnu appear to the Hindus or to all of us to punish the wicked? Though we have no positive answer, today's mystery tale is worth checking out.
Frank, where have you been? I've been going crazy trying to reach you.
I've been to Boston for a 3-day seminar. What's the matter?
Can you please come over right now? You're my husband's best friend. I've nobody else to turn to. He just sits there in front of that statue like a zombie. And I'm scared. Please, Frank, hurry. Hurry.
Our mystery drama, Messenger from Yesterday, written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane, stars Norman Rose. Perhaps it would never have happened if the college had not been named Imhotep. But There it was, christened Imhotep College, after the Egyptian god of knowledge, in a small New England town. Except for a department of Egyptology, this college carried a pretty complete curriculum from accounting basics to writing art of effective. So, why did it happen there? That man driving a 1969 station wagon into a driveway, that's where our story begins.
Gloria! Hey, Gloria, I'm home.
I know you are. There's one in the house.
Gloria, can you come outside a moment?
Darling, I'm in the middle of frosting my own birthday cake, if you want to know.
I know it's your birthday, honey. That's why I want you to come out to the car.
I can't come now, Ramsey.
You'll be sorry, Gloria.
Oh, all right. Oh, men, you are all alike. I have to stop what I'm doing because King Tut here, my famous professor of Egyptian history, has given an order. All right, now, well, what is it? I don't see anything.
Look in the back.
Ramsey. What is that? Are you crazy?
Happy birthday, darling.
A life-size statue of an Egyptian pharaoh? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Do you think it looks all right in that corner?
I don't know, Gloria. You see the way its right arm is sort of bent at the elbow?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking if we could sort of, prop it up against the mantelpiece, how would it look there?
Ramsey, you are really too much. You bring me a life-size reproduction of a standing pharaoh, and you want to put it in the middle of the room?
Oh, it'll look like it's leaning with its elbow on the mantelpiece. Come on, how about it? A contemporary sculpture.
Oh, I can imagine what our friends will say when they come to visit. Gloria, who's your friend? Or, Gloria, there's a man by the mantelpiece.
I was kidding. I think it looks great in the corner. Can you think of any other place?
It is the only place. I certainly don't want it in the kitchen, and I don't see it in the bedroom.
All kidding aside, sweetie, you like it?
How can I not like it? It's beautiful. All that gilt. Must have cost a fortune, but I'm afraid to ask.
Gloria, look at it. Am I crazy? But wasn't one arm bent a moment ago?
What, bent?
I'm not crazy because I do remember. Mr. Ray of the junk teak shop where I got it, I remember we were carrying it out to the station wagon and that right arm was bent. Mr. Ray said it probably had been, holding something like a spear.
How could it have been bent?
That's what I want to know. Because right now, that pharaoh has got both his arms straight down at his sides. Am I forgiven, Gloria?
Oh, I don't know. I'll think about it. Dinner will be ready soon. I don't mind cooking my own birthday dinner or baking my own birthday cake, but in all the years we've been married, you have never come home without champagne.
I will never forgive myself for forgetting it. I've got no excuse whatsoever. Classes were over early, too, because my students had a test today, so I didn't even have to do any teaching. Well, I guess it was all the excitement of finding this full-size standing pharaoh in that crazy place. It just threw me.
I can't believe he let you have it for so little. Are you telling me the truth, Ramsey?
Well, it's a reproduction. The dealer said that this was a test statue. You know how they do it. They make a mold of the original and then cast copies from that. I guess this one was imperfect, so they chucked it.
Oh, not so anyone could tell. Well, all right, Professor West, if you can tear your eyes away from my golden pharaoh for an hour, dinner is on the table.
Oh, boy, that was some feast, Gloria. Well, I gotta loosen my belt. That chocolate cake.
Some more coffee, darling?
You bet. Look, can I have a second piece?
You cannot. I'm putting the rest of this cake in the fridge where you cannot get at it. Ramsey West, you old faker, you bought it after all and snuck it into the ice box.
What did I do?
This bottle of champagne. And I was beginning to feel sorry for myself.
Hey, where did that come from?
Oh, Mr. Innocent. Gee, Gloria, I forgot. I got so excited finding this Egyptian statue in a junk shop, I clean forgot.
But, honey, this bottle of champagne, I never saw it before, believe me.
You are the sweetest absent-minded professor I ever married. Go on, open it. I love surprises.
But, Gloria, honest.
Will you stop it? Now, the next thing you're going to say is that the Pharaoh put the champagne in the icebox. Hello? Mama. Oh, gosh, it's good to hear your voice. How's Dad? Mm-hmm. How's life in Florida? What? Oh, she is. When did that happen? Oh, my gosh. Well, now, look, if Sis is ill and there's no one to take care of the kids, sure, I'll go. Which hospital? Uh-huh. I'll take the next plane to Chicago. Don't you worry. No, Ramsey can't come. It's exam time at college. Now, listen, don't you worry about Sis. And call you when I get there. Okay. And love to Dad. Can I speak to Professor West? Well, this is his wife, and it's urgent. Oh, I see. Well, then can I leave a message for him? Okay, tell him that my sister is sick, and I'm taking the next plane to Chicago to help take care of her kids. Will you see he gets that? Thanks a lot.
Gloria, I thought you'd gone to your sister's. Oh, great Scott. The Pharaoh's vacuuming the living room.
I am making this house ready for the long journey.
I must be going crazy. Seeing things, hearing things. This just doesn't happen. A statue that moves, that talks. I better get Frank on the phone fast. He'll know what to do.
Hello.
Hello, Frank.
Hiya, Ramsey. What's on your mind?
Frank, are you busy?
No, I was just going across the street to a diner for a little supper. They got Greek rice pudding.
Look, Frank, would you mind coming over here?
When?
Now.
What's the problem? You sound kind of funny, Ramsey. What's the matter?
Well, I don't know. I think I'm suffering from some kind of delusions.
What's that noise I hear?
Well, someone is vacuuming.
Well, I thought Gloria was out of town.
Look, Frank, don't ask so many questions. Just get yourself over here as fast as you can. And even when I pulled the vacuum cleaner plug out of the wall, the machine kept right on going, and the Pharaoh kept moving it across the rug.
Oh, come on, Ramsey. What is this? That statue over there in the corner was doing your house cleaning?
Oh, what can I tell you?
Gloria will love you if you're your little Egyptian homemaker when she gets back. No minimum wage or Social Security to cough up.
Frank, I tell you, that figure standing there against the wall was vacuuming.
All right. Let's be scientific about it. First, let's examine it. Now, see. Oh, it's really a beauty. I haven't seen anything like this outside a museum. Is it on loan from someone?
Oh, it's Gloria's birthday present. I picked it up at Mr. Ray's junk teak for next to nothing.
You were always lucky. Look at the workmanship. This must have been made by one of the master carvers. And the age of it. 19th dynasty, am I right?
Well, the original probably was.
This 5'5" statue is a copy?
Yeah, from the Edwards collection.
Oh, even copies aren't cheap. I don't know what to tell you, Ramsey. It's a physical impossibility for this statue to move. You must have imagined it.
I didn't.
I tell you, it's physically impossible. Now tap all the way around to the back. See? Solid, through and through. It's not on casters. Now, how could the legs have been walking?
Search me, but they were.
I'd say, on the basis of what you tell me, you need a rest from teaching Egyptology. You've probably become so immersed in your subject, how can I put it, the ancient Egyptians have become so real to you that your mind has brought this statue to life.
Frank, will you take a look at the handle of this vacuum cleaner? Do you see those specks?
I'll be a son of a gun.
Mm-hmm. Would you say that on this handle there are traces of gilt and gold paint?
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm. Do you still think that I was seeing things?
No. But I'm beginning to wonder about me. Ramsey, how many drinks have we had? Go on, tell me more. It said, I am making this house ready for the long journey?
Right, as clearly as you're saying it now.
Tell you what I think. And I'm not a professor of psychology without pretty much knowing that field. Especially aberrations.
Aberrations?
The human mind is a funny thing. There comes a time when it acts as though it had a mind of its own. You've just had a signal, that's what. A warning. Your mind is saying, Ramsey, you've been overworking. I'm going to give you a sign that'll scare the daylights out of you. So you had better take a rest.
That's what my mind is saying to me.
Mm-hmm, more or less.
Well, I guess you're right.
It's been my experience that if those signals are disregarded, the subject could be heading for a nervous breakdown. That's a little free advice. Now, got any food in the kitchen? I'm starving.
Wait till you see Gloria's creamy chocolate cake. She's got it tucked away in the icebox. Frank, look at all that food on the kitchen table.
Hey, you're a heck of a cook. And lit candles, and my favorite little fat steaks. And chocolate cake on the side, and coffee on the burner. Hey, I ought to come over here more often.
Frank, I didn't prepare that meal.
What are you talking about?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with cooking this dinner, or setting the table, or lighting the candles.
Well, whatever magic you practiced, it turned out great. It sure beats the diner. I'm sitting down and digging in. Wonderful. Cooked to a T.
I hope the nourishment was prepared as you wish.
What did you say?
Frank, turn around. Look who's standing in the door.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. The Pharaoh.
When faced with extraordinary or unexplainable phenomena, the first step is to assess what you know. Better than most other people, Professor West knows the ancient Egyptians believed that life continued after death. Whether there is fact in such a belief, who can tell? But certainly, the power of movement, recognition, and speech had been given to this plaster effigy of a man who lived 2,500 years ago. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Is there a link between the past and the present? Some theorists believe we are all linked in a chain, an endless belt of humanity, destined to go round and round, which might explain why generation after generation seems to make the same mistakes. Or is there linear time, as others have said, that we are but travelers on a river of time, passing the shores of events? Whatever the theory, the fact remains that in the house of a college professor, a statue has moved and spoken.
It was the darndest thing. I've made a lifetime study of philosophies and psychologies, and the only explanation I could comfort myself with was mass mesmerism. Hypnotists use it, faith healers use it, and somehow Ramsey and I had fallen for it.
I swear to you, Frank, I had nothing to do with preparing that dinner.
Now, don't keep saying that. It's too much for me to handle right now. Let me just add up what I do know. And here I am in your living room. It's 10 o'clock at night. I've eaten. I'm sitting in front of your fireplace. You're 6 feet away. I'm standing upright, leaning against that mantelpiece. Is a 5'5" reproduction of a 19th dynasty pharaoh. Now, how far would you say I am from the pharaoh?
2 feet, 3, somewhere between.
Mm-hmm. It's made of plaster, has 2 feet that are well balanced on the ground, no platform, covered with gold paint. What any scientist would call a totally inanimate object. Yet I saw it move, and I heard it talk.
Glad it's you too, Frank. We might get a raid on twin straitjackets.
Now, wait a minute. I never said you were disturbed. What I said was, you may be under a strain.
So we're both under a strain.
Now, let's keep pulling it apart. Do you mind if I smoke? I'm trying a new tobacco, and when I see you turning blue, I'll stop.
There are matches up there on the mantelpiece.
Yeah. Now, where's that tobacco? Did you say there were matches up here? Oh, my heavens. Will you look at him?
He's lit a match for you to light your pipe with.
Thank you, Pharaoh. Thank you. I've got it. There was a slip-up when these copies were being manufactured, and you got yourself a robot.
A robot? Well, how's that possible?
Anything is possible.
No, that's not what I mean, Frank. A robot has to be programmed, like a computer. My Pharaoh acts independently. He sees a problem. He solves a problem. He deduces we're hungry. He makes a meal. The room needs cleaning. He does it.
I'm not denying that you haven't got yourself a very special kind of robot.
Oh, I've got an idea. Thanks a lot for coming over, Frank. I'll see you to the door.
But I don't...
Come on.
Do you think the Pharaoh can listen and understand us?
Who knows? But I'm not taking any chances. Let's go outside. I'll walk you up the street. Look, I'll fix the latch so I can get back inside.
Okay, shoot.
I've got to find out who made that Pharaoh.
You got something. Who indeed?
Well, after my 10 o'clock class tomorrow, I've got the rest of the day off. I'll go to the junk-teak and find out where he got it and keep tracking back. How about you? You want to come?
Can't. Big day for applied psych. I'm free in the evening, though.
A horrible thought that crosses my mind is maybe some manufacturer is turning out a whole army of robots, and all of them may not like to do housework. Hey, what is this? I'm locked out. I know I put this door on the latch. Hey, let me in. Pharaoh, stop kidding around. Let me in.
About an hour later, I was home reading in bed, and Ramsey called. Told me he'd been locked out. Had to break a window to let himself in. Said the Pharaoh was just where we left him, standing in the living room. The only thing different was all the ashtrays had been emptied and the glasses washed and put away. I told him he'd got a good thing there. He didn't think that was very funny.
Hello. Is this Museum Masterpieces Incorporated? Right. This is Ramsey West. I recently acquired a reproduction of a standing pharaoh, Seti the First, I think. It appears that way. Yeah, that's right. You do make all those plaster cast copies from the Edwards collection, don't you? Yes, I do. Well, of course you can. I was going to come over and see you. Right, I'm at 14 Elmhurst Drive. I'll be here the rest of the day. I didn't catch that name. Ludlow. And how will I know you? Some red hair, okay. Say, you aren't... He hung up. Mr. Ludlow?
Mr. West?
I thought you were. I know you.
Your face looks familiar, too.
You're Red Ludlow, class of 61.
And you're...
Ramsey West. I teach Egyptology at Imhotep College.
Well, good for you.
Oh, you're with Museum Masterpieces, huh?
Professor, I am Museum Masterpieces.
There's my truck in your driveway.
Oh, yes, so it is. It's a nice job. Oh, come on in, Red.
Well, actually, nobody calls me Red anymore. I've got so little of it left. Where's the Pharaoh?
In the living room. Through here. There he be. The reason I wanted to come over and talk to you, I wanted to know how many of these have you made?
Oh, just 100. If more orders come in, we'll cast another batch. Do you think you could move him forward away from the wall? I want to look at something at the back. You see, oh, my goodness. Was I imagining that? I thought he stepped forward. Well, I'm spending too much time in the shop. Those fumes must be getting to me.
What are you looking for in back?
Serial numbers.
You don't think the Egyptians put serial numbers on the statues of their pharaohs?
No, but we do on the copies. I was afraid of this.
What's the problem?
Professor, can you keep what I'm going to say completely confidential?
Well, sure, but what's wrong?
Well, of course, it goes without saying. Museum masterpieces will reimburse you for what you paid for the statue.
Well, I don't know that I wish to part with it.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to. No question about that.
I'd say there's quite a big question about that. I gave this one to my wife as a birthday present.
Oh, in that case, does it matter to you if we give you a duplicate reproduction instead of this one?
It certainly would. You see, I've become rather attached to this particular copy.
I'm afraid that's just the point, Professor. This is not the copy of the standing pharaoh Seti I. This is the original. And I'm afraid I shall have to remove it from this house.
I'm blinded. I went off right in my face. All this smoke. But a fuse must have blown somewhere. Mr. Ludlow, where are... Mr. Ludlow? Red? Where are you?
My son, he who stays the hand of Osiris must perish.
Pharaoh, did you make Red Ludlow disappear? That wasn't very nice of you.
He is at peace with his ancestors.
He is?
Ramsey? Darling? I'm back. Oh, I'm so glad to be home. Honey, what's the matter with you? You look terrible.
Oh, yes. Well, it's just the shock of seeing you. How's your sister?
Shock? Well, that's a nice thing to say, I don't think. Oh, I tell you, it's good to be home. And there's that beautiful Pharaoh. How are you, Pharaoh? Did you take good care of Ramsey while I was away?
Don't talk to him. Don't say anything.
Well, why shouldn't I? He's my pet Pharaoh, my birthday present.
You never know. What would you do if he answered you?
Well, it depends. I guess if he spoke 19th dynasty Egyptian, that would knock me out of the box right away. Well, so, let me look around. Well, I congratulate you. The place is spotless. Ramsey, you are a marvelous housekeeper.
Well, I had help. And the first thing I knew, Frank, there was this flash, and that was the end of Red Ludlow.
I don't know what to say.
And 2 minutes later, Gloria shows up. Her sister suddenly got well and came home from the hospital, so Gloria took the first flight back.
Did you tell her what's been going on?
Are you kidding? I don't even know how to explain his truck in our driveway. And what happens when Museum Masterpieces comes looking for the boss? They'll ring my bell, and the next thing you know, the police will stop by. What am I going to tell them?
You sure can't tell them Red was atomized by a pharaoh reproduction. They'll haul you off to the loony bin.
That's another problem. It's the original. Lord knows what it's worth. It's probably priceless.
First thing, get rid of that truck in your driveway.
Well, how can I? When Red disappeared, the truck keys disappeared along with him.
Then you're in the clear. No corpus delicti, no crime.
Oh, I hope he's there. I just hope he's there.
Hello?
Oh, thank heavens, Frank, it's you.
Yes, who's this? Gloria?
Frank, please, could you come over right now? I know it's late, but I am so worried, and you're his best friend. I don't have anybody else to turn to. Frank, it's just terrible. He hasn't been to his classes all week. It's like I'm married to a zombie. He just sits there and... Frank, just hurry up and come over, will you, please? Well, I've been waiting for you out here on the porch. I didn't want you to have to ring. Come on in.
Okay. What is it, Gloria?
Well, I told you he hasn't been to his classes for days. I don't know if he's ever going back.
Where is he?
In the living room. You won't recognize it, Frank. He's turned it into a tomb.
What?
He got some floor-to-ceiling photographic murals of the inside of some Egyptian's tomb from some museum, and they're on the four walls. The fireplace he turned into an altar. And then, you know that exhibit of Egyptian artifacts in the front hall of the college? He brought everything here. All those funny statues of dogs and jackals and snakes and masses of dried flowers and tall grasses, and he just stuck them in jars all over the living room.
But why?
I don't know. It's something to do with that Egyptian statue he brought me for my birthday.
Gloria, get rid of it.
He just sits there like a king on a throne with this stunned look on his face.
I'll go in there right now, Gloria. I'll do what I can to snap him out of it.
And the worst part of it is he just won't let me near him. He makes his own meals. I don't know where he gets the food. Just comes out of thin air, I guess. He sleeps right in that room in that old army cot. I don't know what to do.
And he won't let you go in there?
When I go marketing, I have to go out the back door. Then I hear him talking, Frank, and I don't understand a word of it.
You just leave him to me, Gloria. Go up to your room. And if I need any help, I'll holler.
Is there a link between a statue thousands of years old and a teacher of today? Are there powers retained in carved wood and gilt that can transcend the ages? Was a spell woven by the ancients that can still hypnotize? If I were you, I'd just make sure your lucky charm is handy when you listen with me as I return shortly with Act 3. In a perfectly ordinary average house on 14 Elmhurst Drive, in a room transformed to a replica of an Egyptian tomb, there is a statue, the Pharaoh Seti I. It speaks, it performs tasks, it seems to perform miracles, like making people disappear. Is there a scientist alive today who could create a robot of such powers? Or are these powers manifest beyond anything we can imagine?
I'm not going to pretend I know the answers. All I knew was Ramsey West, professor of Egyptology at Imhotep College, had gotten himself much deeper into ancient death rites than he should have. And as his best friend, I would do anything to help him and protect him. Hiya, Ramsey. How are you, old boy?
Who is it?
It's me, Frank. Say, you really made this into quite a museum, didn't you? What are you doing sitting on that... Where did you get that chair? A lot of nice designs you painted on that. Made it look like a throne.
You may advance.
Oh, hey, Ramsey. It's me, Frank.
Kneel, slave.
What, are you kidding?
You have been ordered to kneel.
Oh, hiya, Pharaoh. I didn't see you standing there.
Kneel, slave.
Sure, okay. I was going to kneel anyway.
What is your message, slave?
I just stopped by to see how you were, Ramsey. I see you got the Pharaoh still. So I guess nobody came around for him. Yeah, say... Can I get up off my knees?
Rise.
Oh, Ramsey, snap out of it, pal. What's with you?
What's the matter?
Ramsey, come on. get up off that chair, will you?
What? Frank?
The least you could do is offer me a drink.
Frank, is that you?
Ramsey, you got to snap out of this. Now, give me your hand. I'm not going to hurt you. Attaboy. Now, slowly, I'm going to pull you off that throne. Here we go. Come on. Come on.
Stop. Father, stop him.
Darn it. I must have tripped. How dumb can you be? I can't get up. What's the matter with me?
Bring me my crook and my flail.
Ramsey, somebody stop playing games with me. Let me up off the floor.
Ramsey? Are you all right? Ramsey? Frank, are you hurt?
I don't think so. I just can't get up. Gloria, go, run, get out of here if you value your life. The next 5 hours in Ramsey West's living room were about the most terrifying I'd ever known. It made me realize that, indeed, all those forgotten dynasties of ancient Egypt, all their beliefs that the dead and their families and friends would continue life after death, were no mere superstitions. But why Ramsey West should be caught in this web, I did not know then. At about 2 a.m, I had talked myself hoarse. Ramsey fell asleep in his chair, and even the Pharaoh's eyes seemed to close. I crept out.
Frank, is that you?
I didn't expect to find you still up.
Been sitting here in the kitchen all this time. Oh, Frank, what am I going to do?
Let's begin with a cup of coffee.
I've got the water on. You want strong, regular, or weak? How many spoonfuls?
Strong, please. I just couldn't connect with Ramsey. I talked, but most of the time he just didn't hear me. He's in some spell of some kind. I don't even want to know what it is.
But how can we get him out of it?
What's that?
It's just the tea kettle.
Cooped up in that mausoleum sure made me jumpy. I don't know if I should tell you this. I guess I have to. Somehow, that Pharaoh, somehow it talks. It really does.
Oh, Frank. Not you, too.
I am perfectly sane, Gloria. It doesn't always say things that make sense to me. Right after you got yourself out of there, I was lying on the floor, remember? Ramsey said, "Father, let him live."
But let who live?
Me. Now, there are 2 ways we can go. I can pick up the phone and call the hospital and tell them to send over the men in the little white coats.
No, I couldn't do that, Frank.
So let's try the other way first. Once during the evening, I heard Ramsey call the statue Father. Maybe that's the key. Get rid of that statue, and we're okay. Now, have you got a hammer or a hatchet or something heavy like that?
I think so. Don't know if we have a hatchet. Ramsey keeps all our tools in this drawer. There's a screwdriver and an egg beater. Oh, how's this? That's a pretty good-sized hammer.
Thanks. This ought to do the trick. Plaster is plaster, and if you hit it right, it ought to shatter like glass. Gloria, I may make an awful mess of your living room, but it's the only way.
What are you going to do?
You know, he's sitting in the dark now. May even be asleep. Well, I'm going to walk into that living room, turn off all the lights, go over to that plaster Pharaoh, and I'm going to break it up into little pieces.
Frank, it's not a copy. It's the real thing, an original.
Gloria, no matter how valuable it is, believe me, it's not worth having above ground.
Well, couldn't we call a museum and have them take it away?
It must be destroyed. Look at the damage it's already done to this house. To Ramsey, to you, to me. You want to put this... There's only one word I have for that statue, this evil thing, into a museum where it might affect thousands of people who come to look at it?
I never thought of it that way.
I'm going in now. You stay here.
No, I can't. I have to be with Ramsey. He may need me.
Okay. Yes, this hammer's a good weight. Let's go before we lose our nerve.
Who's there?
Don't sit in the dark, Ramsey. Isn't that better? Lots of light now.
My crook and my flail. Bring them here.
I'm here, Ramsey. So is Gloria. I don't know who you think will bring you a crook and flail, but I have my symbol of power, a hammer. I'm sorry, Ramsey, but we have to do it.
There is evil intent in the air.
You bet there is. Ramsey, stay there. Just stay out of my way.
Don't strike the statue.
I must.
Frank, what happened? Why did you drop the hammer?
What?
The hammer.
What was I doing with the hammer?
The Pharaoh.
Yes. So?
You were going to smash it.
I don't see anything that needs fixing. I can't remember now why I brought it in here.
You don't remember?
Gloria, forgive me. I've had a long day. A conference that lasted till 2 in the morning. And some of those abnormal psych papers my students handed in were a little too abnormal. Well, folks, it's been a nice evening. Thanks for the coffee, Gloria.
Frank, where are you going and why?
Ramses has commanded me to leave this presence. I'm excused, so I obey.
Frank, what's with you? You don't talk like that.
So long. See you.
Frank, for heaven's sake, come back. Don't leave me here. Please don't. Frank, stop. Stop. Frank, what happened?
Oh, hi, Gloria. What are you doing out here?
Frank, don't you remember?
I don't know. Was there something I forgot?
About Ramsey and that pharaoh.
Oh, yes. Nice-looking statue. Of course, only someone who's into Egyptology would give it house room.
Frank, you don't remember about 9:30 my phoning you, asking you to come over?
Well, I guess I do. We had coffee in the kitchen, right?
Do you remember why we did? What we talked about? Do you remember anything strange about our living room, the way it looks? Like an underground Egyptian tomb? And Ramsey sitting on a big wooden chair staring at that statue? You remember any of that? You were in there for 2 or 3 hours, you said.
Vaguely.
You don't remember we decided to smash that pharaoh with a hammer?
Gloria, you're going to think I'm an awful dunce. And I don't know why. It's all like some dream that starts to disappear the moment you wake up and you can't hold on to it. Now, why would I want to take a hammer to break up that pharaoh? It means an awful lot to Ramsey. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand me?
Frank, do you remember saying, Ramses has commanded me to leave his presence, and so I must go?
Come on, Gloria. It's late. We're standing in the middle of the street, and you're telling me jokes. I'm getting an awful headache. So if you don't mind, I'll be on my way home. Tell Ramsey I'll call. I can't even remember what day it is. I'll see you, Gloria.
I hope so.
Gloria, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Oh, Ramsey, why do you have to sit there? I wish you wouldn't. I wish you were you.
My father has something to say to you. Oh, glorious Seti, speak to thy handmaiden.
My daughter, are you prepared for the journey?
What journey, great Seti?
You and my son, Ramses II, have been rescued from reincarnation to return to the proud kingdom. This life you enjoyed in this century is not yours to keep. Return to join your ancient ancestors. The gods await you.
Didn't I tell you, darling, this was a perfectly lovely house?
Yes, the real estate agent said we could spend as much time as we liked here and then bring her back the key. It's completely furnished.
Oh, really? Who does it belong to?
Well, that's the funny part about it. The people who used to live here, a professor and his wife, one day they just left town, disappeared.
Will you look at what's standing in that corner? A pharaoh.
Yeah, they just left it here.
That might be worth something.
The most curious coincidence is that he was the professor of Egyptology at the college, the job you're going to be taking. Well, come upstairs with me, darling. I want to show you how big the closets are.
My son, my daughter, I shall be sending you your servants very soon.
I've been looking through old textbooks on ancient Egypt to try to make sense of what happened. Of course, I was struck with the similarity of names, Ramsey and Ramses II. Then I read all that about reincarnation, and I wondered, had they found themselves in the wrong century and had to go back? Your guess is as good as mine. Which reminds me to tell you what is inscribed over the tomb of Ramses' father at Abydos on the Nile. Death does not end all things. An ancient king returns to Earth to reclaim his son. Possible? Believable? The pharaohs placed their faith in scarabs, amulets, and colored stones, and buried themselves so they might live forever. Is that any more primitive than current beliefs that opals are unlucky, jade wards off heart disease, copper wristbands cure arthritis? And as for the luck of rabbit's feet, numerology, astrology, let's just say the ancients had no corner on superstitions. Our cast included Norman Rose, Terry Keane, Gordon Gould, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Conscience, said Mr. Shakespeare, makes cowards of us all. Unfortunately, this places conscience in a rather unflattering light, since it implies that conscience is basically a demeaning quality. The truth is that conscience is a kind of magical and liberating force. After all, how many people have become heroes because they were too terrified to become cowards?
Major, I demand to speak with the British ambassador.
First, please tell us your name.
I am Lady Madeline Marston Strathclyde. My husband, the Earl of Strathclyde, is Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. My brother, Lord Marston, is Commander-in-Chief of the British Army in India.
Who is this Lady Wicklow?
Sir, she is known as Limey Lily, and she runs the biggest sporting house in New Orleans.
Our mystery drama, A Curious Experience, was especially adapted from the Mark Twain classic For the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Christopher Tabori and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. One of the tragic truths of our history has been the fact that almost every generation has known the terrible trauma of war.
For Mark Twain's generation, the war was the Civil War. To Mark Twain, war was the supreme folly. And why not? Wasn't warfare something that was invented and conducted by mankind? And wasn't the entire human race the greatest joke the Creator played on the universe? Of course. That is why Mark Twain wrote the story you're about to hear.
Hut, two, hut, four. Hut, two, hut, four. Company! Hut, hut, two. Order, arms. Parade, rest. Company all present and accounted for, sir. Very good, Sergeant Rayburn. Man, I'm directed to read to you this message I have just received from the War Department. To Commanding Officer Fort Trumbull from Commanding General. Subject undercover enemy activity. This office has reason to believe that your area, New London, Connecticut, has been infiltrated by enemy agents. These people may attempt to capture your installation, burn the city, and perform other acts of violence. Therefore, every officer and enlisted man must be extremely vigilant at this time. Signed, the Commanding General. Dated December 4th, 1862. Now, men, I can only say this. Though we are far removed from the combat zones of Fort Donelson, Bull Run, Shiloh, we are still very much in the battle area and must conduct ourselves accordingly. Sergeant, take over. The 150 regulars of my command itched and ached to be hundreds of miles to the south and west in the thick of the fighting. I knew they would consider this message from Washington as just pap from the brass. How could I blame them? I was bored to tears myself. At any rate, I was sitting in my office writing a letter when I became aware of someone standing in front of my desk. It was a boy, pale, ragged, with big eyes and a trembling mouth. He couldn't have been more than 15 or 16. What are you doing here?
Excuse me, sir.
Who are you?
My name? Oh, I'm Robert Wicklow, sir.
How did you get in here? Well, how? Who let you in here?
Sir, I sneaked in.
You what? What do you mean you sneaked in?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but it was the only way.
You sneaked in here? You got past the sentry?
Yes, sir.
How could you do that?
Well, I reckon they just weren't looking.
Sergeant Rayburn? Rayburn, come in here at once. We shall see about this. Sergeant Rayburn reporting, sir. This boy, he was able to get past the sentries and make his way to my office.
Oh, begging the Major's pardon, sir, but that would be impossible.
Oh, is it? Well, here he is. How do you account for it?
Well, sir, I don't know as how I could account for it at all.
First, he would have to slip past the guard at the main gate. Who's supposed to be on duty there now?
Private Pope, sir.
And then he would have to elude the sentry on the inner perimeter. Who's pulling guard there?
Private Sparks, sir.
Sparks and Pope, huh?
Yes, sir.
What kind of security do we have around here? I will not tolerate another incident of this nature, Sergeant Rayburn. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, getting back to you. What's your name again?
Robert Wicklow.
Why did you want to sneak in here?
Because I want to enlist.
Enlist? How old are you?
21, sir.
21? Rayburn, you have boys of your own at home. How old does this cub appear to you?
Not a day over 15, sir.
Sir, I'm 18. I swear to you, I'm 18, but nobody believes me. When I told the sentry at the gate what I wanted, he just laughed at me and told me to go home. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't go home.
Why not?
I don't have a home. So I just sneaked in. Papa used to tell me, boy, when you get no satisfaction from the hired hands, you just go straight to the boss himself. Poor Papa. killed him.
Who killed him?
The mob. They lynched him.
What are you saying? What for?
Because he was for Abe Lincoln and the Union. They made me watch it. They said, let this be a lesson, boy. But his last words, Papa's last words were, Abe Lincoln and the Union forever.
Where was this?
On our plantation near Baton Rouge in Louisiana.
I was stationed in New Orleans. I know that part of the country quite well. Exactly where was your plantation located?
Just off the 60-mile point, sir.
And what's directly above it?
Emmonsville.
And right below?
Kruger's Creek.
Where was the Hotel de Paris?
On the Tucatupula Street.
Who were the two big steamboat rivals?
The Robert E. Lee and the Eclipse. Sir, are you trying to trap me? Ask me anything you want to know about New Orleans.
You're a long way from home.
I told you I have no home. We were burned out, driven off.
How did you get from New Orleans, Louisiana, to New London, Connecticut?
I can't remember too many of the details, sir.
Can you remember any of them?
That night, after they burned down the house and killed Papa, I got to the river. I stole a boat and made my way down the river to the harbor. There, I stowed away on a ship.
What kind of ship?
Well, she was a sailing vessel. German. Her name was the Landgravine Frederica Charlotte, or some such. Well, anyway, she put out to sea, and after a while they found me. Well, they set me to work. I became very sick, and I don't recall very much more. I don't even know how much time went by. Well, but then one day, I was wandering around the streets of a city. It was New London.
And that's all you remember?
Yes, sir. That was 3 days ago. I haven't had anything to eat. I tried to get a job so I could earn some money and buy decent clothes, so when I tried to enlist, I wouldn't look like a tramp. But it was no use. Now, sir, is it all right if I sit down? I'm afraid I'm just going to faint.
Now, you just sit down, son. You'll get a hot meal inside you. You'll feel so much better. Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Take him around to the kitchen.
Oh, sir, let me enlist.
No, I'm afraid...
I'll be such a good soldier.
I'm sorry, son.
Oh, don't you see, sir? It's fate. It's the mysterious working of the will of the Lord. Why was I brought here to New London in Connecticut? He sent me to dwell among strangers. But I say to you, Major, you and the sergeant are not strangers, but men of kindness and goodwill. Oh, I should be a credit to the United States Army, sir.
Rayburn, what do you think?
Well, I don't know, Major. He does appear underage for a soldier.
Let's quarter him with the musicians. We'll enroll him as a drummer.
Oh, a drummer? Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, Major. I'll pray for you. I'll pray for you every night.
How's young Wicklow doing, Sergeant?
Well, sir, he's a funny one.
How do you mean that, Sergeant?
He seems to stay by himself. He don't try to make friends. Appears to be, guess you could say, absent-minded. He's always got a sad look on his face.
Well, we both know he has a great deal to be sad about.
Well, when you're a young boy, it ain't natural to mope all the time.
Give him a chance. I haven't had any complaints from the bandmaster.
Oh, sir, he's performing his duties in a satisfactory manner.
Well, that's all we can reasonably expect him to do. The commandant of the fort really couldn't establish a personal relationship with the youngest drummer boy in the ranks, but I felt so sorry for him. There was such a look of sadness in his eyes. My heart went out to him. I kept wishing there was some way I could help him. But, of course, there was nothing more I could do for him. And then one day, Sergeant Rayburn asked to speak to me in private.
It's the Wicklow boy, Major. The musicians are down on him to an extent you can't imagine.
Why? What's the trouble? What you been doing?
Praying, sir.
Praying?
Yes, sir. The musicians haven't had any peace for that boy's praying.
Well, we really cannot object to praying without risking an incident at higher headquarters.
No one objects to his praying as such. It's just the way he does it. He starts with the bandmaster, and he prays for him. Next, he takes the head bugler. Next, he scoops in the bass drummer. And then he goes straight through the band, praying and begging. Sir, it's a sight.
Well, I can't understand how that can be objectionable.
Well, if the major would only come and listen for himself. This way, sir. Now, what I'll do is kind of pry open the back window of the musician's barracks.
Oh, Lord, I pray for the soul and the spirit of Band Sergeant Major Isaiah McTaggart. He's a good man, Lord. Oh, what if he does chew and smoke and blaspheme? Hey, quiet! Take a walk. For although his body is poisoned with vice, his heart is clean and his soul is pure, O Lord. Give me strength to reveal to this poor sinner the shining light of thy eternal truth. Then, O Lord, he shall no longer wallow in drunkenness. Ow!
What on earth is happening in there now, Sergeant?
They're throwing boots at him. He's kneeling behind that big bass drum.
You can't be serious, Sergeant.
It don't face him. He don't mind it.
If I hadn't heard this with my own ears...
Begging the major's pardon, it ain't no laughing matter.
No, of course not, Rayburn. Of course not. I promise I'll do something about it. A couple of days went by, and I was still trying to figure out just what that something was when Sergeant Rayburn asked for permission to speak to the commanding officer on a matter of the utmost urgency. What's this about, Rayburn?
Sir, it's about the Wicklow boy.
Again? Who's he praying for now?
I ain't here to talk about the praying, but the writing. You see, sir, he's all the time writing.
Writing? What does he write? Letters?
I don't know, sir. But he's forever poking and nosing about the fort all by himself.
Well, he's just naturally curious, perhaps.
That may be. But every now and then he outs with a pencil and paper and scribbles something down.
Oh?
I would say it looks suspicious, sir. Mighty suspicious.
Surely, Sergeant, you're not saying... You don't think that young Wicklow could be...
As the major knows, Wicklow's from the south, and way down south at that.
Yes, that's true.
Does the major have any instructions?
Say nothing about this to anyone else.
Yes, sir.
And see if you can get hold of whatever it is he's writing down.
Yes, sir.
Rayburn, what are you staring at?
Sir, I'm just looking out of your window.
Huh? What is it?
There's the Wicklow boy. He's just walked over to the west wall of the fort.
Hey, Rayburn, look what he's doing.
Yes, sir, I told you, sir.
He's stuffing a piece of paper into a chink in the masonry.
Should I go out there and grab him now?
No, Rayburn. We'll wait for him to go away. Obviously, he's leaving a message for someone. That means he's not the only enemy spy in the fort.
I was a stranger, and you took me in. Unfortunately, it can be paraphrased to read, you were a stranger, and you took me in. They say the Civil War was the first modern war. It introduced for the first time the advanced techniques of social, political, economic, and industrial conflict. And while it didn't exactly introduce the concept of espionage, it certainly refined the tactics and strategy. More of which we shall see in Act 2. Not all the casualties in warfare are caused by physical violence. Some of the greatest injuries are not to the body, but to the spirit. It's bad enough that war forces us to kill our fellow man. It's even worse that we are compelled to kill our own spirit of trust and compassion.
Now, look, sir. He's going away.
Scoundrel. That young devil.
The coast is clear.
Let's get that piece of paper. He may be too young to hang, but not too young to be whipped within an inch of his miserable life. Can you reach in there and get that paper?
I'll try, sir. Yes, sir. Here it is. Traitor like that. He don't deserve to live. We took him in when he was starving, and
Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Rayburn, I want you to read this.
Is it a message?
Yes, Rayburn, it's a message. I want you to read it.
Yes, sir. Blessed be those who give aid and comfort to the stranger. For the greatest affliction of all is to be alone in a strange city. Alone without friends, without hope.
Yes, Rayburn. As you can see, it's a message.
Well, sir,
Well, what? Rayburn, let's forget this nonsense we've been dreaming up about poor Robert Wicklow. As a matter of fact, if such a thing were possible, I'd even beg him for his forgiveness. A few days went by, and sure enough, Sergeant Rayburn came into my office.
Sir? It's about the Wicklow boy.
Rayburn, I thought I told you...
I can't help it, sir. I was passing by the musician's barracks just before. I looked through the window. I see Wicklow all alone, and he's writing. So, I go round to the door, give a little cough. He crumples up the paper, he tosses it into the fire.
Rayburn, you have no evidence
to... sir, I jabber with Wicklow for a bit, and then I send him on an errand. Now, he never suspected I was onto him. It was a coal fire, new built, and the writing had got behind a chunk of coal, so I fished it out. And, sir, here it is.
Let me say that.
Yes, sir. And it ain't hardly even scorched.
Fort Trumbull, December 8th. Colonel, I was mistaken as to the caliber of the 3 guns I ended my last list with. They are 18-pounders. The garrison is still 150 men, although some are to be shipped to the front. I think our plan had best be postponed till...
That's where I must have interrupted him, sir. Major. Something wrong, sir?
Something wrong, Rayburn? Yes, I would say so. I would say that a good part of a man's faith in his fellow man has just died. A good piece of his compassion and charity has withered away.
I understand, sir.
But we're soldiers, and we have work to do.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to watch this boy closely and carefully. And we did. Every day there was a message in the same little hole in the wall, and the messages would disappear soon after. Evidently, someone was picking them up. Neither Rayburn or I could watch constantly, and we were afraid to trust anyone else. Obviously, there was a plot of serious proportions being hatched under our very noses. Huh? What is it, Rayburn?
Sir, the Wicklow boy has asked for a leave to go into town this afternoon.
By no means should he be permitted to... No. Wait. Of course. Let him go. And follow him. To Commanding General, Washington, D.C. Have reason to suspect enemy attempt to capture this installation and burn the town of New London.
To Commanding Officer, Fort Trumbull, Connecticut. Place town under martial law. Suspend habeas corpus. Make necessary arrests. Hold summary court. Act with vigor and promptness. Keep the department informed. Signed, Secretary of War.
Major.
What can you report, Sergeant?
I guess it's coming to a head. A I followed the boy into town.
Well, where'd he go?
Nowhere. He stood in the corner of Market.
What'd he do?
Nothing. But the Union Hotel is just across the street. Well, sir, a kind of chubby old gentleman comes by, man of about 60, well-dressed, white whiskers.
Yes?
Wicklow stops him and talks to him.
Could you hear what was said?
No, sir, I couldn't get close enough.
Oh. How long did they talk?
Oh, couldn't have been more than a minute, if that.
And then what happened?
Well, sir, then the old gentleman walks into the hotel.
Did you follow him?
I was about to, sir, but then, blamed if he don't stop a lady.
A lady?
A red-haired, rather handsome-looking lady. Oh, give her maybe 35.
Was she also well-dressed?
Like a real swell. Wicklow gabs with her for maybe a minute. And then she also goes into the hotel.
Then what did you do, Rayburn?
Then I see Wicklow go down the street. I figured he was headed back to the fort. So I go into the hotel.
Did you find out who the man and the lady were?
Yes, sir. The gentleman is a Reverend Marcus McEwen from New York City. And the lady is a British subject from London. And she's really a lady. Lady Marston Strathclyde or something. I got it written down here somewhere.
That's a good day's work, Sergeant.
Oh, it ain't over yet, sir. Coming back in the fort, I seen Wicklow sneak into the 2nd Platoon barracks.
What was he doing there?
Well, sir, you know how the men have their overcoats hanging on the wall by their beds? Well, I seen him sneak a piece of paper into the pockets of 2 of them. So, after he was gone, I just fished them out, and here they are.
Oh. This one says, Eagle's 3rd flight. And the other one?
Says exactly the same thing, sir.
Into whose coat pockets were these messages placed?
Private Pope and Private Sparks.
Pope and Sparks? You positive?
Yes, sir.
Pope and Sparks. Why, those 2 were on sentry duty the day he sneaked in here.
Yes, sir.
No wonder he was able to get in. They're part of the plot. We have to make our move right now, Rayburn. We can't afford to wait another minute. Stand by. I've got to send a telegram. I'm prepared to place City of New London under martial law. Troops under my command not reliable. Request 1 battalion of regulars from Boston or New York immediately.
Private Wicklow to see the commander, sir.
Stand at ease, Wicklow. Now, my boy, tell me, why do you write so much?
I? Oh, I don't write very much, sir.
You don't? Seems to me you're constantly scribbling.
Oh, scribbling. Oh, well, I do scribble some.
You do?
Yes, sir, for amusement.
And what do you do with your scribblings?
Oh, nothing, sir. I just throw them away.
Never send them to anybody?
Oh, no, sir. I don't know anybody.
Who's the colonel?
The colonel?
The one you refer to in this note.
Well, I'm sure I don't know any colonel.
Read this and refresh your memory.
Oh, that. No, I never meant any harm.
You betrayed vital information concerning the armament and the manpower of this post, and you never meant any harm? Speak up.
Sir, I don't know any colonel.
Stop lying.
Well, this is true. The letter was never intended for anyone. It was just for my own amusement. I understand the foolishness of it now, but there's nothing else to it, I swear to you.
What is the Eagle's 3rd flight?
I don't know.
Tell me about Pope and Sparks.
Oh, believe me, I don't know anything about...
Who are the Reverend McEwen and Lady Marston Strathclyde?
I don't know, I swear to you.
Now, don't make me force you to tell us. I don't like to use certain methods, but this is wartime, and the fate of the city hangs on it.
They are?
We have confiscated all their belongings.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Something's gone wrong. Oh, please have pity on me. Be merciful to me. Don't kill me. Promise to protect me. Save my life. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything.
No. Control yourself.
Yes, I will try.
All right, now talk.
I will, sir.
So, you are, at heart, a rebel?
Yes, sir.
And a spy?
And the spy.
And you've been acting under orders from outside?
Yes, sir.
Willingly?
Yes, sir.
Gladly, perhaps?
Yes, sir. Why deny it? The South is my country. My heart is Southern. And this is all in a holy cause.
And the tale you told me of how you've been wronged, the persecution of your family, that was made up for the occasion?
They told me to say that, sir.
Who is the colonel? And what's the meaning of Eagle's third flight? Answer me.
I can't. I won't. I refuse to betray my own beloved country.
This is your final answer?
Yes, final. As sure as I love my beautiful southern country and despise everything this ugly northern sun shines upon, I will die before I tell you one word.
Very well, Wicklow. This is war. You chose to play a man's game, and now you must pay a man's price. Sergeant Rayburn?
Yes, sir.
Assemble a firing party and have this man shot.
Well, war is war. And in it, we are given no choice. One kills and is killed for one's country. War always brings out the very worst in us. But on very rare occasions, it can also bring out the very best in us. We shall have an example of this in Act 3 shortly. And a little child shall lead them. Well, we have in our story a child, figuratively speaking. He may not be very little, but he can be considered a child. Yes, he impressed us the first time we met him as a poor babe in the woods. But look at whom he happens to be leading.
Do you want to be blindfolded, Wicklow?
No, sir.
Instruct your firing party, Sergeant Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Firing squad. With 1 round, ball cartridges. Ready? Load. Lock. Firing party ready to proceed, sir.
I sincerely hope you don't think we're bluffing, Mr. Wicklow. You would sooner die than betray your comrades? Is that a fact?
Yes, sir.
I wonder, would they do the same for you? Well, Mr. Wicklow?
I have nothing to say.
In that case, you may proceed, Sergeant Rayburn.
Yes, sir. Firing party. Ready. Aim.
No!
Hold it, Sergeant.
No, don't kill me. Please, please don't kill me. Oh, I'll tell you everything, but don't kill me.
You'll answer every question, Wicklow.
Oh, have mercy on me, sir. I don't deserve it. Oh, please pity me. Please, sir, please.
Bring him inside, Rayburn. We had to half drag and half carry him inside. We finally managed to calm him down. His resistance was broken. We brought in Private Pope. What's your name, soldier?
Sir, it's Pope. Private Peter Ellsworth Pope, sir.
All right, tell us the truth. It'll be better for you.
I don't understand, sir.
Who are you?
Like I said, sir, Private Pope from New Hadleyburg, Massachusetts, sir.
That's your story?
Yes, sir, it's true, sir.
Is it true, Wicklow?
No, sir.
Tell us who this man is.
Major, how would he know who I am? I never laid eyes on him.
That will do. You had your chance to speak. Tell us, Wicklow.
His real name is George Bristow from New Orleans. 2 years ago, he was second mate of the Coast Packer steamer Capital. He's a violent person, sir, and has served 2 terms for manslaughter. One for killing a deckhand named Hyde with a capstan bar.
Major!
Be silent! Go ahead, Wicklow.
The other term, sir, was for killing a roustabout for refusing to heave the lead, which is not part of a roustabout's business. He is a spy, and was sent to enlist in the Federal Army and serve in that capacity.
Well, Pope, or Bristow, as we ought to call you, what have you to say to this?
Barring your presence, Major, it's the infernalest damn lie that was ever spoke.
And so it went, with Private Sparks and 7 other soldiers of the fort whom Wicklow identified. Each one of them, of course, denied every word Wicklow said. He detailed everything about them, where they came from, their families, what they did before the war. I decided to hold them in confinement pending the arrival of a special commission from the General Staff. It was even now en route from Washington, D.C. And now I had the gentleman and the lady from the Union Hotel brought into the fort.
Major, may I ask the meaning of this outrage?
The meaning, sir?
Why have I been dragged from my hotel by some of your soldiers and marched in here as if I were a common criminal?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say you were a common criminal, more of an uncommon one.
How dare you? Do you know who I am?
No, suppose you tell me.
I am the Reverend Marcus McEwen of Brooklyn, New York. I am the brother of Congressman James B. McEwen, and I assure you he shall hear about this.
What are you doing in New London?
I am visiting friends.
I wouldn't doubt that at all. This young man standing near the wall, is he familiar to you?
I've never seen him before in the... No, wait.
No?
I remember his face. He accosted me on a street corner outside my hotel a day or 2 ago.
Yes? What did he say to you?
What he said is the truth. I don't know. Some sort of gibberish. I couldn't make it out.
He didn't say anything about plans for attacking the fort?
Are you mad? Have you taken leave of your senses?
Wicklow, who is this man?
Sir, his name is Peavy. That's a lie. Arthur L. Peavy, sir.
And he is the man you addressed as the colonel in your letter?
That's right, sir.
He is the mastermind behind the plot?
Yes, sir. He is the most notorious criminal in Galveston, Texas.
This is an outrage.
Give it up, Artie. They're wise to us. They've got you and me and the Countess, Pope and Sparks, everybody. So it's every man for himself. Make the best deal you can before they stand you up against the wall.
No, I am Lady Madeline Marston Strathclyde. My husband is Under-Secretary of Foreign Affairs. My brother is Lord Marston, Commander-in-Chief of Her Majesty's forces in India. Now, I demand to speak with the British ambassador.
Who is she, Wicklow?
Sir, she is known as Lily the Limey. She owns the biggest sporting house on Bourbon Street in New Orleans. She was arrested for selling contraband. She and George Bristow and all the rest were offered a chance for a complete pardon if they organized and executed this raid.
Well, what do you say now, madame?
I am speechless, Lieutenant.
You will address the commanding officer as Major.
Major. I found your country barbaric and boring, but at least after today, it will only be barbaric. Now, what is the meaning of this little comedy?
I assure you, madame, this is a serious situation.
Major, I'm not given to hysterics. You're obviously convinced that I'm part of a plot to do something or other, to destroy your fortress. A rather sloppily run establishment compared to the least of ours.
Are you ready to make a statement?
Do you realize that by throwing me into prison on these trumped-up charges, you risk alienating public opinion in England?
Lily, oh, Lily, don't you understand? They know everything.
Take her away, Sergeant. The next day, 2 companies of infantry, a battery of light artillery, and a squadron of cavalry marched into the fort. Now I felt safe and secure, ready for anything. We had almost 100 people under arrest all along the eastern seaboard from Boston to New York. But had we captured everyone? Was the enemy still strong enough to make a move?
Major.
What is it, Rayburn?
It's the Wicklow boy. He's gone.
What? Gone?
He's disappeared.
How could he disappear?
Well, sir, it appears He escaped.
How? Have we still got traitors inside the fort?
Well, it's either that or just plain dumb carelessness.
How long has he been gone?
About half an hour. Cavalry already has patrols out.
Well, he can't have gone too far. Search every ship in the harbor, through every house in town, scour the countryside. We'll get him if we need the Army, the Navy, and the United States Marines. To Commanding Officer, Fort Trumbull, Connecticut. Appreciate your inspired efforts and heads-up job in destroying rebel plot. And coming personally to congratulate, decorate, and promote. She'll be in New London by this evening. Signed, the Secretary of War.
Major, they think they got him.
Where is he?
The cavalry commander says a boy of that description was seen going into a farmhouse about 10 miles north of town.
Have they taken him?
No, sir. They've got the place surrounded. If it's him, he can't get away.
Let's get out there, Rayburn. Lieutenant, the sergeant and I will move in first. Be prepared to cover us. Let's go, Rayburn.
Yes, sir.
Make your way over to the side. No noise now. I'll take the lead.
Be careful, sir.
That window there. Let's get on either side of it.
Yes, sir.
Your pistol ready to fire?
Cocked and ready, sir.
All right. Now, can you see inside that window?
Yes, sir. Appears to be a kitchen. There's an old lady on her knees. Praying, kneeling beside her. It's Wicklow, sir.
Come on. We'll see if the door's open.
Don't seem to be locked.
Praise the Lord. My boy, my darling. The lost is found. The dead are alive again.
Stand still, both of you. Don't move.
Oh, my goodness, is something wrong? Robert, have you done anything wrong? Why, Sergeant Rayburn.
By all that's hope. It's Mother Wicklow.
Sergeant, what's happening here?
Robert has come back. Oh, poor Robert. I thought he was dead all these years.
Madam, is this your son?
My own darling Robert.
Rayburn.
Sir, the name Wicklow, I didn't make the connection. Everybody hereabouts knows Mother Wicklow.
Robert, did you get into trouble when you were gone?
No, Mama, no. And this is her son?
Robert, where have you been all this time? You're talking to your mama now.
I've been living in New Haven, Mama. I've been going to Yale University.
Robert.
Well, I was a janitor. But I got so homesick after a while, I just had to come home.
Oh, he's all right, gentlemen. But I'm afraid his mind has been turned.
Turned by what?
Oh, all those dime novels and sensation story newspapers about all kinds of dark plots and mysteries. He's always making up all kinds of fables. It's so hard sometimes not to believe him.
No. Let me try to understand this. He does not come from the South?
Oh, bless you, sir. No.
And his father was never lynched by a mob?
Oh, sir, his father was gathered into glory in the peace and fullness of his years.
And he made it up? Every single word?
Oh, he's so convincing, Major. I hope you didn't believe him. Whatever it was he told you. Poor boy, it's like a sickness. He can't help telling those wonderful yarns. He reads so much about all these places all over the world. He can make you actually see them.
Madam, do you realize that on account of him, I have placed the city of New London under martial law?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
have put more than 100 innocent people under arrest, including the clergyman brother of a congressman and the wife of the British Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs, and who happens to be the sister of the commander of the British Army in India.
Now, that was a foolish thing to do, Robert.
I shan't do it again, Mama.
Oh, you will. You will. If I know you, you will.
There will be a congressional investigation of the Army. The British, outraged, may now decide to recognize the Confederate States, at which time, if we attempt to blockade their ships on southern ports, we invite another war with England.
Oh, Robert, you are a naughty boy.
But of more pressing and immediate personal importance to me. The Secretary of War is due here any hour tonight to congratulate, decorate, and promote me for my masterly handling of this affair.
Oh, my. Oh, I do wish there was some way I could help you.
There is. Could you tell me what to say to him?
Of course she couldn't. Who could? Many, many years ago, one of the cigarette companies that is now defunct ran a series of distinctive ads. Each pictured a person in an extremely embarrassing position, and underneath the caption read, "Be nonchalant." You don't remember? Ask your dad. Or better, your granddad. I shall return shortly. I'm sure you're dying to know how the Major got out of it, or if he got out of it. I don't know. That was part of Mark Twain's unique genius. He could not only tell you an engrossing story, but when it was over, he could get your own mind running in fantastic directions to come up with a sequel. Today, this kind of thing is called audience participation. So you see, nothing is ever really new. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive.
Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The sun, we are told, shines on the good and the evil alike. And the rain falls on the unjust as well as the just. Rain and sun, water and light. Without them, nothing can grow in the garden of life. And so it all comes down to this. Since we may nurture the flowers of good or the blossoms of evil, which shall we choose to cultivate?
I must say, you take this rather calmly.
Shouldn't I?
Well, you've just been informed that you've been reduced to poverty.
That's merely a temporary condition.
Oh, then you do have other assets.
I have one other asset.
And may I ask what that is?
Certainly. It's you.
Me?
Yes, you. Between us, we shall conquer the world.
Our
mystery drama, Virtue is Its Own Reward, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For today's little sermon is provided by Mr. Robert Burton, who was a contemporary of Mr. William Shakespeare, and no mean phrase maker himself. Mr. Burton polished off a series of little gems that included penny wise, pound foolish, and birds of a feather flocked together, which should prove he was a gentleman of great wisdom and deep perception. Mr. Burton also said, every man has a good and a bad angel attending him all his life long. If that proposition was good enough for Mr. Robert Burton, it should certainly be good enough for us.
Is that a fact? I'm not out to take anything away from Brother Burton, whoever he was, but as far as I'm concerned, my man is an old-time Roman you never heard of, a fellow named Silius Italicus, and he said, virtue is its own reward. Yes, sir, that's what he said. And I happen to be stuck with it. Now, I suppose you will want to know who I am. Well, we'll get to that shortly. The fact is, you really can't appreciate me until you meet my client, Mr. Junius K. Barley. And where is he now? In his office and up to his old tricks again.
Yes? Who? Yes, Miss Minzer. Miss Minzer, after he's in here a couple of 3 minutes, ring my phone, will you? What for? What do you care what for? Just ring the phone. I don't pay you to ask questions, just to follow instructions. Now, send him in. Women. Mr. Lamb.
Oh, see here, Mr. Junius K. Barley.
Won't you have a chair? To what do I owe the honor of this visit?
I have a bill here.
Yes, that does look like a bill.
It's for water.
Do you question the accuracy of the bill, Mr. Lamb?
Oh, I question the legitimacy. Why do I have to pay for water?
Well, that should be obvious. You're using it.
You can't send me a bill for using my own water.
You are 100% correct. While I cannot send you a bill for using your own water, I am entitled to charge you for using mine.
Yours?
You happen to be drawing water from the Armagansett stream.
Well, that's on my property, the property you sold me.
True. But I didn't sell you the water rights.
Well, this is the craziest thing I ever heard.
If you consult the deed, and I happen to have a copy here before me, you will note where it says.
Well, that print's so small I can hardly read it.
It is, nevertheless, legible. It states clearly, seller holds in perpetuum all rights to the heretofore described Armagansett stream.
Well, you mean it actually says...
Would you care to use this magnifying lens? There you are. See? Paragraph 3. For which purchaser shall pay $50 per month for use of water. Said fee to increase 8% each year.
Well, this is an outrage. I didn't know that clause was in there.
Surely your lawyer was aware of it. My good Mr. Lamb, we have an agreement, you and I.
You're a crook. And never, under any circumstances or conditions, will I do business with you again.
Excuse me. Yes, who? Oh, put him on. Do you mind, Mr. Lamb? It's an important long-distance call. Yes, Mr. Roulette. Yes, indeed. Yes, I'm proceeding as quickly as possible. There's one tiny obstacle, but we can clear that in short order. Yes. Oh, yes, I'll have good news for you very soon, Mr. Roulette. Goodbye. No, sir. Where were we?
I was telling you that you were a thief, an unprincipled scoundrel, and that I shall never, under any circumstances, ever do business with you in the future.
I'm sorry you feel that way. Would you Mind putting that in writing?
Putting what in writing?
The fact that you do not intend to exercise your option.
What option?
Well, if you look at paragraph 4, you will see it says that you have an option to purchase the adjoining plot to the Armagansett property for the same low price that you paid for the first parcel.
Well, why would I ever want to buy even so much as a square inch of ground from you at any price and any condition?
Well, that, of course, is your prerogative.
Once again, sir, good day.
Then you release me from my obligation to sell you the adjoining plot, and thus permit me to place it on the open market.
Well, you can do whatever you please. Knowing you, I'm sure it'll be something crooked.
Then sign the statement.
Oh, no. I sign nothing.
Mr. Lamb, you cannot arbitrarily refuse to acknowledge my right to sell the property elsewhere. I'm acting in good faith.
Just a minute. You have a buyer for that property.
You are making an inference.
Roulette. J. Babington Roulette. He was on the telephone just now.
Was he?
He's putting up hotels with gambling casinos.
Is that a fact?
The other half of the Armagansett parcel. What a perfect place for a resort hotel.
Do you really think so?
Just this once you may have outsmarted yourself.
In what way?
With that option clause. You thought it was all worthless acreage.
I may have.
Now you have to let me have it for $10,000.
That's what it says.
I insist on exercising that option.
Oh? Are you sure?
Absolutely. That land has to be worth at least $250,000 to Roulette. How you'd love to have clear, unobstructed rights to the land so that you could sell it to him yourself. This time I've got you. I'll make the fortune. Mr. Roulette will have to buy that land from me, and at my price.
Am I to understand that you wish to exercise your option?
Have the papers drawn up.
That's my client, Julius K. Barley. And who am I? Remember when the fellow was talking about the good angel and the bad angel that attends every man his whole life long? It so happens that I am Benjamin Benign, Mr. Barley's good angel. And I don't have an easy time of it. I'm usually on the carpet for the way I handle Mr. Barley. My supervisor, Mr. Nimbus, lives and breathes the rule book.
Mr. Benign, I have a report here concerning Mr. Barley's latest escapade.
Well, Mr. Nimbus, it isn't exactly an evil deed. No one forced Mr. Lamb to buy that second parcel of land.
Mr. Barley implied there was an eager buyer for the property.
Mr. Barley never said so directly. Mr. Lamb chose to make the inference. The fact is, you cannot cheat an honest man.
But the fact is, Mr. Barley cheated Mr. Lamb on the first transaction.
All the conditions were spelled out in the agreement.
In small print.
But it wasn't illegal.
It was done with the intention to cheat. What have you been doing to keep Mr. Barley honest, upright, virtuous?
I've been trying very hard.
He goes from bad to worse.
I suppose I'll just have to try harder.
I wonder if you're qualified to handle this assignment.
I never lost a client yet. That's true.
Yes, it's a fact. I had the computer read out of your activity since the beginning of time.
Well, that should mean something.
It could mean you never had a client that the other side really wanted.
We have no way of knowing if that's true.
We do now. You see, Mr. Benign, we have received a report from our intelligence. The other side has replaced Mr. Barley's current operative.
I can't believe that.
It means they think he has the potential to go all the way.
Oh, not Julius K. Barley. I don't think there's any real harm in him.
They've called in their ace, Nick Hellborn.
Nick Hellborn? Yes, Nick Hellborn. After a while, you get to know the competition. And as they were putting in Nick Helborn on Junius K. Barley. It was proof they thought he had terrific potential. Nick only worked presidents, kings, dictators, robber barons throughout history. Only the top people. And it was Nick Helborn who had turned them into men of evil. Mr. Nimbus, don't replace me.
You must admit you haven't been aggressive enough.
Yes, but now that I've got some real competition, it'll kind of spur me on to greater effort.
We won't make a change just yet. But you'll have to show some positive results. And soon.
Results. That's all they care about. I wish they'd give us a little more ammunition. The other side offers them wine, women, and song, or, as someone put it, power, health, and pleasure. And what can we give them? I said before that we generally know the competition and they know us. I ran into my opposite number, Nick Helborn. Or maybe he ran into me.
What do you say, kid?
Hello, Nick.
Sorry, I'm going to have to put an end to your batting streak.
Don't be too sure of that, Nick.
I guarantee you this. Junius K. Barley is going to be my main man.
We'll see about that.
I like your spirit. But you don't know who you're talking to. I worked the cream of the crop. I had a till of the Hun. I owned Machiavelli.
Yes, I know all your credits.
And Junius K. Barley is the exact kind of character.
I say he isn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, but all the signs are there. And he's got the appetite. He's ready, and I'm ready.
You won't get him.
That's what this game is all about, isn't it? To see who has the last word. The last word. What is the last word? We know it's a concept that puzzles many philosophers. For in truth, the last word is the word that has yet to be spoken. And in a world that has no beginning and seemingly no ending, who can identify which word was first and which will be last? Hopefully, we may make some progress in that direction in our second act. So it gets down to this. The basic struggle in the world is between good and evil. And no matter how we may state the problem or the challenge, at the bottom it's always a case of doing right or doing wrong. And all of our arguments and justifications for pursuing a questionable course of action are like French cooking, which is the art of enhancing an inferior cut of meat with an intriguing sauce.
I was worried. I was even frightened. Well, Barley wasn't exactly a good man. He wasn't exactly a bad one either. But now the other side had their eye on him, and aside their top operative, Nick Helborn. It was a cause for concern. How and when would Nick Helborn strike? And through whom?
Yes? Who? Very well. Send her in. Come in. Yes?
Good morning, Mr. Barley. I'm Mrs. Quackenbush.
You're Mrs. Quackenbush?
Of course.
Somehow I hadn't pictured someone like you when my secretary announced your name.
You hadn't?
Well, you hardly look like someone named Quackenbush.
Well, that's my name. Cynthia Dolly Quackenbush.
The very sound of the name calls to mind an elderly, a more mature type of woman.
But I'm happiest when everyone calls me Dolly.
What may I do for you?
We are about to enter a rather intimate relationship.
We are.
Certainly. That is, in a business sense.
Oh, I see.
Now, you were recommended to me as one to whom I could safely trust my affairs.
Was I?
But now that poor Hubert is no longer with us, Hubert was my late dear departed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We must all leave sooner or later. And Hubert left me rather well provided for, I think.
You think?
Well, you would have to evaluate the investments and so forth. Now, you must excuse me.
Oh, of course. And I'll make a complete study.
Will you do that? I'm due for lunch with the Baroness Duval.
The Baroness Duval. Oh, you mean the famous French divorcee?
She's a dear friend. I always use her apartment when I'm in Paris.
Do you? Yes, I'll try to analyze your portfolio as soon as possible.
Oh, no rush. See, I'm leaving tomorrow for Washington. Biff is doing a command performance at the White House.
Biff?
Valentine Turkus.
Oh, you mean the great violinist?
Well, Biff's a dear friend, and he always makes sure the gang's invited to come along.
When do you think you'll be back in town?
Oh, well, that's hard to say. See, now, tomorrow's Thursday, and we're all going to the Costa del Sol for the weekend.
You mean the Costa del Sol in Spain?
Yes, it's been discovered. All sorts go now. But these are democratic times, so what can you do?
Yes. Then you'll be back next week.
Next week? Oh, that's an eternity away.
When will you return?
Eventually, my dear. Eventually.
That was Nick Helborn's opening gun. And what a gun, eh? Dolly sparkled with delight and glowed with promise. And every word she said touched the nerve. She was raising the curtain on a new, fantastic world for Junius K. Barley. And what did I have to fight her with? Whom did I have to fight her with?
Supper's almost ready, Junius.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get home till late.
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, I had such an exciting day at the school.
Did you?
I finally think I've been able to reach the Everett boy.
Mm-hmm.
Little Artie Everett, I do believe he'll be able to read any day now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have an interesting day?
Routine.
Oh, poor Junius. Darling, what kind of life is it? You just handle pieces of paper.
You forget many of those pieces of paper are money.
And the object is to make each of them create more pieces of paper.
Mm-hmm. If you can do it.
You can do it. You can do it very well. Actually...
Actually what?
Actually, there are those people who say you can do it too well.
Now look here, Ruth. Everything I've ever done is legitimate and above board.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Business is a battle of wits. The idea is to get all you can from the other fellow, because he's out to get all he can from you. And if a fellow isn't as smart or as clever as you are...
or as ruthless?
Yes, ruthless. That's part of it.
But where can it lead?
To success.
Oh, is it any fun?
Fun?
It's all just dead pieces of paper. There's no warmth, no human touch. Oh, darling, I'll tell you what let's do tonight.
Ruthie, I'm really tired.
Why don't we go to the community house?
What for?
I could teach the girls swimming, and you could coach some boys basketball.
Why don't we do that some other time?
Well, everybody has to try to help out in this world.
Yeah, sure. Later. Did you bring home the evening paper? I see it.
Junius, please listen to me.
Mm-hmm. I'm listening.
Well, I feel that we were put here to... Sorry, I don't want to sound preachy, but there's so much to be done. And you know something? People like you and me, we have to do it. Are you listening?
Yeah. Of course.
Do you know why? Because we're lucky. We're fairly young, strong. You make good money. Maybe you think sometimes it's not enough, but what is enough?
Will you look at this? The Baroness Duval.
Who?
Here's her picture. What am I doing in America? That's what you're saying to the reporter. I have come here to have lunch with a friend.
And?
And that's it.
You And she flies here from Paris just to have lunch?
Why not? She can afford it.
Can she?
Oh, I'm sure she has plenty of money.
Oh, I'm sure her pocketbook can afford it, but can her conscience?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Well, to spend thousands of dollars on some trivial foolishness.
Oh, well, maybe it's not so trivial or unimportant to her.
Well, she could do so many better things with her money.
You just said the magic word. Her. It's her money, and she can spend it any way she pleases. She has that right.
She does?
She stood there, just looking at him. It was an old argument, and she never got the better of it. But what other ammunition could I give her? Like I said, the opposition has all the big guns. Well, she wasn't tall and willowy like Dolly, nor did she have long, lustrous black hair or gleaming red lips, nor was she full-bodied, and yet gracefully slender like Dolly. Dolly was definitely going to be my problem.
Well, Mr. Benign, we have just become aware of Dolly.
I know all about Dolly.
And what are you doing about her?
There's only one thing I can do within the restrictions placed upon us.
Yes?
I can only strengthen Mrs. Ruth Varley.
Strengthen?
I can only make her as attractive as possible.
No paint and powder in this or any other world could hope to make Ruthie Varley as attractive as Dolly.
We can only hope for the best.
I think I'd better call in your replacement.
Why?
Perhaps he could try some other tactic.
Such as?
Well,
Mr. Nimbus, you know as well as I do that there simply isn't any other tactic. All we're allowed is the one tactic, the single method. And if it doesn't work, we're finished. We lose another one. Oh, I prayed we would be able to keep Julius K. Barley. Oh, I'll admit I was being selfish. I was thinking of my own record. But it was more for his sake than mine. It wouldn't have been all so bad if I didn't keep running into Nick Hellborn.
Kid, I'm disappointed.
About what?
Oh, I expected more of a tussle, if you know what I mean. It's all too easy.
You think so? You don't have Junius K. Barley yet.
I've got him all wrapped in a package and tied with a bow.
I could remind you not to count your chickens.
You could.
I could also tell you that you can't sell the skin of a bear that's still in the woods.
And you know what I can tell you, kiddo? Anytime a guy starts spouting proverbs, it's a sign he's whistling in the graveyard. Oh, by the way, don't forget to tune in the TV tonight,
TV? What TV? Then I remembered. The concert. The command performance. And she would be there. Dolly would be there. And, of course, Junius would be watching on his TV. I could see from the way the camera was pointing that just past the soloist, you could most of the time see this absolutely fantastic-looking woman. And I could picture Junius staring at her.
Yes? Oh, yes. Yes. Have her come in. Immediately. Oh, and Miss Minder, I do not want to be disturbed. Darling, darling, give me your answer, do.
Oh, my dear Junius.
Won't you please sit down, Dolly?
Thank you.
I saw you Thursday night.
Thursday night? Now, what was I doing Thursday night? Seems ages ago.
You were on television. That is, I could see you while the recital was on at the White House.
Oh, darling, this command performance. Didn't you just adore the way he played?
Well, to tell you the truth, I didn't hear him.
Why not? Was there a problem with the audio on your set?
No, I just kept looking at you.
Oh,
Are you sure that was wise?
Please, forgive me.
For what?
I don't even know why I said that.
Oh, well, then we shall strike it from the record.
Dolly, I've been waiting for you. I have some news.
Oh, what sort of news?
Very serious news. I've been trying to think of a way to tell you.
But just tell me, that's all.
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
Because this isn't the kind of thing you can just say in so many words.
But if it needs to be said...
Oh, yes, it needs to be said. There's no way at all to avoid saying it.
Then I'm waiting.
Why don't we all wait? After all, if it's good news, it can keep. And if it's bad news, we should be in no hurry to hear it. Of course, it can be both good and bad. That is good for Nick Helborn and bad for our good angel, Benjamin Benign. Or vice versa. Well, we'll get all the news as usual when the curtain opens on Act 3. M. Chicago. Beauty, it is said, is its own reason for being, which means that beauty is entitled to special consideration. Beauty is always being preserved and protected. A beautiful lady in distress is always sure to draw a crowd, which proves beyond all doubt that if you have a choice of being beautiful or homely, you shouldn't hesitate for one moment. Right now, watch a beautiful lady go to work.
Dolly, I have examined all of the papers that you left with me.
Oh.
The documents that comprise your late husband's estate.
Yes.
The stocks, the bonds, the various securities, and so forth.
And?
Well, this is what I find so difficult to say.
But sooner or later you will have to say it.
Yes.
Then say it now.
Very well. Your husband left you no estate.
I beg your pardon.
I said your husband left you no estate.
Oh, but that's impossible. I gave you that portfolio.
I am aware of it.
Then how can you say he left me no estate?
All the stocks, all the bonds, all the securities are worthless.
I don't believe that.
I'm truly sorry.
Oh, it can't be.
You own hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bonds from the Triple Square Corporation. It's a moribund company.
But I don't understand.
Nothing there could be worth anything. A silver mine abandoned years ago. Played out. One company after another dead or ready to die. Your husband left you all this.
Well, he speculated. There would be wild swings. One day he'd be up, and one day he'd be down. Unfortunately, I suppose he died on a down day.
Well, I must say that you're taking this rather calmly.
Shouldn't I?
We've just been informed that you've been reduced to poverty.
Well, I could never be poor.
You couldn't?
I have too many friends.
Well, the terrible truth is that valid friendships are only possible among equals, and, Dolly, you're no longer equal to your friends, financially.
Oh, that's merely a temporary condition.
Ah, then you have other assets.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that.
I have one other asset at this time.
And what is that?
You should say, who? And I would answer, you.
Me?
Of course.
I'm not sure I understand.
Don't you? Come here. I'm sure I can explain it.
Dolly,
Come with me, Junius.
Where?
Anywhere. Everywhere. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in this suffocating little law office? Pulling little deals here and there?
Well, but how
you have a nice little home and a nice little wife and a nice little life. Is that what you want? You're bored. That's why you fleece little suckers like Mr. Lamb.
How do you know that
come out into the world, Junius, and meet some big suckers.
What are you saying?
You belong out there with me. I have the contacts. Whom do you want to meet? All the doors are open to me. Let me take you inside.
Inside where?
You belong up there with me.
With you?
We belong together.
But I'm married now.
Oh, it's just as easy to get yourself unmarried.
You mean divorce Ruthie?
Do you love her?
Well, I hadn't thought about it lately.
That's what I mean. You should be thinking about her day and night. I could make you think about me day and night.
Well, but I...
Oh, I understand. You did love her at first. After all, that's why you married her. But do you still find her as interesting, as stimulating, as exciting? Look at me and answer that. Do you want to spend the rest of your life with plain little Ruthie?
He was slipping through my fingers. I was getting panicky. I had never lost a client before, but this one was going. Just about gone. They wanted Junius K. Barley. They wanted him so badly they were pulling out all the stops. I'd never felt so much pressure in all my career. And, of course, Nick kept rubbing it in constantly.
Well, here we are, kiddo, in the bottom of the ninth. You got 2 strikes on you, 2 out, and you're down by 12 runs. What do you do now?
This thing is far from over. I'll save him somehow.
Say, do you want me to put in a good word for you?
What are you talking about?
Well, you've got good style. Anytime you want to jump the club you're with now and come over to mine, we can find a good spot for you.
No, thank you, Mr. Hellborn.
Oh, you should be with a real outfit, where you get something to work with, especially dames like, I got Dolly. Who you got? Ruthie?
I'm happy with Ruthie.
But which one of them's got the looks? And which is just the plain Jane?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, there you go with the proverbs again. A sure sign you're about to press the panic button.
But far worse than Nick Hellborn was my own supervisor, Mr. Nimbus. He had not only pressed the panic button, he was sitting on it.
What do you propose to do now, Benjamin?
I'm doing everything I possibly can. We can only hope for the best.
This is one we cannot afford to lose.
We can't afford to lose any of them.
But you need us here special.
Yes, I understand.
Oh, do you? Do you really? A man with Barley's brains happens along once every millennium. In the wrong hand, in the hands of Nick Hellborn, he could become a monster. He could take over the world.
I know that.
You must fight for him.
Fight? What did he think I was doing anyhow? But every day I would watch what Nick Hellborn was throwing at Junius.
And Colette has this darling penthouse in Paris. And Giorgio says we can use his yacht to cruise the Greek islands at any time.
And what did I have going for me?
Junius, do you suppose we could volunteer for the hospital blood donor committee?
There's no question that Nick had Dolly casting her spell. She was ready to make her kill.
The money's no problem, darling. First, we can sell all my poor late husband's securities, especially the mine.
But they're worthless.
Of course.
Well, then that's not exactly honest, is it?
No, not exactly.
I've never done anything before, Dolly, that was out and out dishonest.
So why not? You flirt with the idea constantly, don't you?
Well,
you come close. Oh, so very close. And then you back away. Why?
Why?
You delight in toying with the concept. You want to. You want to so badly. Why don't you? You want to be rich. Really rich. It can happen. You can sell anybody anything.
Worthless mine?
You've already sold worthless land.
I made no claims for it. Oh, I may have allowed people's imaginations to run unchecked, but I never lied. Let the record show that.
Oh, why are you so concerned with the record? What record? How do you know there actually is a record, or that somebody is watching, or even cares? You want me. You know you want me. And you want wealth and power, and you can have it all.
Dolly,
It's all yours. Take it. Take it.
He was all softened up for a kill. Sooner or later, he would have to talk to Ruthie and tell her. For days, I'd been watching him, trying to nerve himself for the ordeal. He was going to leave her. That much he had practically decided. But first there would have to be a scene, and he didn't like scenes. Of course, there was no way I could talk to him. There was no way I could talk to Ruthie either. But there was one idea I might be able to get across to her. Just one little thing she should say to him. It might tip the balance.
You're home early.
Yes, Ruthie, I wanted to talk to you.
I know.
Well, what do you know?
I guess I know everything.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, it means you want to leave me.
Why'd you say that?
It's true, isn't it?
Who told you?
You told me.
Now, wait a minute. When did I tell you?
Oh, not in words. I could tell by the way you react to me.
Ruthie,
There is another woman, isn't there?
Yes.
I suppose she has a lot to offer. She does, doesn't she?
Yes. Yes, Ruthie.
She's very beautiful, isn't she?
Oh, yes.
And very rich.
Well, she knows how to become rich.
And so do you.
That's true.
From now on, you just won't shear the lambs anymore. You'll go on to the wolves.
You could say that.
There won't be any stopping you. No holds barred, no rules. Devil take the hindmost.
I'm sorry, but there are things I want, Ruthie. There are things I have to have.
And you will, Junius. You'll have them all. She can give you everything. Except one thing. I'm the only one who can give you that.
What? What do you mean?
I mean, a night's sleep.
What are you talking about? I could always sleep at night.
Of course. What did you have on your mind or on your conscience? Oh, you may have pulled a sharp little deal here and there, but who did you ever hurt? Who did you ever destroy? Oh, I've seen your new lady. She's beautiful. Unbelievably beautiful.
You're being very generous.
How many other men will want her, too? Men as handsome as you. Handsomer. You'll be getting older. That'll keep you awake. At least with a plain wife, you don't have those worries.
No, Lucy, I wouldn't say you were plain.
I said you were going after the wolves. But you'll be a wolf, too. They'll also be out to get you. You'll need friends, associates. But will you be able to trust them? That'll help keep you awake.
Lucy.
Now that I think of it, you might just as well go off with her.
What are you saying?
What can I offer you? Only one small thing. A good night's sleep.
She said it. Somehow I'd gotten through to her, and she said it. He stood there and laughed.
Ruthie, can you forget what I said and forgive me?
I'll forgive you, but I'll never forget it.
And that's the way it ended. I preserved my record. Mr. Nimbus no longer nibbles on his fingernails when he thinks of Julius K. Barley. And even old Nick Helborn had a compliment for me.
Well, kid, you did a great job. But tomorrow's another day. And so it is. As they used to say, another day, another dollar. But that was way back when $1 a day was a handsome wage indeed.
But while tomorrow will always be another day, yet in some ways, it will be the same day as today. In one way or another, it will present us with the same problems, the same challenges, the same opportunities. Said, virtue is its own reward. And if you examine it closely, what other reward could there possibly be? For if virtue could be bought or sold, why then it simply wouldn't be virtue. And the very next time some still small voice within you urges you to follow a virtuous course, remember it's the voice of Mr. Benjamin Benign or one of his colleagues. They need all the help they can get. And so do you. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Bob Dryden, Ray Owens, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
We've invested in tomorrow.
We're into projects for young children, playground facilities, bread-making machines, libraries.
We're into projects for school children. Chairs and desks, vitamins, and slide projectors.
We're into productivity projects. Feed pulverizers, cultivators, chickens for breeding.
And we're into health projects, like well pumps that can provide clean water.
We're part of Save the Children Federation. Men, women, and children, helping with contributions to help underprivileged children and their families on the self-help road to a better life.
Send your contribution or write for information to Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10017.
Won't you join our family?
Please.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I suppose that no self-respecting 17th century European castle would be without a ghost. The story I bring you deals with not one, but several ghosts. And what makes this tale all the more fascinating to me is the rumor that these particular ghosts weren't ghosts of people at all. And although they made no sound and were seen but rarely, they represented the absolute in terror. And a strange vendetta.
My little dog. What have you done to my dog, my lord?
I believe I told you, madam, that the dog is the emblem of fidelity. There will be no more dogs at Castle Cathal.
But I have never betrayed you. You cannot punish a dumb animal for a crime you think I have committed.
I will hear no more of this.
Oh, but you will, my lord. Someday you will. And then, too late, my lord. You will wish this terrible deed undone.
Our mystery drama, Castle Kerfol, was especially adapted from the Edith Wharton classic for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Allstate Insurance Companies and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. The touch to heights you dare to reach. To know you're all that you can be.
Based on EPA tests, Buick's mid-size Century with available automatic
automatic transmission and the Buick V6 got 17 miles per gallon in the city test and 25 in the highway test. Of course, those figures are only estimates. The mileage you get may vary. But what it means is this. Buick's V6 Centuries with automatic transmission got better overall EPA mileage ratings than any other U.S. midsize with automatic transmission. Nice going, Buick. In California, see your Buick dealer for EPA figures.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. The book of Job says this about dreams. God speaks first in one way and then in another, but no one notices. He speaks in dreams and visions that come in the night. When slumber comes on mankind and all men are asleep in bed, then it is He whispers in the ear of man, or may frighten him with fearful sights and turn him away from evil doing to save his soul from the pit. So listen to your dreams. They could guide you to new and positive directions. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
I doubt if very many of us have ever gone or ever will go shopping for a castle. But if any of you do, there's one important thing to remember. One vital question to ask. Does the castle have a ghost? And if it does, what are its ghostly habits? This was a question which Paula Randall never bothered to ask, and this is what happened to her on her first look at the graceful turrets of Castle Kerfol.
A sudden, uncontrollable chill was my first reaction to the sight of the proud roofs and gables of Castle Kerfol. My second reaction was one of confusion mixed with a touch of anger. What in the world was I doing standing outside the iron gate, leading to the obviously empty courtyard of a medieval castle? Did I really want to buy this? Or had I been talked into something? I could hear the pleasant voice of my host, Henri Lanrivan, saying,
"You really should buy Castle Kerfol, Paula. You would make a perfect hostess for that ancient manor. And it wouldn't be at all a bad thing for your business if you owned the most romantic house in Brittany."
Oh, I don't think a great many people will come all the way to Brittany just to see a fashion show.
Nonsense. People would travel half around the world to catch a glimpse of the breathtaking new Paula Randall fashion.
It's spoken like a gallant Frenchman, but with more gallantry than truth, I'm afraid. However, I will make an admission to you, Henri. I am beginning to want roots, to settle down somewhere.
You really must see Castle Kerfol today. And today is perfect. I'm driving on to Quimper. You stay here and look around. I'll pick you up on my way back. The caretaker or his wife will show you around.
And so he left. And I suppose I was annoyed, because I couldn't see anyone around. And no one came to answer the bell. I tugged at it again. Still no sign of anyone. I pushed open the iron gate and stepped into the stone courtyard. And I stopped. I was facing the main building. And now I could see that this was a mere shell, a ruined front, through which the trees of the park beyond were clearly visible. But the rest of the house was still in its original splendid beauty. And as I started for the main door, suddenly, a dog barred my way. He was such a very beautiful little dog that for a moment he made me forget the splendid place he was defending. He was golden brown, silken-haired Pekingese, and there was anger in his large brown eyes. But to my surprise, he didn't snap or bark. He gradually stepped back as I stepped forward. And then I noticed another dog, a rough, brindled mongrel who limped on a lame leg. I remember thinking, why, there will be trouble now. As the first two animals were joined by a third, a white dog with long hair, who'd slipped out of a doorway. He was silently watching me. And so we stood, the dogs and I, watching each other. And then I decided to make friends. I stooped to pat the little Pekingese. He didn't bark or growl or take his eyes from me. He simply moved back slowly on noiseless paws and continued to stare at me, as did the other dogs. I felt very uneasy, and I called to them, "Do you know what you dogs look like? All of you? You look as though you'd seen a ghost. That's just how you look."
Paula, I hope you haven't been waiting here long. I thought you'd be up at the castle or with the caretaker.
There are no caretakers.
What? I don't understand. The family are anxious to sell the place. The caretaker or his wife should be around. What can have happened?
I don't know, but I saw no one.
Well, I must apologize. I never would have had you go if
No apology necessary. Even if I could have gotten in, I suspect the dogs would have stopped me.
What did you say about dogs?
Oh, yes. There were several dogs. They seemed to have the place to themselves.
Wait, you mean you actually saw them?
Oh, you can't miss them. I saw nothing else.
How many? I've always wondered.
Ali, don't tell me you've never been to Castle Careful.
Often, but never on this day.
What day?
Well, I'd quite forgotten. If I'd remembered, Paula, believe me, I never would have brought you today. There is a story that goes with Castle Careful, an unpleasant tale. As a matter of fact, an ancestor of mine named André Lanrivin was mixed up in it. You know, every Breton house has its ghost story.
Well, what on earth has that to do with the dogs?
Those dogs are the ghosts of Careful.
Oh, come on, Henri.
Oh, yes.
Do you expect me to believe that?
I don't expect you to believe anything. But you told me you saw a lot of dogs. And I know there isn't a single dog at Castle Careful.
At dinner that night, there was no more talk of Castle Careful. But after the guests had left and Henri's mother had said good night, he brought me a shabby leather-bound volume from an upper shelf in his library.
Yeah, I think you should read this.
What is it?
Oh, you see.
A history of the assizes of the Duchy of Brittany, Quimper, 1702.
Mm-hmm. This book was written about 100 years after the affair at Castle Careful. But I believe the account is taken almost literally from the judicial record.
There was a trial?
Yes, and a rather strange one. And my old ancestor, André de Lanrivin, figures in it.
And the dogs, Henri, where do they come in?
Read it. And if you should be too frightened to continue, just yell, and I shall come galloping to the rescue.
I read until well past midnight, completely absorbed, caught up in this strange transcript of what took place in a courtroom over 400 years ago. But on this night, every word rang as clearly as if I were sitting there, listening to the judge, questioning the young and beautiful Anne de Cornol, the lovely young bride of the 62-year-old Baron Yves de Cornol, the master of Careful Castle.
The prisoner must understand that if this court is to arrive at the truth, the prisoner must give us, in as much detail as she can remember, the entire history of her marriage to the Baron.
I understand, your lordship. What is it you wish to know?
The court has heard testimony from various witnesses about the first 2 years of your marriage to Yves de Cournot. But what puzzles me is how you and the Baron met.
My father took me to the holy shrine at Locronan. We were seeking absolution, doing penance for our sins. And that was where the Baron first saw me. And? He was smitten with me.
Well, how do you know that?
Because, your lordship, it was less than a week later that he came to my father's house with packed mules laden with gifts for my father and for me. And he asked
for my hand.
Now proceed, madame.
Castle Carrefour was a very lonely place. And when my husband was away on his business matters, I was alone. It was my very deep sorrow that our marriage was childless, though there was never a word of reproach from my husband.
In short, madame, you would have the court believe that yours was an idyllic union with never a quarrel between you?
No, your lordship, we quarreled, but only over matters of small import.
Perhaps madame can recreate for us one of the quarrels of small import?
Yes, your lordship. It was after one of my husband's business trips. He came to me in the garden immediately upon his return.
Well, it is suitable and pleasing to me to find my wife in her garden picking flowers.
I am happy to please my lord.
Oh, come, Anne. My name is Eve. And it is Eve who has brought a pretty bauble for your neck. Here, open it.
Oh, it is beautiful. It's magnificent. And I thank you.
Ah, you are a beautiful creature, my Anne. I missed you.
Then why do you not take me with you? I should not be so lonely then.
The city is no fit place for young wives. Why do you find it so irksome here at Castle Carrefour while I'm away?
Oh, it isn't irksome, but I feel I am a prisoner here. I cannot even pick a flower in my garden without having a waiting woman at my heels. Wherever I go here, I am watched.
You are protected and honored.
From whom do I need to be protected? And I am not a queen that I need such honors.
A man who has a treasure like you at home, Anne, does not leave the key in the lock when he goes abroad.
And this, your lordship, was the only point of contention between us. Until... I'm sorry. My apologies to the court and to your lordship. But these memories are sometimes very painful for me. When my husband returned from his following journey, he brought me a gift, the one I loved the best. It was a small brown silken Chinese dog that he purchased from a sailor at Bordeaux. Perhaps it was true that I loved that little dog in place of the child I never had. But Eve seemed pleased that I was so fond of Chinois. I named him that. And the little dog and I were inseparable. And one day, when I'd fallen asleep in my room with Chinois at my feet, I noticed it.
What's this? What have you done with my magnificent necklace? Do I see it around the neck of a dog?
Oh, Eve, I'm sorry if you're angry that I used the necklace in such a foolish fashion.
Oh, well, not at all, my dear. I know how much you love Chinois, and it is a compliment to me that you place one of my presents around the other's neck.
Oh, thank you, Eve.
That was not the reason I woke you. I had to tell you that I was struck by your resemblance to my great-grandmother, Juliane de Corneau, lying in the chapel with her feet on a little dog.
Oh.
You do not like the thought?
Well, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Still, perhaps when I am dead, you might place me beside her, also carved in marble, with my dog at my feet.
You shall have your monument, if you earn it.
And I swear I shall be faithful, with my little Chinois at my feet.
And you were not faithful. You were discovered. And you took your revenge by killing the Baron.
No, your lordship. I have said that I am not an adulteress. I swear that I am not. André was my friend, my dear friend. He was a man who was not as cruel as my husband, but he was no more than a friend.
Do you deny that you met him secretly the night your husband was killed?
I have never denied that.
Then why did you go meet him secretly at midnight, if it were not to commit adultery?
I went to ask him to take me away because I was certain that my husband was going to kill me.
What a difference in lifestyles 3 or 4 centuries make. Today, if a woman commits adultery, she's just as likely to write a book detailing her experiences. In the 17th century, a husband would have been allowed to kill an unfaithful wife. I'll be back with Act 2 in just a moment.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. The Budweiser ingredients, listed proudly right there on the Budweiser label. There are less expensive ingredients, but you won't find them in Budweiser. No way. There's a lot more that goes into the brewing of Budweiser than just ingredients. But it's what comes out that counts most, and that's the Budweiser taste. And that speaks for itself, loud and clear. Hear it talking?
There is no other one. Think of it something less. Because the king of beer is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Who will cope with tomorrow for a brighter new day? There's one hope for tomorrow, the children of today.
There is only one hope for tomorrow, the children. Yet there are children in this world right now who have no hope for a brighter today. They're hungry, illiterate, living in misery, and when they grow up, if they grow up, they'll pass on this hopelessness. And it's the world's loss and the world's shame. You can help children to grow up with healthy bodies and educated minds, with a zest for life that they'll pass on to their children and to our world. Won't you please send a check to Save the Children Federation, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. That's Save the Children, Box 970, Grand Central Station, New York 10017. Think about tomorrow.
We've got to save the children and save the world. Help them to grow.
People who see ghosts differ from people who see UFOs. The latter can't wait to tell the world that they have seen these strange, glowing, elliptical-shaped objects floating around our planet, while those who have seen ghosts are somehow reluctant to mention the fact. Of course, the lady in today's tale was thoroughly convinced that what she had seen were simply a number of dogs, not ghosts at all. But this belief was under severe strain.
I had become so involved in reading the trial of Anne de Corneau, recorded so completely in the ancient and crumbling book, The History of the Assizes of the Duchy of Brittany, that I didn't even hear Henri's rapping at my door.
Anne, are you all right?
Oh, I'm sorry, Henri. I was lost in a courtroom 400 years ago with that poor frightened girl, Anne de Corneau.
Well, how do you like my ancestor, André?
Well, so far he's only been mentioned briefly, but really I am haunted with Anne, with the girl. I feel chilled as I read her testimony. I feel as though I were she, there in the court. Sometimes I even know what she's going to say before she says it. It's scary, Henri.
Well, then stop reading.
Oh, no, not a chance. Not after I saw those dogs today. You were joking, weren't you, when you said there weren't any dogs at Castle Carrefour?
No, Anne, I wasn't. There are no dogs at Carrefour.
After Henri left me, I returned to the book and immediately found myself back in the 17th century courtroom, so involved that I actually seemed to be living the tortured life of that poor girl, now dead some 400 years.
You ask us to believe that your husband would have given you permission to journey to St. Barbe?
Yes, your lordship. The pilgrimage was made in the company of a lady much respected by the Baron. The lady, his aged aunt, and I were on a journey to St. Barbe. It was a religious pilgrimage.
Does it not seem almost doubly sinful for a woman to meet her paramour on a religious pilgrimage?
André de Lanrivain was never my paramour. I'd seen him once or twice at Castle Carrefour when he visited there with his father, but he never exchanged more than civil greetings with me. And thus, what he said to me at Saint Barbe was a shock to me and a surprise.
And scandalous?
No, I did not think so. We met by chance under the aspen trees as the procession was coming out of the chapel.
I pity you,
he said. And I was surprised because I had no thought that anybody considered me an object of pity.
He said no more?
Only one thing.
Call me when you need me, as an ear to listen and a mouth to talk.
As I've said, my husband was away a great deal. My life at Castle Carrefour was indeed lonely. My little dog Chinois was always with me, and he gave me great pleasure. But more and more I thought of the meeting with André de Lanrivain and of his words. And one day I decided to test him to ascertain whether he meant what he said. Of all the maids my husband had serving me, there was one I trusted more than the others, and it was she I sent with a note, certain that there would be no answer. But I was wrong, and he was waiting in the copse near the edge of the forest, as his note said he would be.
Milady, you came after all.
It was I who sent for you, and you thought I would not be here.
I dared not hope.
André.
I feel you have no life at all with the Baron. Your gentleness and beauty is not for him. Where are you going?
No, I see now. It was not only foolish, but it was wrong of me to have come.
Please, milady, don't go. Just tell me what you want from me, and you shall have it.
There must never be a discussion of my husband. He shall not be mentioned.
Agreed. That is a beautiful little dog you have in your arms.
Yes, I love him very much. He was a gift from the Baron.
I see.
Which was very thoughtful. But much as I love my little Chinois, I admit to loneliness. I long to hear a human voice other than my maid's.
If my voice will help, you shall hear it as often as you wish.
And how often did you meet?
Twice more, Your Lordship, and each time very briefly.
And your husband knew nothing of these meetings?
I have reason to believe he did not. You see, at the time of our second meeting, I had already realized that we must put an end to it.
But there must be a reason. Surely I deserve at least that from you, Anne. Some reason why we should no longer meet.
Because I do not wish it.
If there's one thing I know, it's that you have enjoyed our conversations as much as I. Perhaps more. You've told me so.
No, never.
Well, perhaps not in so many words. But I can tell. By the flush on your cheek, the spark that kindles in your eyes when I tell you of Paris and other cities I've seen.
No. What you have just said is reason enough why we must no longer meet. I find myself looking forward to it too much. I know it will be like a drug to me. And the more meetings we have, the more I shall want. I must stop now while I can.
But we have done nothing wrong. Committed no sin in the eyes of the Lord.
Thank you, André, for the moments of light you have given me. I shall always be grateful. But we can meet no more.
But you did. And why? What changed your mind?
A message from him, Your Lordship, saying that he was going away for a long, long time. And he asked for only one farewell meeting.
If I knew you would come to bid me farewell whenever I leave the country, then I should try to leave every day.
André, where are you going? When do you leave?
I go to the British Isles on some business, which is not without peril. I shall be away for 6 or 7 months. Would you not give me some keepsake? Something of small value to you, but which I will cherish always, since it will speak to me of you during the long months of separation?
Well, gladly. I would give what you ask, but I brought no jewels. I wear no rings. I have no trinkets. And then, though I knew it was wrong, I took the small necklace from around the throat of little Chinois, and I offered it to Andre. At first he refused, but I urged. No, I insisted. And finally he took it. And afterwards I was sorry. And that very night, at dinner with my husband...
Well, your little dog has a giant appetite, my love.
You mustn't spoil him by overfeeding.
Better overfeeding than overpetting the way you do. Mm-hmm. Well, here. Come here, Chinois. Here. Here's a piece of meat. There. Good dog. Hello. What's this? Where is his necklace?
Oh, he lost it.
Lost it?
He was running in the park, in the undergrowth. And when I picked him up, I noticed that the necklace was gone. I spent a good time during the day searching for it, but I couldn't find it.
Well, perhaps it will be found one day. Have some more wine, madame. It's an excellent vintage.
No, thank you.
Then I shall drink alone. Are you interested in hearing about my day in Rennes?
If my lord will excuse me, I have a slight headache. I should like to retire.
Well, of course. I have my bottle for company, and you... When you get to your room, you will have your little dog.
Chinois, mon pauvre, my little Chinois.
Madame, there is something wrong, something troubling you.
Chinois, he is dead.
Oh, now, how did that happen?
I came into my room and I found him like this, lying across my pillows. Someone has strangled him.
A pity, madame. But there is a bright side to every tragedy, eh? You see, here, your necklace has been found.
Found? Would to heaven it had not been. Oh, take it away, my lord. I never want to see it again. After the use to which it's been put, wound round my little dog's throat to snuff out his life.
Madam, I'm displeased that you smile so little.
I'm sorry, my lord. I shall try.
No, nonsense. I have arranged for some entertainment at Castle Careful when I go next to a camper on business. Entertainment, I think, that will please you.
That is very kind of you, my lord.
You hold so selfish of me. I would like to see some small measure of life appear in a wife who is at least 40 years younger than I am.
Yes, my lord.
And so for 2 days, while I am at Quimper, I have given the gypsies permission to come here. And in return, they promise to put on some entertainments for you. Let us hope, madame, they serve to put you in better spirits.
Oh, it's lovely. It's so lovely. And the dogs are wonderful. Tell me, does it take you long to train them?
Not too long, milady. The ones who are trained help me with the ones who have to learn.
Oh, look. This one is the dearest, I think. Am I mistaken? Or does he have one blue and one brown eye?
Milady has a sharp eye. And he seems to like you.
Yes. Would it be much trouble for you to train another dog if...
Milady wants to buy the little dog, of course. For 3 golden coins, you may have the dog.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll have one of my maids get you the coins.
Have you taught your maids to lie to me, madame?
I cannot understand your question, my lord.
When I returned to Castle Careful this evening, they told me you enjoyed the gypsy entertainment I arranged for you. That you were gay and bright with laughter. And yet for me, there's only silence.
I am sorry, my lord. Do I have my lord's permission to go to my room?
Very well.
I shall return, my lord, immediately.
I hope in a more cheerful disposition than heretofore.
Oh, no.
Oh, what is it?
Oh.
What has alarmed you?
Oh, it's my little dog.
Oh, yes. I see he has been strangled. It would seem, madame, that you have bad luck with your pets.
Everyone knows that the ASPCA represents the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. There is, however, no ASPCM, which could stand for the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Mates. Perhaps if there were such a society, there might be fewer divorces, and even more important, fewer husband-wife murders. We'll be back with Act 3 in just a moment.
Allstate asks, do you own a small business? Go over these questions with your present group health and life insurance agent. If your agent doesn't say yes to every one, then...
Talk to the good hands people.
First question. Does your present basic medical expense insurance pay the very first dollar? That means you pay no deductible. For expenses such as surgery, room and board, x-ray and lab, and in-hospital doctor fees? If not...
Talk to the good hands people.
Does your present plan provide coverage for maternity expenses? If not...
Talk to the good hands people. You're in good hands with Allstate.
See your Allstate agent to find out what an Allstate plan costs, what is and isn't covered, including benefit reductions and terms under which insurance continues in force. Allstate Insurance Companies. Available in most states to businesses that qualify.
Share a ride with a friend. Share a smile when you're round the bend. Let somebody brighten up your day.
Share a ride with a friend. Drive together and the time you spend will speed along as you go your way.
Double up every morning. Double up going home at night. Double up every day. It's a better way. You're gonna have more fun together.
Talking about the latest style. We've passed away the miles. Glad that I'm not driving home alone.
Talking about the game last night. A guy made a play that was out of sight. It's nice to talk to someone going home. Double up every morning. Double up going home at night. Double up every day. It's a better way. You're gonna have more fun together. It's driving alone.
A public service of this station, U.S. Department of Transportation, and the Advertising Council.
It's a scientific fact that some people have a low threshold of pain, while others can withstand a remarkable amount of punishment before they even feel the slightest twinge. It would seem to me only logical that some people would be more sensitive to the influences and specters of the past and would find themselves powerfully affected by merely hearing or reading about past events. So I completely understand the reaction of our very modern, liberated 20th century Paula Randall to the events in the La Ravin Chateau in Brittany.
I have been reading for hours, and I suppose I made a fool of myself later that night with my behavior. But there were extenuating circumstances. Earlier, I had told Henri de Lambrevin how much I had identified with the girl with Anne de Cournal, whose trial I was reading about. And I had just reached the part where she found her second little dog strangled, and suddenly the lights in my room went out. I didn't panic, not then, but I had been reading in bed, and in the dark I reached for the bedside table to find a match to strike a light, and my hand felt something soft and furry. And it was then that I screamed and woke the house and brought Henri bursting through my door.
Paula, what is it? What has happened?
The dog. Henri, her dead little dog. It was next to my bed. I felt it.
Nonsense. There's nothing here. Look. It's one of your bedroom slippers with a fur on it. Look for yourself.
Well, I can't see it in the dark. Why did those lights go out?
It's almost dawn. We switch back from the emergency generator now. And there are about 10 minutes during which we're without electricity. Of course, not many people are usually up at this hour.
I'm sorry, but I was so frightened. Henri, why did you give me this book, this history of the trials of the Duchy of Brittany? Why did you want me to read this?
No ulterior motives, my pet. I thought you'd be interested in buying Castle Kerfol. I wanted you as a neighbor. And then you saw the dogs. That clinched it.
But other people must see them. You told me the caretaker and his wife leave on that particular day, so...
Well, they live here. They have ties.
What are you saying?
Perhaps you shouldn't finish.
No, you go now. And apologize to the household for my behavior. And we will have coffee after I've finished reading. Henri was disturbed, but he left. And I went back again to the history of the assizes of the Duchy of Brittany. And again the ancient words on the printed page worked their magic. And I was transported back in time to that drafty courtroom.
And did it not occur to you to confront your husband and ask him if he was indeed responsible for killing the dogs? And if so, what were his reasons?
I felt that would be useless.
Why useless?
You did not know the Baron, your lordship. I hoped that by my telling this story, you would come to know something of the mind of a man who could kill innocent animals simply because he imagined that his name had been dishonored.
We have only your word that it was his imagination.
And the word of André de la Revin.
Who may have been your accomplice. Finish your testimony.
There's little more to tell. I suffered in my loneliness, and the winter wore on, and then the gypsies returned.
But Milady has not bought anything. Nothing at all.
No. I'm not in the mood for buying.
Not even for buying happiness?
No one can buy happiness.
To the gypsy, many things are possible that are not known by you, madame. Take, for instance, this pear-shaped pendant. This is a most remarkable trinket, milady.
Yes, it looks very nice.
This pendant can tell the future and bring happiness.
Oh, nonsense.
Of course. But the trinket is pretty and an exceptional bargain. For you, milady, this will be only 2 livres.
No, I am not interested.
Look, it is so cunningly contrived. See, it opens. A cunning contrivance. And...
Wait.
It's yours.
Wait a moment. Wasn't there a piece of paper in it?
It is yours, milady. You will not regret it.
No, that paper. I saw it. It had the Longrivan seal.
I did not notice. No, milady, I should not open it here. The privacy of your chamber would be more suitable.
My dear lady, I have returned. I must see you. I will be at the side door of the castle after midnight. The Baron has told me he is staying the night in Rennes. André. Yes.
I have returned, madam.
Oh, no.
And I would like your presence at supper.
Oh, good Lord. What am I to do now? It is a pleasant surprise to find you back tonight, my husband. I gather your business in Rennes went so well that you could return so soon?
It went as I expected.
Milord, tell me some of the interesting things that happened to you in Rennes.
Madame, I find your prattle boring, and this evening it is I who have the headache. I also feel feverish.
Is there something I can do? A poultice, perhaps?
You can keep quiet. Good night, madame. I trust you sleep well, with nothing to disturb pleasant dreams.
And so, your lordship, I returned to my room, terrified. I was certain that in some way my husband had found out about André, and that he would be there waiting at the side door, and that he would kill André and me. I waited in my room, but then I opened my door and stole along the passage and listened at my husband's door. I could hear him breathing heavily and with difficulty, but I was still fearful. And I went back to my room and I waited until the moon had set through the trees of the park. And then I went back again and listened at the door to my husband's room. He still seemed to be asleep. I had only two thoughts: to get down the stairs silently, to get to the door, to unbolt it, and warn Andre, tell him that I wished him to take me away. I reached the door and unbolted it and opened it.
Anne, I must tell you...
Andre, you must go. He has come back. I think because he knew that you were coming. Please go. Go now.
But Anne,
I want to go away with you, but not now. Go now.
And these noises you heard from your husband's room were after you had dismissed de Lanrivain and closed the castle door?
Yes, your lordship.
What did you do next?
I started up the stairs and I listened.
What did you hear?
I heard dogs snarling and panting.
What dogs?
Huh?
What dogs?
I don't know.
And how long did you remain listening on the stairs?
Just a few minutes. And then when I reached the room, it was dark. And I found my husband's flint and steel, and I struck a spark for the candle. And then I saw him lying there, dead.
And the dogs?
The dogs were gone.
Gone? Where to?
I don't know. There was no way for them to get out. And we had no dogs at Castle Carrefour.
You would have us believe, madame, that your husband was killed by a pack of invisible dogs?
No, if it please your lordship, the bites which caused the death of Baron de Corneau were clearly visible at the inquest.
Well, madame, can you give the court any idea where the supposed dogs came from?
My dead dog. Mine. The dogs he killed so cruelly for no reason. My dead dog!
A 20th century sun was brightening every corner of my room when I'd finished and put down the history of the trial of Anne de Corneau. And I sat there thinking I was emotionally drained when Henri de Lanrivain knocked at my door. Yes, come in.
Ah, you look beautiful. But you seem terribly worried, my lovely Paula.
Henri, you can forget about my buying Castle Carrefour. I would not want to live there now if someone gave it to me.
Oh, but Sherry, what you read happened 400 years ago. People were different.
Henri, you forget. I saw those dogs today. I knew nothing of all this, and yet I saw those dogs today. Do you think I could even consider living there, knowing what happened to that poor girl, Anne de Corneau?
Well, as a matter of fact, Paula, you realize she got off quite easily for a woman accused of murder in those days.
Easily? She was paroled to the de Corneau family. She spent the rest of her life shut up in Castle Carrefour.
Ah, this has really gotten under your skin.
Do you know, Henri, I think I have been fooling myself about wanting to settle down. I really hadn't told Henri the truth. I'd told him only half the truth. I saw the dogs at Castle Carrefour. I couldn't understand why I should have seen them unless it was a warning to me. At least I took it to be so. And thus for me, Castle Carrefour will remain a haunting, a disturbing, and an unresolved memory.
I was impressed with this story of Castle Carrefour and the dogs and told it to a psychiatrist friend of mine. When I finished, he smiled the smile of a man with all the answers and said, "It's amazing to what lengths a woman will go to avoid facing up to the fact that she's really afraid of marriage. He believes that. Do you? I'll be back shortly.
If 2 bits equal 1/4, how much are 12 bits worth? Well, at your True Value hardware store, they're worth $3.97. Hi, Pat Summerall here to explain. The 12 bits are part of a Century 13-piece drill bit set that you can get right now at your True Value hardware store. It's a perfect gift to yourself, particularly if you've got a power drill for Christmas. These 12 high-speed bits will drill holes from 1/16 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch in wood, metal, and other materials. And this set gives you something a lot of drill bit sets don't include. A center punch, the accurate way to start any hole. That's 13 pieces in all. They come in a folding case. Each bit fits in a slot marked with its size, so you never have to guess which bit is the size you want. 2 bits may equal 1/4. But at your True Value hardware store, 12 bits are worth $3.97. Get the Century 13-piece drill bit set at your participating True Value hardware store. Just remember, look under hardware in the yellow pages.
Before I return tomorrow, I think I should tell you the world's shortest horror story. I hope you haven't heard it. It goes like this. After the atomic holocaust, there's only one man left in the world. He knows that everyone else has been killed. As he sits alone in his bomb shelter, suddenly there comes a knock at the door. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, William Redfield, Ian Martin, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Come with me, Hank. Come with me.
Don't worry, Susanna. I won't let you out of my sight. You see? There's no one here.
But there was. There still is. Only... What happened to the music box?
It ran down.
Wind it up.
No. I should never have fixed it so that it would play.
It doesn't matter. She would have reached me anyway. Wait.
Find me. Come to me, Susanna. It's Rachel.
How?
The music box. The music box.
Was she just talking to you? The ghost?
Yes. It was Rachel.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value hardware stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WFAA, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Happy birthday, America. For a gal 200, you still look pretty good to us. For all those Americans who are coming to your birthday party this year, there are a lot of presents to be unwrapped. The oceans rolling on rocky and tropic shores, the gentle hills, the silver lakes, the desert calm, the mighty mountains, the man-made mountains of cities that throb with life, the customs and folkways of yesteryear, and the promises of tomorrow. America's 200th birthday. So much to see, so much to remember, so much to hope for. Happy birthday, America. Oh, we know there's a crack in your Liberty Bell, but at 200, what's a little scar? This message is brought to you by NAMBO, the National Association of Motor Bus Owners. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary by serving 15,000 cities and towns. We're urging all Americans to become tourists and to come to the party. Happy birthday, America.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Dreaming is what your mind does while you sleep. When you close yourself off from the active world and crawl into the passive state of sleep, your mind does not switch itself off any more than does your digestion, your breathing, or your circulation. What shall we make of this earnest exertion of our minds during sleep? Well, we propose to tell you what two people made of theirs.
Gloria, it's me. It's Ben.
She doesn't hear you. She doesn't see you.
She's looking right at me, Doctor.
She doesn't even know you're here.
Our mystery drama, Dreams, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In sleep, the mind creates visions, delights and horrors, wild fantasies and oddly disguised memories. If someone tells you he never dreams, do not believe him. His mind works in sleep as assiduously as any other's. His imaginings are as extravagant as anyone's. He simply does not wish to acknowledge them as his offspring. He won't accept the responsibility.
Gloria, I brought you some flowers. Look, yellow roses. How about that? Gloria, isn't there a nurse or someone who can put these roses in water? Nobody around except... Oh, well. How you feeling anyway? Better? It's me, Gloria. It's Ben.
It's no use, Mr. Bailey.
What?
Mrs. Bailey doesn't hear you.
You're the doctor, right?
Dr. Fleischer. Your wife doesn't even see you.
Well, she's looking right at me.
She doesn't know you're here.
How can that be?
She's in shock.
Well, what's that?
Shock is a defense mechanism the psyche employs to escape something extremely painful.
She didn't have any pain.
You sure of that?
She didn't act like it. She just sort of stiffened up and then fell over. Like she fainted.
She did faint.
But she came to right away, a couple of seconds. I asked her, did you feel all right? And she looked at me sort of funny and said she felt okay, only tired. She said she felt terribly tired. Well, that's what she said. And then she went in the bedroom and laid down and just stared up at the ceiling.
All the symptoms of shock.
I thought she was sick.
She is sick.
Well, what's she got? I mean, what's the matter with her?
Profound depression of all the bodily processes and extreme anxiety.
Oh, that doesn't sound so bad.
Oh, doesn't it?
I mean, you can fix that, can't you?
We can try.
Well, you can give us something.
You mean a pill?
Yeah, something.
We'll give her time and care.
How much time?
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
I said I don't know.
Yeah, but you must know.
I don't.
A few days, a week?
I don't know.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry you think so.
I've got to talk to her. You got to fix it so I can talk to her.
What about?
What about? Well, different things. Look, she can't just sit there staring. She's my wife.
Yes, I want to talk to you about that.
About what?
About your marriage. Your relationship during your marriage.
It was... okay.
Also, before your marriage. I need as much of her background as you can give me. I need to know all I can about what led up to this.
It just happened.
Nothing like this just happened.
Well, it did.
Such traumas may have their origins in the very distant past. I'll want to talk to her parents, brothers, sisters, Benny. But for the moment, I want to talk to you. My office is down the hall. Anybody will show you where it is. Will you be there in 10 minutes?
Okay, you say so.
I'll be expecting you.
Gloria, I'll be back. There's something I gotta find out. It's very important. I got a funny feeling you can hear me, Gloria. I don't care what the doctor says. What does he know? You just wait right there. And after I talk to him, I'll be back. You just take it easy. And I'll be back.
Come in, Mr. Bailey. Now sit down over there.
Okay. I think Gloria recognized me just now.
No, she didn't.
Well, she had a look on her face. I thought...
I'm not interested in what you thought.
Look, she's my wife, after all. I know her pretty well.
How long have you been married?
5 years. So I know her pretty well.
Tell me about it.
Tell you about it?
The marriage, from the start. What it's been like between the two of you.
Oh, the best. Really great. Fantastic.
Let's go back to the beginning.
Well, we were really like, in love. I mean, totally. Even her parents.
What about her parents?
Well, parents, you know.
Well, you speak of them as though they were a special breed of human.
Well, they are. I mean...
You're not a parent.
Oh, no, not me. Not for a long time, anyway.
When you are, you'll find out you're not of a special breed.
If it ever happens, I'll be different. Like more human.
Yes. Well, tell me about her parents.
What's to tell? Small-town people. Very nice and all that, but... you know.
No, I don't know, or I wouldn't be asking.
Gloria's mother was very ill at the time. That's why we went to see them. Gloria said we had to, on account of her mother.
What was the nature of her illness?
Oh, it's nothing mental. Nothing like that. Her liver, I think, something like that. So we make the trip all the way out to the boondocks to see them and tell them we're getting married. I have to talk to her father.
You tell me something about her father.
He's a turkey.
Turkey?
Totally straight.
Oh. Well, go on.
Well, this turkey starts asking me questions.
Such as?
Like, what do I do for a living?
What do you do for a living, young man?
I'm a jazz musician.
Oh? What instrument do you play?
My axe is the bass.
Oh, I like those. Yes, tell me, do you have trouble carrying those things around? They let you on buses with them?
Why not? Sure.
Well, they're so big.
It's a guitar.
Guitar?
Mine's electrical.
Oh. Ben, you can support yourself with your electric guitar?
I used to go on the road off and on. 2-week gig in Columbus, stuff like that. Well, that's the pits. And I mean the pits. After Gloria and I are married, the road's out. I want to be with her. I'm working on some songs. There's money in songs if you hit it.
I suppose. Ben, you know about Gloria's mother?
She's not in such good health, I understand.
No, not at all in good health.
Gloria said something about that.
Her mother hoped, well, we both hoped that when Gloria got married, we hoped she'd have some security.
There's no security these days.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know.
No security per se.
I'm hoping that when Gloria gets through talking to her mother upstairs, maybe she'll have been able to persuade her that things will be all right.
Oh, they'll be all right.
Yes, well, maybe. I hope so. Ben, my wife doesn't have too much longer to live, the doctors say.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Maybe everything will be all right. Oh, here's Gloria now. Well, dear, you talked to your mother?
I talked to her.
Yes, and?
She says if Ben and I get married,
she never wants to see me again?
How about that?
Well, maybe she didn't mean quite that.
Oh, she meant it. She meant it all right.
Oh, that's really the pits.
Come on. Let's go, Ben.
Let's go, Ben, she said. And we went.
I see.
After all, it was very nice of us to go all the way out there to the boonies to talk to them. We didn't have to do that. Hardly anybody asks their parents anymore, can they get married or whatever. If that hadn't been for a mother being sick.
Look here, I have a patient coming in a few minutes, but I'll want to talk to you again, Mr. Bailey. Maybe several times.
Why not? I want to go back and see Gloria, Dr. Fleischer.
It won't do any good. You can't reach her. Nobody can. Not yet.
Well, what I really want to do, I brought some flowers, some yellow roses. I want to get a vase and put them in some water. There was nobody around to do it, so I thought...
Well, if that's all you want to do...
Well, that's all. That's it.
All right. But I'll want to talk to you again.
Gloria, listen, I can only stay for a couple of minutes. I told the doctor I was going to put the flowers in some water, but... Listen, he says you can't hear me or see me. I don't buy that. I don't buy that for a minute. I think you just don't want to talk to me. Well, okay. You don't want to talk to me. I accept that. I don't like it, but I accept it. But Gloria, one thing I gotta know, and I mean I got to. It's life and death. That's how important it is, and I'm not kidding. Gloria, I've got to know your dreams. Got to. Okay? Now, what did you dream last night? I don't need all the details. Just in general, or anything at all that I can... Oh, Gloria. Come on now, Gloria. What did you dream last night? I've got to know. I've got to know. If you don't tell me, I don't know what'll become of us.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets, please.
Hello.
Place your bets.
Hello there.
All bets are down. No more bets. Black, odd, and low.
Son of a gun. Well, that washes me out.
Come on over to the lounge. I'll buy us a drink.
Place your bets, ladies and
No,
gentlemen.
I don't know. I don't
Come on, Ben, you need it.
Place your bets.
How's your wife?
Place your bets.
I went to see her this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Took her some flowers.
And?
Doctor said she didn't even know I was there.
Oh.
Said she's in shock. But I know better. She knew I was there all right, and she knew what I wanted. She just wouldn't give it to me.
Well,
I'm not giving up. I'm going back tomorrow and the day after and the day after that. I've got to. If I don't know what she dreams, how am I going to know what number to play?
Evidence that mankind all over the world and down through the ages dreams and has dreamed the same dreams. And many men have wrestled with the problem of what to make of them. But how many have wrestled with another's dreams in order to turn them to profit? We shall return shortly with Act 2. Nowadays, most people acknowledge that dreams are the creations of the human soul which struggle to the surface during sleep. Disguised as they are, these grotesqueries can be translated into recognizable thoughts and desires. But before the advent of the scientific age, everyone believed that dreams were visitations by supernatural beings and could portend the future. A small minority still does. And an even smaller group believes that dreams can foretell the winning number
on a roulette wheel.
Gloria, it's Ben. I told you I'd be back. Oh, Gloria, please talk to me. If you only knew how important it is. I'm going out of my mind if you don't talk to me. I don't know what we're going to do. Please, honey.
Any luck, Mr. Bailey?
Oh, no. She just looks right through me.
No, I'm sorry about that.
Me too.
I'm disappointed.
So am I.
She's talking to me.
What? She talks to you? Since when?
Early this morning. I stopped by to see her. She seemed to know who I was, so I stayed for a while, and we had quite a chat.
What about? What did you talk about? What did she tell you?
Oh, there. Slow down.
I gotta know. What did she say?
I don't want to talk here. You meet me in my office. You know where it is. 5 minutes?
5, yes.
Come in, Mr. Bailey.
Thanks, Dr. Fleischer.
You sit down. Now, we have to...
You said that Gloria talked to you.
Yes, she did.
Well, what about? I mean, what did she talk about?
Well, I did most of the talking. I had to explain who I was, where she was, all that sort of thing. She seemed content with what I told her. Accepted everything.
Yes, but what did she tell you?
Why are you interested?
Why wouldn't I be?
Are you afraid she revealed something you'd rather she hadn't?
No, of course not.
One would think you'd simply be grateful that she's responding.
I am, certainly. Only
what?
Doctor, did she tell you what she dreamed last night?
What a very strange question.
Did she?
Most peculiar. Why do you want to know about your wife's dream?
Gloria always had this thing about dreams.
Thing?
Well, she believed in them.
Believed? How?
Well, like the one about the eggs.
Oh, tell me about that.
You know, I told you her mother was very sick.
Yes, you told me.
And when Gloria told her she was going to marry me, her mother said she never wanted to have anything to do with her, ever again.
I remember you telling me that. Now, I want to hear about the egg dream.
Gloria had this idea that if we were to have a baby, her mother's first grandchild, well, that's a big deal, right?
Very big deal.
But she thought if she could tell her mother she was pregnant, then they'd get back together again. Anyway, once the baby was born, they would, right?
It often happens that way.
Once she woke me up in the middle of the night, and she said, Ben, I just had a dream. Oh, what? You had a dream?
Well, I want to tell you before I forget it.
Well, tell me. Go ahead.
I was walking down this long corridor, all white, marble, and light coming through this big, tall window. And my mother was standing there with the light shining down on her. And I went up to her. I was so glad to see her. And I said, where is it? Where is it?
Where was what?
I don't know. Something I wanted. Something I was looking for. Something.
What about your mother? What did she say?
Nothing. She didn't say a thing. She didn't even look at me. She was looking beyond me, off somewhere. But she was smiling. Oh, she looked so beautiful, Ben. So I kept running through this place, stopping everybody and asking, where is it? Nobody seemed to know, and I was getting desperate. It was getting to be a nightmare, kind of. But then, I found it.
Yeah? Yeah, well, what was it?
It was a dozen eggs.
Eggs?
A carton of eggs. Oh, you know how they come, a dozen to a carton. Well, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And I think I was pleased that I found it.
You think you were?
Well, at first I was. Till I opened the carton. And there were all these beautiful eggs. But one was broken. And then I felt so sad. That's when I woke you up. I just had to.
That's all right. I'm glad you did.
Ben, you know what I think the dream means?
What?
The eggs. They're my children. The children I'm going to have someday. I'm going to have 12 children. Well, 11 anyway. Because one of them will be broken.
Only one of them will be broken. That's what she said.
That's quite a dream.
Yeah. Thing is, just a short time after that, after she told me the dream, Gloria got pregnant. She was so excited.
And you?
Me, well, for a man it's different.
Somewhat, for some men.
Anyway, Gloria was about to write to her mother. Once she was really sure that she was going to have a baby. But before she could do that, she had a miscarriage. Yeah, she lost the baby.
It was very sad for a woman.
I was disappointed, too. Because I figured I was ready for a kid about then. I mean, if that's what Gloria wanted, I could afford for her to have it.
You could afford it?
Well, money-wise, I was in the chips.
How did that come about?
From the dreams. Gloria's dreams.
I don't quite follow you.
You're not a gambler, are you, Doctor?
No. Life is one long gamble as far as I'm concerned.
I like to try and beat the game now and then.
And do you? Beat the game?
Not very often. Not till I married Gloria and started betting her dreams.
What does that mean, betting her dreams?
You see, Dr. Fleischer, every dream means something.
Oh, indeed it does.
It means a number. A number that is going to come up for you.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Certainly I believe it, because it's true. I know it's true. I know because it worked for me.
And how did it work for you?
Doctor, a dream about eggs means the number 72.
You don't say.
Absolutely. And that night I went to the casino. Now, you can't play 72 at the roulette table.
Why not?
Because the numbers on the wheel only run up to 36 and a 00.
So you couldn't bet on number 72?
I figured out a way. Well, no, I actually didn't figure it out myself. There was a woman there.
Oh?
She figured it out.
Tell me about this woman.
Name's Crystal. But it's not important about her. It wasn't anything like you're thinking between her and me.
I wasn't thinking anything.
Anyway, Crystal's a real gambler. She's at the casino before it opens, and she stays till it closes. She's the one told me about dreams meaning numbers. And it worked. It worked. Every time Gloria told me one of her dreams, I'd go to the casino, and Crystal would tell me what number to play. I'd play it, and it would win.
Except for 72.
No. I won with that one, too.
Well, how could you?
It's an established fact that a dream about eggs means 72. I mean, we had to start with that, you know?
Go on.
So Crystal says, play two numbers, 7 and 2. I did. And in 20 spins of the wheel, one or the other came up.
Interesting.
Foolproof. Totally.
No, I didn't mean that.
No? Well, what did you mean?
When I talked to your wife this morning, she told me a dream she had last night.
She did? Why didn't you say so? What was it?
She dreamed she was in a forest, and she climbed a tall tree. And at the top of the tree, she found a dozen eggs.
No. You mean that? She dreamed that. She told you.
A dozen eggs. All of them broken.
No more bets. All bets are down. 14, even, red, and low.
Hear that?
Now, come on, pay no attention.
If I'd left my chips where they were on 7 and 2, I'd be broke practically.
Finish your drink. We'll go back to the table and have another try.
Crystal, I can't afford it.
If you could afford it, it wouldn't be gambling.
How's that again?
Gambling is when you stand to lose.
I don't follow you.
The big thrill comes when you lose everything.
That's a thrill.
The biggest thrill there is. Drink up. Try again.
That sanitarium costs money. Dr. Fleischer costs money.
But the dreams. Remember when you came in here with your wife's dream about the eggs?
72.
And since there's no 72 on the wheel, we figured you should...
You figured.
Bet half on 7, half on 2.
And they came up.
3 times. And you doubled your bet.
I was a rich man that night.
You will be again. Eggs always mean 72.
Maybe the doctor wasn't telling me the truth. Maybe he made it up.
Maybe.
No, he wouldn't do that. Why should he?
No reason.
Wait a minute. Maybe the trouble is, Gloria told the dream to him, not to me. Maybe that's why it didn't work tonight. Why 7 never came up, or 2 either.
That could be it.
No, wait. Come on, I got it. I know what I did wrong. I've got it.
What is it?
72. 72, 7 and 2. I really played 7 and 2.
And you won.
Yeah, that was the first time. But this time I lost. The first time, Gloria told her dream about the eggs to me. This time she told it to the doctor. Yes.
You got something, Ben. I can see it in your eyes.
I wasn't supposed to play 7 and 2 tonight. I was supposed to add 7 and 2.
And put your chips on 9.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, that's it. That's got to be it. I know this is it. I know it.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Please place your bets.
On 9, please.
All bets are down. No more bets. $32, red, even, and high.
Many hypotheses have been put forth as to why some people have a passion for gambling. Greed, boredom, excitement, and others, even including sexual compensation. But there is a consensus that if you gamble long enough, you are certain to end up broke, because the odds are deliberately set against you. Therefore, it would appear that the most pervasive purpose of gambling is to lose. I shall be back shortly with Act 3. It is not exclusively the fools of the world that have gambled compulsively. Dostoevsky, one of the greatest of the Russian novelists, reduced himself and his family to abject poverty to gratify his inordinate passion for gambling. Other driven gamblers were Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, Henry VIII of England, and Wyatt Earp.
Gloria, it's me. Baby, it's Ben.
Ben. Hello?
Oh, honey. You know, that's the first time you've spoken to me for 3 days.
It is?
Yeah, you've been kind of out of it.
I guess I have.
But you're all right now, huh?
Well, I feel kind of fuzzy, you know?
Oh, well, sure. You've been in shock. That's what the doctor said.
Oh, he's nice. The doctor. What's his name?
Fleischer.
Oh, yeah, Fleischer. He told me that. I don't know why I have so much trouble remembering things.
Well, you remember me.
Yeah. I remember you. Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? I'm your husband. You're married to me.
I know.
Well, then.
Were we happy?
What?
Being married. Were we happy together?
Well, certainly we were happy. We were very happy. What do you mean, were we happy?
Well, I don't remember it very well.
We were very... Ah, look. It's this shock business. It does things to people. Dr. Fleischer told me.
I'll have to get him to tell me.
Sure. He'll tell you. And then you'll be all right. And you can get out of here and come home and we can start all over.
Being happy?
Well, certainly.
Oh, if I could just remember being happy.
You will.
Then I think I'd be all right. It's the not remembering. I lost the feeling somewhere.
Look, you're going to be fine. Now that you're talking to me, you'll be great. You don't know what it's been like when you wouldn't talk to me. Not even say hello or anything.
I didn't know you'd been here before.
Every day. Every day. I brought those yellow roses. But you don't remember that, I guess.
No, I don't. Thank you.
But you've been talking to Dr. Fleischer, haven't you? He told me you started talking to him yesterday.
Yes, I did. I don't know why I did. But he was so quiet, so patient, very gentle, very sweet. Like my father, kind of. He wanted to take care of me.
Well, sure. That's how these doctors are. That's their business.
He didn't make it sound like business. He made it sound like he cared about me.
Oh, look, don't cry, Gloria. It's going to be all right.
I trusted him. Somebody I don't even know. And I trusted him.
Look, I don't think I should stay much longer. I don't want to upset you.
He was so gentle with me. Like nobody's ever been.
Gloria, there's something you can do for me.
I can't do anything for anybody.
Something important.
I can't even do anything for myself.
Tell me if you had a dream last night. Please, Gloria.
A dream?
Remember, you always used to tell me your dreams.
Did I? Oh, yes, I did, didn't I?
What about last night? What did you dream last night?
Rain.
You said rain?
Lots and lots of rain. Raining all over. That means I'm going to die.
No, it doesn't mean that.
I'm going to die. And I'll never remember being happy.
Oh, no, Gloria, please don't go. Please don't.
Mr. Bailey.
Hey, here's the doctor. Don't cry.
What's going on here?
Well, we were just talking, and she started to cry.
Oh, it'll be all right, Mrs. Bailey. You just go ahead and cry, and later on we'll talk about it.
It was so great that you recognized me and everything, and...
I want to see you in my office, Mr. Bailey.
Sure.
5 minutes, okay? Come in, Mr. Bailey.
I'm sorry, Dr. Fleischer, about what happened.
That's all right. It won't hurt her to cry. She'll be doing a lot of it, I imagine.
She will?
But I'd rather she cried when she's with me. Not with you, for the time being. So, sit down.
I don't know what I said that made her cry.
Tell me what you were talking about.
Well, her and me, us being married. Were we happy? How about that? She says she can't remember what happy is.
There are a lot of things she doesn't remember right now. A lot of feelings. That's what happens in shock.
But she'll get over it, won't she?
I hope so. Now, tell me what you were talking about just before she started to cry.
I didn't want to make her cry, Dr. Fleischer.
I have told you crying won't hurt her in the least. It may help. Now, what brought on the weeping?
She started to tell me her dream. The one she had last night.
Rain falling everywhere.
Oh, she told you?
Well, yes, of course.
She thinks it means she's going to die.
Or that she wants to.
Wants to? Just when things are getting better? Why would she?
Tell me, before she fell ill, did she have this dream often about rain?
She had it one time.
Tell me about it.
She just told me, and then the mail came. The mailman dropped it through the slot, and I went and got it.
Yes?
And there was a letter from her father. She hadn't heard from her parents since we got married, and I said, "Hey, honey, here's a letter from your father."
I don't want it.
What do you mean you don't want it? It's from your father. You're not still mad at your father, are you?
No.
Well, I'm not mad at him. Why should you?
I'm not.
Then why don't you want to read the letter?
Because I know what's in it.
Oh, you don't know what... How can you know what's in it?
Because of the dream.
The dream about the rain?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
It means my mother's dead.
Oh, Deloria, come on. Now open it. Read it.
Throw it away.
Honey, you don't want me to do that. Come on, open it.
I don't want to touch it. Get rid of it.
I just can't believe it.
I don't want to touch it. Throw it away.
That's what she said. Throw it away. Like there was death in it, and she didn't want to touch death. Something like that.
She didn't want to recognize the reality of her mother's death. Seeing the announcement written out in words would make it real. She was trying to put off the reality. She'd already dreamed of her mother's death, the rain dream. Now her dream had come true with all the accompanying regret and guilt and grief.
You've lost me, Doctor. I can't follow you.
Yes, I know you can't. It's silly of me to try and explain what's so complicated. I only hope that your wife... Well, did you throw the letter away?
No, actually, I didn't. I thought maybe later she'd change her mind. I just stuffed it in my pocket, and it's a good thing I did. Because a few days later, the doorbell rang, and I went to the door and opened it, and who should be standing there but Gloria's father. He said, "Hello, Ben."
Hello, Ben.
Well, hello. Hello there. We've been meaning to get in touch with you. Gloria's been very upset.
May I come in?
Oh, yeah, well, sure. Certainly. Come on in.
Oh, thank you.
Gloria, it's your father.
My father? Oh, Daddy. Oh, Daddy.
Oh, there. It's all right. It's all right. It's going to be all right, little girl.
I've been meaning to call you. I should have called you.
I wondered why you didn't.
Well, I just couldn't, but I was going to. It must be so awful for you. I shouldn't have let you go through it all alone.
Yeah, wait now,
when
Gloria.
I got the letter.
You did get the letter?
Of course. And I knew right away what it said.
Well, then why didn't you come home?
Oh, I should have. I know I should have.
It would have made your mother so happy.
Mother?
Sit down, darling.
Look, she thought the letter...
Sit down, dear. I have something very sad to tell you.
Mother's dead.
She died last night.
Listen, Gloria thought...
Mother died 3 days ago.
No, dear. She died last night.
Oh, but the letter... The letter said...
You know what the letter said.
She never read it. She told me to throw it away.
Oh, Gloria.
But I didn't. I got it right here. It's in my pocket.
I think someone should read it.
Yeah, I got it. It says, "Our dearest daughter, your mother wants me to write and tell you that we're both very sorry for the way we behaved towards you when you married Ben. If you're happy with him, that's all that matters. I wish you would come home as soon as you can and bring Ben with you." And that's when the thing happened.
The thing?
What you said was shock. Gloria stiffened up, and her face took on a blank look, and she fell over, fainted.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. You've been a big help.
I hope so.
You have. Now, I'm expecting a patient,
Is she going to be all right, Doctor?
It will take time. Maybe a long time, but I have hopes. Yes, I have great hopes.
Place your bets. No more bets, please. 28, black, even, and high.
Ben, over here.
Oh, Crystal.
Place your bets.
There you are.
You want a drink?
Place your bet.
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to show up.
That's what I thought, too.
Well, I'm glad you did.
How did your luck run tonight?
Oh, rotten. How's your wife?
Better. Doctor says he has high hopes. Says it's going to take time. Maybe a long time. But he has very high hopes for her.
Ah, that's wonderful.
Yeah. It's going to cost a lot of money. The doctor, the sanitarium, whole bit.
Oh, what's money?
Yeah. She talked to me this morning.
She did? Hey, that's sensational.
She told me a dream she had last night.
Ah, fantastic. What was it?
It was about rain.
Rain means number 36.
Gloria thinks it means she's going to die.
Ben, remember that fabulous night when 36 came up 8 times running? Oh, what a night that was. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. What are we waiting for?
You going to play?
Now, look here. $250. That's my rent money, due tomorrow.
You going to bet it all?
Oh, you're darn right.
On 36?
Well, generally I play my own system, but tonight I'm going to...
Place your bets.
36, please. Oh.
Place your bets.
Put your money down there. Hurry up.
Oh, no,
All bets are down. Place your bets.
Too
No more
late,
bets.
you dum-dum.
$33, black, odd, and high.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Crystal. I'm
no.
sorry.
Oh, what's sorry? That's the most excitement I've had in years.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Trouble with you, Ben, you're not a gambler. Not really. You don't know what gambling's all about.
I guess I don't. So long, Crystal. Nice to have known you.
Hey, does that mean you're not coming back?
I'm going to start looking for a job. And when I get one, I got other places to spend my money. So long.
Greeks, the Romans, the Goths, the Huns, the Arabs, the Phoenicians, the Africans, the Celts, the Normans, and the Anglo-Saxons, and the descendants of all of them, right down to the present day. I'll be back shortly. Country, the original inhabitants gambled. The Onondagas used the stones from white plums for dice. The Iroquois preferred peach pits. The eastern tribes liked animal bones. And there is a story, handed down through the centuries, that the invaders who came here with Columbus made cards from the leaves of the copus tree. If true, that would mean that the first deck of playing cards appeared here in 1492. And the game goes on. Our cast included Christopher Topori, Robert Dryden, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time... The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...